Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After being rescued from the altar by Chengfeng, Ethan Winters and his wife sighed several times in succession. Alas, we too are really unlucky. I came to investigate a missing tourist case, but ended up with a lot of missing agents. That's fine, but after arriving at this shabby place, there's actually a bunch of cultists waiting for us. Chengfeng nodded. The predictions Ethan and his wife gave him were very accurate. Really bad luck. Perhaps all his life's luck was used up in making his daughter the goddaughter of Chengfeng and the goddess of death. Chengfeng was also observing their physical condition. It must be said that these cultists are quite capable. Although this couple seems to have the temperament of helpless civilians, in fact, Ethan is a humanoid fungus beast, and Mia is not much worse. Both of them are humans at the perfect critical point of fungal infection. To be honest, if Chengfeng had not stopped the entire medical department, Ethan and Mia would have been sliced and sampled at least dozens of times. It certainly won't kill you, but it will definitely be uncomfortable. After all, in the eyes of those ruthless researchers, Ethan and Mia were simply the best research subjects, not a fearless father and a strong mother. And now, Chengfeng rescued them from the altar again. This kind of sacrifice is probably a fantasy version of slicing research. Don't talk about your bad experiences first. Tell me what happened after the BSA team arrived in Silent Hill. Chengfeng hurriedly interrupted Ethan Winters. I know you want to complain, but don't complain yet. Let's do some serious work first. Well, this story begins with my encounter with those cult members. We originally planned to split up and find out the situation of the entire Silent Hill town as quickly as possible. But the cultists rushed over us after they encountered us. They were no match for us, but for some reason, Chris and his men suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the end, it was just Mia and I. After resisting for a while, we were finally arrested. They brought us here, but they didn't torture us. They just drew different magic circles on the ground. And they kept mumbling things like, why can't it succeed? Why are they still here? And other strange things. Ethan said, pointing to the layers of magic circles on the old wooden floor. They seemed to be painted with different materials and colors. Chengfeng only took a glance and felt the strong breath of otherworld from it. This is a force that is incompatible with this universe. Although it is a magic circle, it actually has nothing to do with the black magic and origin magic power that it is the source of. Rather, it is some kind of esoteric formation for worshipping the devil. Rather than magic, it is more like different dimensional keys that open different doors but lead to the same place. Lucifer, look at what's on the ground. What do you think? What do you think? Lucifer lowered his head and sneered. I really came to the right place this time. I didn't expect that someone would want to covet the identity that I avoided the most. Are these formations related to hell? A hell similar to Otherworld. It looks like a fantasy world reflecting the inner world, but in fact it is like a newly born hell dimension. Lucifer shrugged. In the real hell, space and time have no meaning at all. All the people who go to hell are in their own space, repeating the experiences that made them most depressed in their lives, over and over again, with no end. When Chengfeng heard this, he immediately thought of the monsters in Silent Hill Otherworld, which were manifested by reflecting the inner pain of those who entered. In a sense, isn't this just experiencing the past that most devastated them and that they don't want to recall? As the Lord of Hell, what can you do? Don't count on me. It's just like not the hell dimension. Lucifer shrugged. There's nothing I can do about a dimension with an owner right now. Chengfeng glanced at Lucifer with some disdain. If it was Lucifer in the comics who could give up and take back his power at any time, at the moment everyone should have been ready to buy the specialties of Silent Hill and then go home. But the black-haired man in front of him is more like the TV version of Lucifer. Most of the time, He is just a naughty kid who never grows up. How could the Almighty God give him an ability that is almost unrestricted except for himself? So now that Lucifer says he has no choice, then there really is nothing he can do. As for why Ethan and his wife were not successfully sent to Otherworld, it was most likely due to the influence of mold. Fungus beasts and half-fungus beasts probably won't be accepted by that weird Otherworld. I think I should be able to open this entrance. At this moment, such a voice came from Li Chengfeng's mind. It is the nothingness that lingers in the Black God's consciousness. There was a hint of excitement in his voice now. What do you mean? What does this place have to do with you? That's not the case. I'm related to these things, so you can still keep me with peace of mind. Shiwu complained a voice that was exactly the same as Li Chengfeng's. Although this thing has nothing to do with me, it is very similar to the underlying structure of the Black God's consciousness. The power of the same origin should be able to open the entrance to this otherworld. When Li Chengfeng heard Shiwu's words, he was a little confused. Does the Black God's consciousness space have the same origin as Silent Hill's otherworld? So does this mean that there's an empty otherworld inside my head? Well, Black God's consciousness has not yet reached such a physical realm. As a theoretical second personality, Void and Li Chengfeng are in tune with each other. But if you are willing to work hard and absorb more souls and consciousness of creatures to fill Black God's consciousness, maybe one day you will become the second Silent Hill. And then I'll wander around with this thing on my head, with a head full of ghosts. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. This grandson really didn't hold his fart well, but his method is worth a try. So Li Chengfeng mobilized the Black God consciousness. After the activity of the Black God consciousness reached its peak, Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and pressed the disordered magic circles on the ground. Anyway, I don't know which one will work, so I might as well trigger them all. In the next moment, the whole room shook. Everyone disappeared on the spot, except for the Easons. Ethan, I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Mia, how about we go for a walk around Silent Hill? I'm a little hungry after being locked up here for so long. Ethan, all right. How long have we walked? Have you counted? Chris held the water pipe and walked on the gray street. Even zombies haven't appeared during this period. Fortunately, since the two people's outer worlds were inexplicably connected, there is at least someone to talk to and cheer them up. At first, I would count silently in my mind. Later, I just counted my steps and calculated the time based on my step frequency. Chloe shook her head, but after I defeated the zombies, I was too lazy to count anymore. As he spoke, he took out his personal terminal, gestured twice, and spoke. In this place, the personal terminal is a solid brick. Chris nodded, and the two fell silent again. Although walking alone on these endless streets, I feel extremely depressed and lonely. But having an awkward conversation with someone you don't know well can be quite depressing in a sense. Plus, the two of them weren't the type to be very enthusiastic toward strangers. Chris even thought a little painfully that if Rebecca or Claire were here, at least it wouldn't be as awkward as it is now. Just as Chris's thoughts were spinning rapidly, the entire gray world suddenly seemed to be blown by a strong wind, and the originally fixed white mist suddenly surged. This unprecedented change immediately attracted the attention of the two. What's going on? Chloe raised the steel pipe in front of her and observed vigilantly. This has never happened before. I definitely know. Chris also swallowed his saliva, but his eyes were full of excitement. But no matter what the situation is, it's better than no situation at all. It is often said that humanity's greatest fear comes from the unknown. But as a man who has been able to run rampant in various biological and chemical terrorist incidents without getting into any trouble, Chris has no such worries at all. Unknown. What is unknown? Just rush over and it's over. But Chloe, who had solved countless major cases with the help of Lucifer, felt something was wrong at this time. Just now she hoped that even if she had to fight a monster, she didn't want to continue walking aimlessly like this. Then it connects to Chris's surface world, and some T-virus zombies will appear from time to time. So now something unexpected has happened. She is not overthinking. So it must be Chris. Chris, what are you just thinking about? Huh? What are you thinking about? Don't hesitate. Tell me now. Oh, I just felt that it was too depressing to chat with someone I didn't know well. If I could be with Rebecca or my sister Claire, I probably wouldn't feel that way. As soon as he finished speaking, several gunshots were heard in the distance. Chloe showed an expected expression on her face, then patted Chris on the shoulder, and the two of them ran forward. Sure enough, as they approached, a woman appeared in front of them, shooting with her back to them. Although she was wearing a white coat, her professional gun-holding movements still revealed her true identity. In front of her, there was a humanoid monster approaching her. A closer look reveals that the leech man is made up of countless huge amounts of leeches. "Rebecca, be careful!" Chris roared and rushed forward. Facing his muscular brother Chris, the leech man had no ability to resist. Although he did not retain as many virus strengthening as Jill, he has completely transformed into a humanoid tyrant. But the physical bodies of Chris and Leon are far superior to those of ordinary people. Rebecca was startled by Chris's voice, but relaxed when she realized it was her companion. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief as Chris smashed the leeches one by one with a water pipe. Then he turned around and looked at Chloe. "It seems Chris has found you. Where are your other colleagues?" "To be precise, I found Chris." Chloe shrugged. "As for the other colleagues, I've never seen them. We went our separate ways after arriving in Silent Hill. As for me, I fell asleep in the hotel and went out the next day and came to this world now." Chloe shook her head. Although she was still alive, the same could not be said for her colleagues. "But it's really magical, Rebecca. You appeared just as I thought of you." Chris came back with the water pipe and said, "If this place connects to whoever you think of..." Chris immediately closed his eyes and recited all the names of his teammates. There was absolutely no reaction. Huh? Could it be that this rule is wrong? Wait, could it be that they're already dead? It's also possible that they're not in this gray world. Chloe shook her head. "I just tried to silently recite the name of my colleague who came to Silent Hill with me, and there was no response either." After taking 2 deep breaths, Chris realized that he had lost his composure a little bit just now. Others don't know what will happen, but there will definitely be no problem for Jill, the female Tyrannosaurus. Absolutely not. But it seems we could try other methods. Rebecca raised a finger at this time, such as telling the world that we want to leave. Are you kidding? Is it really that easy to talk in such a weird place? Squeak. Before Chris finished his words, he saw a door in a nearby house where zombies often came out suddenly and slowly opened, leaving echoes in this empty, gray world. Chris and Rebecca looked at each other in surprise. F***K. You actually said you want to go out, and it will let you out? Chris said this and rushed in first. Wait, Chris, I don't think so. Chloe said calmly from behind the two of them. What do you mean? Because what I just thought in my mind was to go deeper. Chloe's words made Chris stop in his tracks instantly. Don't forget that we are FBI agents. Our mission is to investigate and rescue missing persons. And can you guarantee that you can come back here after you leave? Chloe shook her head. Not only my colleagues, but even your teammates may be in deeper parts of this world. How can you be so sure that there is something deeper in this gray world? How can I put it? My mother was once the most popular B-movie queen. Chloe walked to the door and shrugged. I watched a lot of those weird movies when I was a kid. This door is for the fearless. After saying that, he walked in without any hesitation. Chris and Rebecca were stunned and simply followed in. Then the door closed and the gray world returned to silence again. I don't know how long it took, but the long-lost footsteps were heard. Along with this, there was the occasional clattering sound from the chain around the visitor's waist. The blood-red cloak swept across the ground. It smells like the Lord of Hell and Almighty God. That's really interesting. For Li Chengfeng, triggering those magic circles only took a moment. But when the scenery in front of him changed, Lucifer and Angela beside him disappeared. He was the only one left, in a room full of bloody rust. From the furnishings, it could be seen that this was the same house he had just entered. In other words, under the influence of this magic circle, Li Chengfeng not only reached the so-called other world, but also directly entered the inner world. A private hell composed of the regrets, nightmares, and psychological state of those who enter. Theoretically, if 1,000 people enter Silent Hill, they will see 1,000 different hells. No matter who you are, you will have trouble getting anywhere here. On the contrary, innocent and fearless children can roam freely here as if it were an ordinary playground. Such monsters and torture do not exist at all. Li Chengfeng was not all flustered. If it was him at the beginning of his time travel, he would definitely have to think about it carefully. But now, he was just curious about what was on the wall. Who on earth was responsible for creating this world? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment in decorating it into this dirty look? Li Chengfeng wished he could paint him a layer of white lime. At this time, Li Chengfeng came back to his senses and looked at the original stone door, which had now turned into a rusty iron door. The overall style does not look like a residential building at all, but rather like a dilapidated prison. And outside the gate was completely dark, as if telling Li Chengfeng, "Do you dare to come in? If you don't dare to come in, forget it." How could Li Chengfeng bear such subtle teasing? He stepped right in, and just as he stepped down, a series of dim lights suddenly lit up in front of him, illuminating the corridor. The corridor? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. He was clearly living in a 3-story residential building that wasn't very large. How could there be such a long corridor that stretches for dozens of meters? But that's true. Why should I seek the truth in a place like the other world, which is almost a nightmare world? Moreover, Li Chengfeng vaguely felt that this corridor was an invitation from some existence to him. With every step he took, Li Chengfeng felt a throbbing sensation coming from the depths of his soul. At this time, the disembodied voice sounded again, and the voice was still lazy and vague, but this time the tone was much more serious than usual. "Dear host, you can't imagine what the Black God's consciousness space looks like now. I don't have time to deal with you guys right now, so keep your words short. The moment you entered this so-called other world, the Black God's consciousness space was instantly stained with a layer of blood-red rust, just like the other world you see now. It was like a decayed and collapsed doomsday world. Evelyn, who had never seen the world, was almost scared to death. She has the guts to come up with a whole family of names to play house with her, but doesn't have the guts to face a weird world. Fear is something that cannot be avoided. Just like you're not afraid of most things, but when you see the 3 tigresses at home, you will subconsciously retreat. No, you don't have anything to say? If you have nothing to say, go find Evelyn and don't let this Tamagotchi die." Li Chengfeng hung up the call with Shiwu with gritted teeth and never checked what was going on in Haitian's consciousness. Nothingness is still very reliable. If he still has time to talk nonsense with me, it means that nothing serious has happened. And at the moment in the Black God's consciousness, Void moved the 2 fingers away from his ears. Evelyn, who was not far away, was shaking violently at this moment, hiding under the table with her head in her hands and squatting for defense. "You can't see me. You can't see me. Woo, 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 what are these? I just want to survive. I just want to see the world outside the laboratory. I just want to get my family back." What's wrong with that? The same blood-red rust also appeared on Evelyn's thin and fair body. Nothingness came to her side, tilted his head, with a hint of inhuman cruelty in his curiosity. Well, not only can it break through the host's dual defenses of power and soul and invade the Black God's consciousness, it can even erode and affect Evelyn, the host's followers. This doesn't seem to be the same as the so-called Silent Hill power in the host's memory, but the external manifestation is almost the same. And following Evelyn's fear-filled gaze, there was nothing. But in her eyes, there seemed to be something that made her extremely afraid. After observing this, Shiwu felt that it was about enough. If he continues like this, and something really happens to Evelyn, the host will probably kill him. It wasn't because the host cared about Evelyn so much, but because his evil second personality was disobedient. Thinking of this, Shiwu's face, which was exactly the same as Li Chengfeng's, showed a helpless smile. Then he stretched out his hand and touched the blood-red rust on Evelyn's body. The next moment, the blood-red rust climbed onto his fingertips. But it was only the fingertips, and I tried countless times to go further, but was completely powerless. Still want to mess with me? It's a bit beyond my capabilities. Shiwu smiled and raised his head again. This time, he followed Evelyn's line of sight and finally saw those monsters with bared fangs and claws. It seemed as if the remains of limbs and pieces of flesh were forcibly squeezed together to form a giant monster, but it formed a face in which you could just barely make out Evelyn's outline. As a personality, Shiwu is now best at exploring psychology and soul. This monster seemed to symbolize the birth of Evelyn, which was built on the corpses of countless Evelyns. Since they are all Evelyn, how could she escape the destined ending and be brought into the Black God's consciousness by Li Chengfeng? Nothingness nodded. The twisted monster reflects the inner demons of this person. This feature is indeed Silent Hill-like. Okay, are you really that scared? Have you forgotten where this place is? In Li Chengfeng's Black God consciousness, unless Li Chengfeng and I are both dead, no one can hurt you. Nothingness said, snapping his fingers. In Evelyn's eyes, the huge Evelyn, who was constantly dropping pieces of flesh and limbs, was instantly swallowed up by a ball of darkness. For a moment, it seemed as if even the light was absorbed. Where's the monster? Isn't the monster right here? Void said, pointing at Evelyn's heart. Although you are an incurable pervert, you have always been afraid of your own power and Evelyn in your subconscious mind. Evelyn was startled, then suddenly half lowered her head without saying a word. Shiwu scratched his head, bent down, lowered his head, and looked up from below. Well, are you really crying? Huh, now that we're here, there shouldn't be any problems, right? You ask me. Who should I ask? Somewhere in the other world, Leon and Claire were breathing heavily and looking behind them. It was discovered that there was no trace of any living creature in that empty, blood-red, rusty world. They didn't catch up. That's good. Let's take a breath first. After saying that, Leon sat down on the sidecar motorcycle on the side of the road. Looking up at the sky, I began to recall my experiences of the past few days. Ever since they were collectively recruited by the FBI, they have been carrying out missions all over the country, mainly eliminating the remnants of Umbrella Corporation and the biochemical research companies that are preparing to take advantage of the Umbrella Corporation. After destroying the remnants of the Umbrella Corporation that were conducting biological experiments in India, he hadn't rested for a few days when he was sent out by Nick Fury, that damn black salted egg, to carry out a mission. It's a search and rescue mission. Originally, Leon wanted to say, with so many FBI field agents, can't they even do search and rescue? It turned out that the first search and rescue team was also missing, so they were going to send out an elite team of detectives like them. Although they mainly deal with biochemical crisis incidents, searching and rescuing civilians affected by the biochemical crisis occupies most of their work. So from a certain perspective, it could be considered a professional match. So after they were fully equipped, they came to this crowded tourist destination. But problems soon arose. This is not only a tourist attraction, it was a cult holy place back then. Leon's memory of fighting wits and courage with the insect worship cult in the Spanish town was instantly awakened. He rushed forward and sent the first cultist in front of him flying with a roundhouse kick. Before he even landed on the ground, the scenery in front of him changed rapidly. When he landed, he was already in this strange other world covered with blood and rust. The only teammate around him was Claire, who looked just as confused as he was. In the next few days, they explored this world, looking for a way to leave. But the process was not smooth sailing. Ever since they landed, they were targeted by monsters hiding in the dark. She was a female monster who was dressed more like an SM queen than an SM queen. She had a plump and beautiful female body, but sharp short hair and a bloody and swollen face without any organs. Although they don't have any organs, Leon and Claire can clearly feel it. She was just looking at them. This monster moves as light as a butterfly and as fast as a wild bee. He kept chasing around the two of them, putting pressure on them but not causing them any harm. Leon, what's wrong, Claire? Although it's not nice to say such things at this time. Claire's tense nerves slowly relaxed. But you have been protecting me since we were in Raccoon City. Thank you for your hard work. What nonsense are you talking about? You are still protecting me, aren't you? Before the young man and woman could express their feelings, they saw a figure falling on the wall, not far away. It's that monster! Their scalps instantly began to tingle. Although in this world, the body does not feel hungry or tired, but the spirit will. The nonstop harassing attacks are like a cat playing with a mouse. Cunning, cruel, ruthless. Although they have never been hurt, Lion cannot guarantee that the next attack will not be a fatal blow after they get tired of playing. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva was particularly clear at this tense moment. But suddenly a flash of enlightenment flashed through Claire's mind. Leon, have you noticed that this monster, just like Agent Ada Wong? When Leon heard the name, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It seems it's true, be it her behavior or her suggestive appearance. She seems to be just like that female devil. Claire stared at the monster and whispered quickly, "Is it possible that this strange world can materialize our fears?" I understand what you're saying, but what's with this SM queen-like outfit? Maybe using exaggerated external features to reflect personality? After all, these monsters can't talk. Claire's mind was working rapidly, and she seemed to be beginning to understand the world. While the two were talking, the monster squatting on the wall was already getting a little impatient. He flew down and rushed towards his two preys. This time, Leon, who had suffered the first attack, had a drastic change of expression. Something's wrong. This punch is harder than any before. She's had enough fun. Leon gritted his teeth, but his opponent dodged all his consecutive counterattacks. Claire pulled out her gun, but the monster shot the pistol even faster and sent it flying directly to the other side of the wall. The next moment, Leon was thrown onto a car nearby. Before he could get up, he was pressed on the hood of the car by the monster again. The terrifying force made it almost impossible for Leon to resist. He could only aim at the opponent's swollen head and keep swinging his fists. "Claire, run!" At this moment, a blonde woman in FBI combat uniform fell from the sky holding a corpse. With lightning speed, he grabbed the monster's leg with one hand, pulled it hard, and threw it up. What greeted her was a series of crashes that were enough to leave potholes on the asphalt road. Soon, this monster that left Claire and Leon helpless completely lost its vital response under the woman's brutal attack. "Huh, are you two okay?" "That's really timely, Jill." Claire breathed a sigh of relief. "That's fine. Originally, I wanted to just use the rabbit kick eagle move to kick her out, then roll forward to get closer and drag her directly to the ground. And she'd be dead. Do you want to check the back of her head? It's full of dates." Leon pressed his chest, boasting without blushing, his eyes fixed on the monster on the ground. "Jill saved you, baby." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. It seems that this world will create monsters based on our fears," Jill said, throwing out the body he was dragging in his other hand. A monster over 2 meters tall, wearing black clothes, black pants, black shoes, and black sunglasses. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a twisted monster version of Weskier. Some people hold their heads and scream when they are scared. Some people will go berserk when they are scared. Jill is clearly the latter. When she came to her senses, Weskier was dead beyond deadness. "So what should we do next?" "Go that way." Jill pointed in a direction. There were gunshots in that direction. Lion nodded and looked at the sidecar. After a round of righteous car theft, the sidecar was successfully started. Lion got on the tricycle and swung his hair. "Sisters, get in the car. I drive a motorcycle professionally. To be honest, I'm starting to get a little impatient with this world." Li Chengfeng walked on a seemingly infinitely long corridor with no end in sight. There is always a road shrouded in darkness blocking the way ahead. At first he wanted to see what was there, but later I found out there is really no useful information. And this space seemed to be able to understand what Li Chengfeng said. There were constant dull sounds coming from outside the corridor, as if there was something constantly wandering outside, ready to rush in at any time. If Li Chengfeng's courage was as small as a needle tip, he would have been scared to death. But unfortunately, ever since he obtained the White Lantern, he has completely forgotten about the so-called terror. "Dare you scare him? I'll revive you in a minute." And then he beat him to death again. but he was more curious about what was making the sound. No matter whether it was the various magical powers or the energy spectrum power on his body, no other life or energy reactions were detected. It was as if the sound came from the corridor itself. There is no source, which is not a good thing. Although I don't know who you are or what you want to do, if you continue to trap me here, then you will never know what I will do to you. So you'd better let me go to where I should be while I'm still in the mood. Li Chengfeng raised his head and uttered threatening words with a smile. Don't force me to slap you when I am most in the mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the road ahead suddenly became clear. Li Chengfeng walked a dozen more steps and actually came to a big gate. I pushed open the door and a ray of light flashed. The hall in front of him obviously did not exist in the other world. There was no bloody rust around that represented the other world. Too clean. Li Chengfeng walked in without any hesitation. Are you finally planning to meet me? Li Chengfeng looked around and saw the coffee pot with steaming hot coffee. But it's a pity that I don't like coffee. Only white people who hate sugar like that taste. You are really unreasonable. A sigh floated out. Li Chengfeng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blond man wearing black-framed glasses walking out from behind the pillars of the huge amounts of hall. He was wearing the attire that only a researcher would wear. Looks a lot like Dr. Liang Liang. To be precise, he was dressed exactly like Dr. Liang Liang. The person in front of me is a researcher from the Foundation universe. Well, okay, right, I won't be reasonable. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and said impatiently, You rashly entered the multi-universe where I am, so you should be reasonable, right? The blond man did not answer Li Chengfeng immediately, but came to the table and poured a cup of coffee. I didn't drink it, I just put it next to my nose and smelled it a few times. I can already taste the bitterness just by smelling it. The blond man shook his head. But unfortunately, I have given up caffeine for many years. Is it the millionth year or the 3rd millionth year? Li Chengfeng stared at the man and felt that there was an indescribable feeling between his brows. Disgust. It's not that I hate him, Li Chengfeng, but I hate the whole world. To put it bluntly, at first glance, you'd think this guy was going to jump into the river or lie on the railway tracks. Originally, I wanted to die with it and let it end its life on me. But there hasn't been a good opportunity yet. Agent Li Chengfeng, your arrival makes me feel that the time has come. My name is Tallerin, James Martin Tallerin, a level 3 researcher at the Foundation. James Martin Tallerin. We are all in it now. Tallerin? Li Chengfeng raised his head and looked at the man, who was even a little thin. The only information he had about this name was SCP-3999. I am in everything. Tallerin, TSK. I've heard of your name for a long time. Li Chengfeng looked around and asked with interest, So, does that mean that all the abnormalities in Silent Hill are caused by 3999? For a supreme deity, it's a bit embarrassing. Don't say that. He is a being that transcends logic, time, space, and dimension. He is omnipresent in all things and can incarnate and replace all things. He possesses the terrifying power to tear apart all realities and spatial dimensions. Tallerin also nodded along with Li Chengfeng's smile. This man, who used himself as a container and had a symbiotic relationship with SCP-3999, thereby confining 3,999 within his own body, now had a calm expression on his face. In order to escape from his cage, 3999 distorted reality and attempted to torture Tallerin to the point of mental breakdown and seize control of his body. And Tallerin constantly vetoes the power of 3999 and brings the distorted reality back on track. In the end, 3999, the supreme deity that only exists as an abstract concept in theory, could not make Tallerin give up his life. But shouldn't you have been fed up with the fight with 3999 and finally chose to deny yourself and kill yourself along with 3,999? You really know everything about our Foundation universe. Tallerin showed an expression of admiration on his face. In theory, that's true, but the next second after my consciousness dissipated in the Foundation universe, I opened my eyes again here, and 3,999 also came here. and I found that 39.99 and I were trapped in this town, unable to leave, and 3,999's power became weaker than ever before, and he couldn't even continue to torture me. So I concluded that he must have suffered permanent damage when passing through the terrifying and thick multi-universe barrier. And in order to make up for the damage, it assimilated or devoured the original supernatural power of Silent Hill. That's right. The reason why Li Chengfeng was able to come up with this answer was simply because he was able to directly break through his defenses and invade the Black God's consciousness. It is simply impossible for someone who is not a so-called supreme deity to do so. But this supreme divinity is now a little too weak, right? Even this man who had been tortured by him for endless years could stand here intact. Outside the original universe, both the upper limit and the nature of power are modified by the cosmic parameters of this multi-universe. Then you brought me here. You can't be here just to chat with me, right? Definitely not. Agent Li Chengfeng. Talaran shook his head. Since you were here, you definitely have to kill me. Kill you. That's right. If you kill me, then both 39.99 and I will perish. Since self-denial of life can allow me and him to come to another multi-universe, then letting another god kill me may be able to annihilate his power. Li Chengfeng looked at Talaran, who was talking eloquently, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. Could it be that, after narrowly escaping death, you still want to sacrifice your life? Li Chengfeng pondered for a moment, raised his hand, and the origin magic power had already condensed in front of him. Then I will grant you your wish. Then with a bang, Talaran's body flew out like a tattered rag doll. After a while, the tattered body actually moved and climbed up again. Why? Why don't you kill me? Li Chengfeng tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. Kill you, and then completely liberate you from this world? Do I look like a brainless, reckless man? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Although I often make fun of the relationship between super brain and super strength, don't underestimate me. Don't you think so? 3,999. Tarolan stood up, looked at Li Chengfeng for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. How did you find out? Talaran stared into Li Chengfeng's eyes. Aren't you humans most easily moved by stories of selfless sacrifice? I can't help it. Who made me not believe you from the beginning? Li Chengfeng shrugged. Joke. A person appears out of nowhere and is inexplicably connected to a supreme deity. Li Chengfeng would have to be insane to listen to and believe him completely. He is not Sky. After all, she really believed that there was such a thing as confession-inducing drug in the world. But I think a lot of what you said is probably true. After all, the easiest thing to convince people is that it is 3/10 true and 7/10 false. Li Chengfeng looked at Talaran. Not to mention, it's probably true that he was seriously injured when crossing the multi-universe barrier. After all, that was a barrier that 343 had determined was difficult for even Stag and Nakayama Mary to cross. How could 39.99, the supreme divinity imprisoned in Talaran's body, travel through time without any damage? He even had to rely on the supernatural power of Silent Hill to bring out his abilities. But what Li Chengfeng didn't know was, Talaran, is he still alive? Li Chengfeng really admires a man who can withstand the concrete expression of depression in the lower level of the upper level narrative. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng took out the white lantern ring. But don't worry, I will definitely not let you die. This is your goal. Then let's see who has higher authority. You who have sneaked in from somewhere else as the supreme god, or the spirit of existence in this universe. Li Chengfeng smiled heartily and said to Talaran, who looked powerless, Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I promise. I will be very gentle. Chloe, Rebecca, this way. I would like to go over there. But tell me, how can the two of us get over such a high wall? Just grab the rope and swing over, right? Chloe looked at the distance between the buildings that was impossible for a human to cross, and finally she and Rebecca went around from the bottom. They have come here since they entered the open door of the surface world. But I didn't expect that although there was no infinite loop here, there were so many different ways between the floors that I got lost for a while. And in these buildings, the sense of space is a bit messy. Go up, and sometimes you will come to the bottom. I walked to the right, but ended up climbing through a window and returning to the starting point. They seemed to have been fooled by this shabby place. But this time, the sense of space was correct. They walked out of the series of buildings and came to the street full of blood and rust. We finally got out. We thought we would run into some problems, but it turned out to be a complete joke on us. Rebecca complained, squatting down and touching the strange blood-red rust on the ground. But I can't figure out what this rust is. But before they could take 2 more steps, they immediately bumped into a man in a suit. Chloe looked up and was surprised to find that the person who suddenly appeared was Lucifer. Who hit me? It hurts so much. Wait, it hurts. Lucifer also reacted and looked at Chloe, who was knocked down by him. That's great, Miss Detective. Now I don't have to go to the FBI to find a new partner. Rebecca and Chris looked at each other, unable to accept the speed of the plot development. Their attention was drawn to the woman following Lucifer. Just by looking at his determined expression and cold eyes, you can tell that he is definitely not a good person. Guys, I think even if we want to reminisce, it's best to do so after we're out of this trouble, right? Chris said as he walked forward. Are you also the missing FBI agents? No. I'm just here to look for her. Lucifer pointed at Chloe in a very bachelor manner. The one who came with me was Chengfeng, but he disappeared when he and I stepped into the magic circle that connects different worlds. Lucifer spoke the truth. After he landed, the only one left by his side was Angela, whose aura was somewhat inconsistent with his. Chengfeng disappeared without a trace. If Lucifer didn't believe in Chengfeng's relatively strong character, he would have thought that this guy was deliberately teasing him. But before they could exchange much information, they heard the sound of chains colliding behind them. It is so weird in this bloody, empty space. Everyone looked over in the direction of the sound and saw Chris and Rebecca drawing their guns and shooting without any hesitation. This person was completely black, with many pale facial markings. Wearing a bright red cape, the chain around his waist kept rubbing against it. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a good person, does he? During this period of contact, this strange man was hit by dozens of bullets, but it only slightly hindered his progress. He, the Lord of Hell, the fallen angel Lucifer Morningstar, actually came to a place like this. So, did my coming here affect you from having S*X with an old man in the wilderness? Lucifer rolled his eyes. Ever since he had been hanging out with Teddy for a long time, his words became more and more vicious. However, the weirdo did not respond to Lucifer but stared behind him. I just thought it was an illusion. I didn't expect it was really you. Angel without wings, Angela. You've been chasing me for so many years, and you haven't given up yet? Angela, who had been silent all this time, sighed at this moment. Spawn, it's time to end our feud. Spawn and Angela. End? You said our feud is going to end? You sound like you're telling me a huge joke. Spawn shook his head. His appearance, which looked very similar to Venom, seemed so ferocious as he shook his head. Those green eyes were filled with love and hatred. 2 almost completely conflicting emotions appear at the same time. I've been hunting you for a long time, and you're not the first Spawn I've hunted. I've killed one before. Angela shrugged. Even if we once had a relationship, it's over now. Angela's voice was so firm, like the eternal rune of heaven. For her, the relationship with Spawn was nothing more than a part of their love-hate relationship. Or rather, it was an accessory that helped her divert her attention when she was confused about her identity. So after finding her real family and returning to Asgard, she definitely abandoned this relationship that she didn't care much about. But Spawn obviously had no intention of letting her go. Otherwise, he wouldn't have crossed dimensions and gone to Asgard to find her. Nor would he have escaped to Midgard along the Bifrost after being defeated by the entire Asgard. As Spawn, you haven't fully mastered your ability yet. Why don't you take some time to mature? After you truly master your ability, I can guarantee that you will thank me. Although Angela was trying to persuade Spawn all the time, she had already drawn the sharp sword behind her. The heaven rune moved automatically without wind, and it seemed that she would attack Spawn at any time. You are indeed cruel. Spawn looked at Angela with a helpless smile on his face. So cruel that I can't forget you. As he spoke, Spawn stretched out his hand, and the symbiotic battle suit made of undead matter slowly squirmed, and his claws also lengthened a lot. Angela and Spawn, whose love-hate relationship lasted for hundreds of years, seemed to be coming to a thorough settlement at this moment. Stop for a moment. Are you two so immersed in your own plot that you can't extricate yourself? Lucifer stretched out his hand doubtfully and waved it in front of the two people. Then he said impatiently, "If not, can you say a few words that we can understand? So you are the source of the aura of this female agent." Spawn's green eyes suddenly turned to Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, Almighty God. "Are you their messenger?" "Bloody hell. I'm really impressed by you. I don't remember asking those idiots in hell to find an agent. And they chose an idiot like you who has no sense at all." Lucifer rubbed his temple, his face full of pain. Although he was not familiar with this so-called regeneration man, he recognized it at a glance. This power was definitely gathered by the demons of hell in order to fight a proxy war with the angels of heaven. He also vaguely remembered that there was another existence in heaven that was the opposite of Spawn. It seems to be a name like Savior. In short, the two people are the spokesmen chosen by the devil and the angel respectively, and they will have the final showdown in the material world. Strictly speaking, Spawn is actually a subordinate of his subordinates. It is also because of this that Spawn does not know the legendary Lord of Hell, Lucifer. Perhaps because he was stunned by Lucifer's words, Spawn was stunned for a long time before speaking again. "You are Satan? You are Satan, the Lord of Hell. I call you by your title when I'm working. You can call me the Lord of Hell, instead of the nickname Satan." Lucifer curled his lips. "Even though I haven't managed the mess in hell for a long time, I still remember that 50 years ago I stopped the proxy war between hell and heaven." Lucifer's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he walked toward Spawn. "Wait, your powers should have been taken back years ago. So you ran away?" "I didn't run away," Spawn roared, pointing at Lucifer's nose and said, "This is my power. I will take revenge on heaven and hell for destroying my humanity, whether it's angel or devil die." Lucifer was just about to raise his hand to remove the power of Satan from this man who had been wandering on the edge of madness for who knows how long. But he suddenly remembered that he seemed to be in a very close distance with Chloe. "Oh my God!" Lucifer cursed in his heart, but Angela behind him had already arrived, and a sharp sword chopped at Lucifer's shoulder. Lucifer stepped back hastily. "Why are you trying to show off by going up there? Have you forgotten that you are just an ordinary person with some clever tricks?" Lucifer felt so conflicted when he heard Chloe scolding him. "If it weren't for you here, I can transform this guy into a new human being in just a few minutes. Do you really think the devil's gift is so easy to get?" At this tense moment, a miserable voice accompanied by the sound of the engine of a motorcycle approached rapidly. F***K. Be careful. This crappy tricycle has no brakes. "Look, I said I would not hurt you. Look, I kept my word. You didn't break me, but I think it would be better if you caught me and broke me." Li Chengfeng's voice rang out, and at this moment he was leisurely correcting Talleyrand's bones. It's just a matter of removing all his bones and joints first, and then putting them back together bit by bit. With each piece put together, the pure white light on Li Chengfeng's body became brighter. This guy seemed to have no sense of pain at all and watched coldly as his body was being ravaged by Li Chengfeng. He would even say a few words to Li Chengfeng from time to time. But even so, Li Chengfeng did not feel that the opponent's strength had weakened in the slightest. This result was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. After all, under the white light and the illumination of the spirit of existence, he still persisted. "I feel like you're being a little too strong. Are you really unwilling to let Talleyrand return to your body? Because breaking free from the shackles and truly entering this endless universe has always been my dream. But I'm sorry to tell you, this world really can't accommodate someone like you." The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched, even though Talleyrand seemed to be letting her control him at the moment. Once he was truly freed from the limitations of his body, there would be one more person from a higher dimension in this world. Abstract concepts exist, Come on, come on. Honey, you've worked hard over the years. Eat more. Eat more. Amid the surging crowd, Ethan and Mia were, at the moment, stuffing Silent Hill's most popular chicken snack into their mouths. At this moment, Ethan's personal terminal rang. After the couple looked at each other, they immediately got out of the crowd and walked toward the corner where not many people visited. Hurry, it's been ringing for a long time. Got it. Ethan put the snack in Mia's hand and answered the video call. Long time no see, sir. What's going on with you two now? What happened in the past few days? Have you contacted Li Chengfeng and the others? Nick Fury's anxious face appeared on the screen. There shouldn't be any strange things happening in Silent Hill now, right? For example, people from other universes appearing inexplicably. Sir, if I say that the two of us have been captured by the cult for almost 3 days, would you believe it? You might as well say that you all fell into the other world during these 3 days. Then I might believe it a little more. As expected of Nick Fury, the legendary king of agents. He is really smart. Ethan couldn't help but reply. How do you know they all went to Otherworld? No? Is the situation really that outrageous? Nick Fury suddenly sighed and continued. Report the current situation, Agent Ethan. Ethan nodded, and then recounted the entire cause and effect. Mia added some information on the side. Soon, after they finished talking, Nick Fury's black face seemed to become even darker. In other words, Li Chengfeng and his men chased them in, and you two were left behind. I seriously suspect that this cult is not compatible with the two of us. Ethan shrugged. But sir, I've been wanting to ask you since a while ago, why are you always on the move? Agent Li Chengfeng has already been dispatched, so you don't have to be so anxious, right? After hearing Ethan's words, Nick Fury stopped in the center of the screen and looked at Ethan and Mia with some dissatisfaction. Then Nick Fury reached out and adjusted the camera, and the two saw that Nick Fury was holding an innocent and cute child in his arms. Is this your child, sir? He's really cute. I don't know why, but she looks a bit like our Rosemary. Nick Fury's voice of failure came out. Is it possible that this is your 2 children? Carry out your mission and send the child to Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng went to support you and left the child with me. Oh, baby, be good. Grandpa is not scolding you. I'm scolding your biological parents who are so far away from the truth. Perhaps the scolding was a little too loud, and Rosemary, who was originally in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up and then started to cry loudly. Even Nick Fury could only speak softly to comfort the child. He just threw another word at them and hung up the call. I can't handle this anymore. Wait a minute. The next batch of support will be heading to Silent Hill Town. Support? Agent Li Chengfeng has already gone to Otherworld. I think it will be handled soon, right? I can't control this support. Nick Fury curled his lips. The child's biological father, mother, and godfather are all gone, so the godmothers can't stay idle either, right? For Li Chengfeng now, repairing a human body is not a very difficult task. But the difficulty lies in the fact that this body is full of strange powers that do not belong to this universe. When 343 first came to this universe, the energy properties had changed slightly due to the different universes and cosmic parameters becoming more in line with the background of this universe. However, 3999's power was not affected at all. It just became weaker due to the damage. This is probably the difference between divinity and the supreme deity. Even though Li Chengfeng used an almost torturous method to massage the power of the white lamp into this body inch by inch, he was still unable to suppress 3999 again. And Talaran himself never regained consciousness. He is a determined warrior. Since I cannot defeat him, then making sure he never wakes up is the best solution. In Li Chengfeng's ears, the voice of Tarolan, or 3999, sounded again. The voice was very calm, neither evil nor righteous. Li Chengfeng raised his head, and his heart tightened when he met those eyes that were devoid of any emotion. The feeling 3999 gave him now was almost the same as when he faced the spirit of existence. In other words, this supreme divinity, in a sense, is equivalent to the 5 great gods who are about to be born namely the 5 conceptual gods such as eternity. I'm afraid that among all the supreme deities, 3999 is considered to be quite powerful. After all, it is a kind of projection and representation of the higher-level narrative layer. But Li Chengfeng finally smiled. He was fighting against the elite, and what 3999 said just now could be considered as a reminder to him. Prevent him from waking up? That means after torturing him for endless years, you finally change your method, right? Then I just need to find a way to get him out of this dream. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he placed one hand on Talaran's face and then connected the Black God's consciousness directly to him. The next moment, Li Chengfeng and Tarolan rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. When Li Chengfeng opened his eyes again, he was lying on a white bed, and in front of him was a completely white ward. Li Chengfeng lowered his head and looked at his body. He was wearing a hospital gown and looked extremely thin. To be honest, I still prefer your original figure. Now you are too white and skinny. A slightly sarcastic female voice sounded in my ears. Li Chengfeng turned his head and found that Evelyn, who should exist in the Black God's consciousness, was sitting on another bed in the ward with her arms folded, wearing the same hospital gown. Where is this place? Didn't I just use the Black God's consciousness to link with Talaran's sleeping consciousness? Don't you know where you are? Evelyn curled her lips. Is this in Talaran's consciousness? No, to be precise, this is a special dimension built by 3999 to trap Talaran's consciousness. Another Li Chengfeng slowly pushed the door open, dressed in black, as if he was going to attend a solemn morning meeting. And when you use the Black God's consciousness to connect, we were all pulled into this dimension. And now I have some bad news for you. In this dimension, 3999 is equivalent to dimension Mephisto. That is, omnipotent. Listening to Shiwu's description, Li Chengfeng paused, not knowing how to continue. After all, when he heard the word dimension Mephisto, he already had some realization. The original 3999 was torturing Talaran alone in an attempt to break free from the confinement of his body. And now, in this special dimension, 3999 obviously intends to further expand this behavior to Li Chengfeng. In other words, he has been entangled with Talaran for too long, and now he needs to start a new story with another new object. Li Chengfeng raised his hand and looked at the slightly slender arm in front of him, combined with Evelyn's evaluation of white, young, and thin. Get out of bed and go to the mirror. Sure enough, a boy who looked about 10 years old was standing there. Li Chengfeng twitched his lips. This be asterisk D 3999 actually turned his body back to his childhood. How is it? Do you miss your youth? Shiwu leaned against the doorframe, crossed his arms, and looked at Li Chengfeng. Others don't have such an opportunity. But this is a bit too youthful, isn't it? Li Chengfeng sighed, then stretched out his hand and patted his face. This 3999 wouldn't have learned some bad things from some dimension, right? For example, liking little boys or something. You mean his true form is a bald priest? So we're telling a hell joke now. Shiwu rolled his eyes, and his facial movements were exactly the same as Li Chengfeng's. Don't you feel that something is wrong? It's just that I can't sense my ability. That's no big deal. Li Chengfeng shrugged. It's just that I can't sense it. It's not taken away. With my current level of strength, even this supreme godhood can't take it away. Li Chengfeng closed his eyes as he spoke. The next moment, a Green Lantern ring appeared on the empty hand. It even became smaller to fit Li Chengfeng's delicate fingers. Li Chengfeng nodded with satisfaction. With the willpower of both Batman and Hal Jordan, nothing can stop him from summoning the Green Lantern ring. Although he got the Green Lantern ring back, he failed to re-establish contact with the kidney deficiency shark. This is not something that can be achieved by willpower alone. TSK, you are worthy of it. Shu looked at Li Chengfeng's move and felt proud of himself for breaking through the limitations of the supreme divinity with willpower. But next, we are about to embark on an adventure with a completely unpredictable future. What's so hard to predict? It's nothing more than a matter of mentality. He has been doing this kind of thing on Talaran for millions of years, and he has mastered it. Li Chengfeng curled his lips in disdain. 3999 is like this by nature. Although he has the power projection from the superior narrative layer, he cannot kill anyone directly. This is both his character and his flaw. So, is he so anxious to get out of this prison of Talaran? As long as he stays in Talaran's body, his title of Supreme Godhead will be in name only. Shu also smiled. His smile could not be said to be somewhat similar to Li Chengfeng's, but it could be said to be exactly the same, just as insidious. Seeing these two faces, one big and one small, showing such expressions, Evelyn on the side couldn't help but shudder. He also jumped down from the bed swiftly. Although she didn't quite understand what the two were saying, she felt a chill down her spine for some reason. It was as if there was always a pair of eyes watching them. Since you're awake, Li Chengfeng, let's hurry up and find a way to leave. Don't be in a hurry. Li Chengfeng shook his head, and then the green lantern ring in his hand lit up, and a parchment scroll made of green light will materialized out of thin air. After opening it, it turned out to be a temporary employment contract. Then he handed it to Evelyn. Evelyn took it puzzled. Temporary employment contract? Temporarily granting Evelyn the authority to use black magic and origin magic power. Is this thing useful? Nonsense. Li Chengfeng smiled. Sithoan's status as an old god is higher than that of Mephisto in the dimension. Even if 3,999 blocks my power with its own nature, it can't limit my authority. Evelyn heard this and tried to put a handprint on the temporary employment contract. The next moment, her brain was instantly filled with the knowledge of black magic and origin magic power. F***K. If I had known it would hurt this much, I wouldn't have let you in. Can you please not cause misunderstandings so easily when you talk? Li Chengfeng reached out and patted Evelyn on the head. Especially with our current image, saying something like this could easily send Shiwu to jail. Shiwu shrugged, said nothing, and pushed the door open and walked out. Li Chengfeng and Evelyn followed closely behind. At first, there was nothing unusual, at least no bloody scene. This hospital looks quite high level at first glance. The nurse who just passed by was so pretty and well-proportioned. The warm, golden sunlight outside the window shines on the spacious corridor. There is even a feeling of peace and tranquility. This. Li Chengfeng was quite disappointed. 3999 is being sent to us for retirement. Li Chengfeng said this, walked to the window, and looked out. It was a sunny and beautiful day, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Li Chengfeng, you look like you have almost recovered. At this time, a familiar voice sounded from behind Li Chengfeng. Turning back, a familiar black face came into view. Nick Fury. Li Chengfeng was a little surprised, because this is Nick Fury in a white coat with full eyes and hair. I'm embarrassed to call him Black Braised Egg. Wow, I'm glad you didn't mistake me for someone else. This shows that your paranoia has indeed been cured. Nick Fury picked up the observation report in his hand and started writing. Next, as long as you take the Hale scale again to assess your current mental state, you could be discharged from the hospital. Your guardian will come to pick you up at that time. Paranoia? Discharge. Li Chengfeng twitched the corner of his mouth. Is 3999 using this tactic now? He can't see us. Evelyn walked up to Nick Fury, stood on tiptoe, and waved her hands. The other party's eyes did not respond at all. Hey, Li Chengfeng, it seems that he wants you to doubt yourself. Tell me, could it be that the two of us are just figments of your imagination? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. He stretched out his hand and slapped Evelyn on the head. Li Chengfeng, what are you doing? Oh, it's okay, there are flies. Fly. Nick Fury looked around and muttered. Has the cleaning staff been lazy again recently? I've been saying that we should change the cleaning company, but Phil Coulson just doesn't agree. Li Chengfeng looked at the psychopathy rating scale in his hand, which is the famous hair scale. The scoring method is very simple. If you think that you do not meet the description of the item at all, you will get 0 points. A slight difference is 1 point. If it is exactly like that, then it is 2 points. Finally, just add up the total scores. Generally speaking, those with a score greater than 35 will be classified as the patient group. The documentation of SCP-3999 mentioned that personnel who recover SCP-3999 need to score more than 30 points on the Hale scale. In other words, only someone at a psychopathic level would dare to be released to face him. However, looking at these entries, Li Chengfeng fell into deep thought. As a normal person, he felt annoyed just by looking at this form. What about telling lies all the time, living off others like a parasite, having been a juvenile detention center, or doing cruel things as a baby? He got 0 points unsurprisingly. Nick Fury took the scale without showing any surprise. Then he waved his hand and signed the discharge permit. Please go to the waiting room. Your parents should be here within half an hour to an hour. After Nick Fury said this, he threw Li Chengfeng's scale into the cardboard box at his feet and stopped talking. Li Chengfeng stood up and was about to walk out of Nick Fury's office, but suddenly turned around and said to him, "Do you have a feeling?" "Huh? What did you say?" Nick Fury raised his head, a little confused. "This world is fictional." Li Chengfeng showed a sunny smile. "For example, you're not wearing a formal white coat, but a long leather trench coat all year round, with a bald head, and one of your eyes is covered with an eye patch because of blindness due to injury. Little boy Li Chengfeng, you'd better read less weird stories on the internet." Nick Fury shrugged. Besides, just by listening to that kind of attire, it seems that he has a serious illness. You're right. He thinks so too. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Nick Fury was the only one left standing in a daze. Seeing Li Chengfeng leave, Nick Fury stood up and walked to the mirror. He pulled his hair a few times, then covered one of his eyes. "Fisk, no hair and an eye patch. Doesn't that make you a one-eyed boiled egg?" "Huh." After changing into ordinary children's clothes, Li Chengfeng came to the so-called waiting room. This is a place with huge glass windows facing the hospital parking lot. "So, what do you think is going on? Why can't the people in this world see you and Evelyn? Have you ever considered the possibility that you really have delusions?" "TSK, don't make me laugh." Li Chengfeng shook his head disdainfully. "Although my last name is Li, I can't compare with that crazy guy named Li." Shu was not surprised by Li Chengfeng's answer. After all, he is now a second personality. To put it bluntly, he is also Li Chengfeng. It is no exaggeration to say that they have a mutual understanding. Although 3999 is the supreme god, he still has to bear the damage of crossing the multi-universe barrier. In his weakened state, he probably can't observe your existence as nothingness. Li Chengfeng shrugged. "And the black god consciousness now belongs to your domain, and is even more impossible to be observed." Li Chengfeng, sitting in a chair, talked freely, but his young body made him particularly dissatisfied. "When I sat on the chair, my feet couldn't even touch the ground. It can only hang in the air, swinging back and forth. Although I cannot be observed and my power is quite complete, I am only a personality after all. If you don't get your full power back, I don't think I'll be much stronger. What about your power as the Nothingness original?" Li Chengfeng glanced at Nothingness vaguely. "Don't tell me that you are really addicted to playing my second personality." "In a way, I'd love to be you." Just as Li Chengfeng and Shiwu continued their conversation that Evelyn couldn't understand at all, a big red Ferrari stopped outside the waiting room. Then, a tall blonde woman and a shorter but sexy black-haired lady got out of the car. Both of them were wearing sunglasses that almost covered half of their faces, with cold faces and an aura that kept strangers away. Then he waved excitedly to Li Chengfeng through the glass window. At this moment, Li Chengfeng, suddenly I felt something was wrong. Two people ran in excitedly, and then put all their documents, medical records, and other things at the front desk reception. "Hello, we are here to pick up the child." Li Chengfeng, "Yes, he is from the Republic," the tall blonde woman said with a smile. "What is our relationship with him? We are his guardians and mothers." "What? Don't we look like a loving same-as asterisk X couple?" The black-haired lady chewed gum with a smug expression. "Okay, I do look straight, but I'm gay now." The nurse at the front desk shrugged. As a hospital receptionist, she has seen a lot of weird people, so he didn't hesitate. He compared the various information left in the files, and after confirming that it was correct, he smiled sweetly. "Moms, your child is right there. Congratulations on his recovery and discharge from the hospital." The two nodded and then ran towards Li Chengfeng impatiently. The tapping sound of two pairs of high heels stepping on the ground could be heard continuously. "Woo woo woo, my dear son. I'm so glad that you're okay. The way you yelled, 'I've done it,' while stuffing that burrito into your mouth really scared the hell out of all the moms." Li Chengfeng was rocked like a small boat in the blonde woman's arms. The relatively calm, black-haired lady took out a pair of sunglasses identical to the ones she was wearing from her Hermes platinum bag and put them on Li Chengfeng's face. "A discharge present for you, so you can be as cool as your mom." The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. Xiwu and Evelyn were almost rolling on the ground laughing. Well, Evelyn has already started to roll. "Ah ha ha ha. Li Chengfeng, you actually have come to this day. If only I had a camera in my hand. I must take pictures and paste them all over the Black God's consciousness." Ignoring Evelyn's laughter, Li Chengfeng finally broke free from the blonde woman's arms, his face full of despair. After all this fuss, $39.99, the B is waiting for him here to be his son to Caroline and Max. He really knows how to torture people. Snacks, specialties, souvenirs. Ethan counted on his fingers, then looked at the shopping bags in his hand. "Should we buy something else? I saw that the specialty store just now also has milk powder produced in Silent Hill Town. Do you think our Rosemary would like it? You really think you're here for tourism?" Mia's mouth twitched. "We are agents, the kind who come here to carry out a mission." "Then what can I do?" Ethan spread his hands. "We were caught by the cult as soon as we arrived. After we were rescued, Li Chengfeng forgot to take us into the so-called otherworld. And now we can't even find the cultists after searching for a long time. What should we do if we don't take it as a trip?" "You have a point." Mia was stunned for a moment and could only nod. Indeed, there was nothing they could do about this matter, even if they tried their best. Fortunately, we could just wait here for the arrival of reinforcements. The couple sat on the front of a pickup truck, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They have just reported their coordinates, and I believe the support agents will be in place soon. But after waiting for a long time, Ethan began to feel sleepy, and a figure slowly flew across the sky, not far away. To be precise, he was a man holding a woman in each hand. Ethan recognized the dark green dress and sharp eyes at a glance. This was the woman who had left a Christian name on his daughter. "Now, we're formal relatives. Ms. Hella, you are here, but what are the situations with these two people you have?" Mia looked at the sleeping Ada Wong and Harley Quinn with a strange expression, and she had already imagined a great battle in the Shura field. "And the winner is undoubtedly Hella in front of us. They were fine just now, but suddenly lost consciousness in mid-air. Not only them, I found that many people along the way also fell asleep without any signs." Hella's expression was unusually serious. I felt a strange power filled with madness and contradictions from them. Divine power? Ethan took a breath of cold air, but then he thought about it and realized that the person standing in front of him was also a goddess. "I know what you are thinking." Hella shook her head solemnly. "But unfortunately, in terms of the level of divine power alone, the other party is higher than me." After these words were spoken, Hella showed a bitter smile on her face for the first time in a long time. Ever since he was given the title of God King of Midgard, his divine power and characteristics have been completely linked to Midgard. Especially with the bonus of the Orange Lantern Ring, she completely surpassed Odin, which really made her proud for a long time. But now, someone suddenly appeared, completely overwhelming her in terms of power, and this existence is not Li Chengfeng. That's scary. But now Harley Quinn and Ada Wong were affected and lost consciousness. Even the venom and envy lamp armors on their bodies fell into a deep sleep. This is a bit scary. Have you two just contacted the FBI? This matter seems to be a bit too big now. We need the FBI to take the lead and let all official organizations take the lead in being alert. Hella said to Mia, "Before we went shopping, I just spoke to Nick Director Nick Fury. I'm reporting it again right now." Mia said as she picked up the FBI's personal terminal and made another video call to Nick Fury, who was on a special frequency band. But this time, There was no response from beginning to end. Mia frowned and looked at Ethan. The couple also realized that the situation seemed a little serious. So, one video call request after another was sent to the senior management of the FBI, but no one answered. It wasn't until I made a video call to Fitz, one of the Science Baby duo, that I responded. When they looked at the screen excitedly, they found that it was not Fitz who answered the video call. It was a tall man with his muscular body covered in a researcher suit. Huh? Why is Fitz unconscious? What do you want with him? Hearing the voice, Hella quickly stepped forward, put Ada Wong and Harley Quinn in the back of the pickup truck, and took the personal terminal. Dr. Liang Liang, are there widespread fainting incidents in the FBI as well? Wait a moment. Dr. Liang Liang suddenly had a bad premonition after seeing Hella. Then, with a thought, the old thing SCP-343 appeared in front of him. Why are you calling me so urgently? What happened? 343 said in his shorts. I'm basking in the sun in Hainan. Stop basking in the sun. Dr. Liang Liang rolled his eyes and pointed at the two science kids who had fainted on the ground. Check and see what happened to them to make them lose consciousness. 343 sighed, put the iced tea in his hand on the table, and then reached out to Fitz's head. But the moment he touched it, 343 abruptly withdrew his hand as if he had touched something dirty and wiped it with disgust. This move made Hella and Dr. Liang Liang realize what was going on. Something big must have happened. Damn, how long has this guy been in the lab? His hair is so greasy. 343 said with disdain, and why is your FBI acting like a disaster? You even provoked SCP-3999, which is theoretically ineffective. 3,999? Why is this thing here? Dr. Liang Liang also showed a look of disgust, and it seems he intends to torture more than just Talleyrand this time. I'm afraid so. 343 closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them again. 1/3 of the world population has suddenly fallen into a coma. It seems that their consciousness has been pulled into another dimension by 3999. Hella frowned. She definitely didn't know what 3999 was, but she knew it was from the same universe as Dr. Liang Liang and 343. Do you know how to solve this problem? Hella glanced at the two women in the back of the car. We can't just leave them unconscious like this, right? This matter still depends on whether there is anyone who can completely solve 3,999 like Talleyrand. Solve? Do you mean destroy? Teach me the method, and I will put an end to him. No, I mean solve. 343 shook his head. 3999 is a projection of the upper narrator, an abstract concept of eternal existence. There must be someone who can live in complete symbiosis with him, like Talleyrand did, and be inseparable from him. And according to the current situation, I guess someone has already solved it. Hella looked at 343's thoughtful expression. My heart trembled for no reason. If there are no accidents, no, there are never any accidents. In this kind of situation, it is 100% certain that her queen is at the forefront. If I have broken the law, please let the FBI punish me. Leon panted and hid behind a house. He took a deep breath and then poked his head out to look at the two monsters who were engaged in a melee not far away. Oh my God, this is probably the most exaggerated fight I have ever seen besides Li Chengfeng. Okay, stop sighing. Jill supported Claire and stood aside, saying angrily, if you hadn't thrown that broken motorcycle at her face, there might not be a fight now. I can't help it. Who knew the brakes were broken? You've already jumped out of the car with Claire, so I definitely have to jump out to save myself. I'm not a fool. Lion was so confident. He just didn't expect that his vehicle killer attributes were actually universal in Otherworld. It seems that he will never have a complete and intact means of transportation in his life. Are all of you BSA special team members so fierce? Chloe complained through gritted teeth, then looked at Lucifer on the side, and instantly felt that her sanity was about to fly away. It's already this late. What are you doing with your hands clasped together? Are you praying? For you, it's a prayer. Lucifer opened his eyes and looked at the dark sky of the other world. But for me, it's just a phone call home. Chloe had completely lost interest in Lucifer's symbolic statement of God is my father, and I am Lucifer Morningstar. I didn't expect. This guy actually took it seriously. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that Lucifer had already finished praying. Then he started counting down from 10. By the time he counted to 1, Angela had been knocked to their side by Spawn. Lucifer suddenly raised his head, revealed a strange smile, and then looked up into the air. Here I come. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed by. Then something fell from the sky. Oh my God! Who is so wicked? Who is it? I'm just a teddy bear. How dare you throw me into the sky? Don't ever let me know that it was that son of F.B.I who did this. Otherwise, I'll send him to jail with Puff Daddy. This familiar complaint came into my ears. Teddy stood up from the ground, rubbing his cotton butt. Lucifer was stunned at that time. He swallowed his pride and asked for help from his own loud dang for the first time in so many years. But the result was, what does it mean that TM sent a teddy bear? Are you afraid that their deaths would be too boring? So you threw this B** D over to do a stand-up comedy? But he quickly put this idea behind him. Because the ferocious Spawn was originally chasing Angela, but the moment he saw Teddy, he turned around without hesitation and stabbed Teddy in the chest. Just as the sharp claws were about to pierce Teddy's cotton body, a cluster of white light suddenly lit up. The next moment, all the people enveloped by the white light disappeared from the spot. With their disappearance, this inner world representing terror and oppression began to collapse instantly and eventually turned into nothingness. This world is so fake, even if other places are reasonable. But Chengfeng looked at Caroline, who was driving, and then looked at Max, who was holding him in the passenger seat, and complained to the void and Evelyn through his consciousness. It's impossible for the two of them to be so rich and drive a sports car. Even if they suddenly earn enough money to buy a sports car, some force majeure will occur at the moment of payment, and the money will be wiped out. As a leader, are you going to complain about your subordinates like this? Shiwu and Evelyn sat steadily on both sides of the sports car, but it's undeniable that they are both very beautiful. Do you think the title of the flower of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is for nothing? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. But everyone knows that although they are two flowers, they are rare, exotic, strange, and beautiful flowers. It really works fine when used on Caroline and Max. It's hard to find more bizarre beauties in the F.B.I. than these two. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong with you? Why do you look so depressed? Max looked at Li Chengfeng's face and asked in confusion, did the mother send you to the hospital? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. What hurts me most is that you call me baby. Li Chengfeng screamed at his heart. But in the end, he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. These sunglasses are too big. Oh my baby is so cute. Max's flaming red lips suddenly pressed against Li Chengfeng's forehead. To celebrate your discharge from the hospital, I decided to cook for you myself tonight. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and wanted to wipe off the lipstick mark on his forehead, but Max blocked his hand. This is the bond of love between you and my mother. Shiwu and Evelyn looked at the lip print on Li Chengfeng's forehead and laughed until tears came out. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen this. A beautiful woman's lip print doesn't feel erotic at all. It's like cupping your forehead. I didn't understand at first what 3,999 meant by arranging two beauties as your mothers. Evelyn kept slapping the windshield. Now it seems like this is really top-level torture. We can't help it. If this was an ordinary illusion, Li Chengfeng would definitely not be able to stand it and would just clear the screen with one click. Shiwu shook his head, still smiling. But the ones here are all of them. To be more precise, it's their souls who were brought to this special dimension of consciousness by $39.99 to perform a torture drama with you. Li Chengfeng looked at the two idiots who were gloating over other people's misfortune, and the corner of his mouth twitched. That's right. If it was just an ordinary illusion, he would have destroyed it long ago. But the current situation is that the unfortunate Nick Fury, Caroline, and Max, Li Chengfeng analyzed from a soul level when he met them for the first time that these were their own souls. He always acts in an unconventional way, but the only thing that restricts my steps is emotions. He is not one of those powerful long-out-yin who can defeat anyone in an instant. He is just an ordinary FBI agent. This is also what 3999 is telling him. Even if you can get your power back, don't think about brute forcing this dimension of consciousness. Li Chengfeng shook his head and looked at the streets that seemed so peaceful and tranquil that it seemed unreal. Could this be America? At this moment, a children's channel program was being broadcast live on the large electronic screen at the corner of the street. Li Chengfeng moved his gaze over out of boredom, but was so shocked that he took off his sunglasses in an instant. A woman carrying a baseball bat suddenly jumped out from a cardboard box filled with colorful stickers, and then she winked at the camera. "Hey kids, can anyone tell Harley where you hid my favorite pudding?" Wow, have children's channels become so explicit now? Max also saw the scene on the big screen and couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. You have to know that although Harley Quinn's clothes are just a short t-shirt, hot pants, and ripped fishnet stockings, they're definitely not the kind of outfit that should appear on children's channels. But Harley himself definitely didn't have this awareness. After figuring out the direction, he didn't bother to care about the little kids around him and rushed straight into the director team. Then the camera crew was in chaos and the live broadcast signal was cut off. Haha, I don't know where this crazy woman came from. These bastards at the TV station are probably in trouble. Max clapped his hands, but he didn't notice that Li Chengfeng had a serious face at the moment. Was Harley Quinn also pulled into this dimension of consciousness? So will other people from the FBI or even the Star Squad be pulled in? But now it seems that no matter what he does, 3999 has already used these people's consciousness as hostages. I think you don't need to be so entangled. Although the Supreme God is very powerful, he is an outsider after all, and he is also damaged. In this multi-universe, there are many stronger beings watching him. The Void said thoughtfully, so he would use the method of holding hostages to compete with you, instead of torturing Talaran, tearing the dimensions, logic, time, and reality into pieces, and then piecing them together in the most evil way. But his wisdom is obviously higher than that of the original 3999. At least he didn't use the kind of blood plasma and flesh that was almost like mental pollution to our your brain. Li Chengfeng listened to Su Wu's analysis and nodded frequently. 3999 will definitely take action in this dimension of consciousness, but I don't know from which direction he will take action. Letting Caroline and Max become his in mothers was simply to discuss Li Chengfeng and to tell Li Chengfeng that he held the souls and consciousness of these people in his hands. We must play this game with him within his rules. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng gradually calmed down. Since we have come, we should make the best of it. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. Now, his black god consciousness and this consciousness dimension have overlapped together. Although 3999 controls the entire consciousness dimension, the black god consciousness also locks the consciousness dimension. There must be a winner and a loser, and the other side must be completely destroyed or devoured before there is a possibility of returning to the real universe. The big red Ferrari turned into an area of rich people's villas and finally stopped in front of villa number 66. "Okay, we're home, baby," Caroline said to Li Chengfeng with a smile, then stretched her neck and kissed Max. "Well, can you wait until I'm not around before kissing?" Li Chengfeng got goosebumps all over his body. Oh my God. Even if I get 3999, I'm afraid I won't be able to forget this scene for a while. Straight girl, my G, may you be struck by lightning. Only then did Caroline and Max remember that the child had been taken back and they could no longer be so direct. So they quickly retracted the letters they had just spit out, stared at their hair, then opened the car door and got out. "You've been so hard this month, baby. I hope you're used to your room." After opening the door, Max took Li Chengfeng back to his own bedroom. Well, can I be alone for a moment? I think you guys should talk about something." "Oh, sweetheart. You are such a good and considerate child to your mother." After hearing what Li Chengfeng said, Max covered his heart with his hands and put on an expression that said, "My mother is really pleased," then rushed out of the room impatiently. After hearing the sharp explosion caused by Caroline's sneak attack from Max, Li Chengfeng closed the door with a look of pain on his face. Okay, what are we going to do next? Don't tell me you're just going to sit there and wait for death. Evelyn used her fingers to manipulate a crimson magical energy, which kept moving in front of her eyes. But magic is really interesting. There's something even more interesting. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. You should have received all the spells about black magic and origin magic power. Now, find a spell to open the pocket space, and then use the spell to open the pocket space with space code 114514. Evelyn nodded, and in a flash she found the spell. As her eyes rolled back and she silently recited the spell, the entrance to the pocket space appeared before her eyes. What's in here? Evelyn opened the pocket space directly while speaking. Then a thick and heavy book was spit out from it. Li Chengfeng bent down to pick it up and patted the dust off it. Wake up, it's time to work. Li Chengfeng called out, and then the book opened its pages by itself. Tisk, disturbing others' sleep is very rude. What the hell? Li Chengfeng, how did you become like this? Did you shrink because of drugs? If you say one more word of nonsense, I will let you repeat the entire series of Milk Dragon for endless years. No, Father Feng, I was just joking. The nasty voice of the dark book came out. It would be better to destroy me directly than to let me see the baby dragon. Wow, it's quite lively. And there are 2 more people. He was not surprised at all that the dark book was able to discover Void and Evelyn. This saved him the trouble of explaining the whole thing to him. So he put his hand on the title page of the dark book. With a little force, a ball of dark red substance with an irregular shape appeared in Li Chengfeng's hand. These are particles. However, Li Chengfeng now needs a temporary carrier to carry the power of Tai particles. The Green Lantern ring is very suitable. After all, the powers of Green Lantern and Ion are more or less similar to Tai particles. And Tai particles seem to have found a new home where it felt comfortable, and it quickly slipped into Li Chengfeng's Green Lantern ring. In an instant, the power of Tai particles that could alter reality poured into Li Chengfeng's body. He could clearly feel that with the increase of etheric power, 3,999's control over this dimension of consciousness was instantly taken away by him by nearly half. A smile appeared on Li Chengfeng's lips. It is fair and just for both parties to return to the same starting line. Looking out the window, at the flowing sunlight and clouds, Li Chengfeng seemed to see 3,999's angry look. At this moment, Shu picked up a piece of paper from the table in the room. He just took a look and handed it to Li Chengfeng. It just says, "You must find me. This is the only way to end 3,999. The signature is James Martin Tallerin. F***K. Where did this come from? Is this still Daxia?" Teddy rubbed his cotton butt and looked around. He was happily preparing to go on a date with a Mexican girl, and even started chewing gum 2 hours in advance. As a result, when we arrived at the hotel, before we even kissed, there was a sudden and intense feeling of weightlessness, and then we freely fell into that world covered in blood-red rust. Then I saw Lucifer, that annoying guy in a suit, and Spawn, who rushed towards him. He didn't know why he knew the other person was Spawn, but the word just popped into his mind. And at the moment he came into contact with Spawn, he came here, a world that seems peaceful and beautiful. The people around didn't feel strange at all when they saw a movable toy teddy bear. They just took a look and left. And beside him, there was only one person standing next to him, a blonde, blue-eyed, strong man. He was looking at his hands in disbelief, then stroking his face tremblingly. I have finally become a human again. Finally, I don't have to wear that monster guise anymore. Al Simmons. He finally sees the light of day. The man's loud shouting attracted a lot of attention from passers-by, and then they all gave him sympathetic looks, then walk around silently. Teddy rolled his eyes, looked into the other person's eyes, and asked in disbelief, "Are you the guy called Spawn?" "No, Savior. I am no longer Spawn." Al Simmons lowered his head and looked at Teddy. "I'm free. I want to go home." "Well, although I really want to applaud your new life. After all, you won't want to kill Waller if you lose that power." Teddy shrugged. "But experience tells me that this is definitely not the real America. That place is definitely not so peaceful. Teddy's voice brought Al Simmons, who was a little overexcited, back to his senses. As expected, he immediately felt a sense of being watched from the darkness. Someone is watching us. So, Teddy sighed. Losing your powers in an unknown environment may not be a good thing. You bunch of damn TV idiots can't even find anyone. Why be a media mouthpiece? Go home and farm. After being thrown out of the TV station door, Harley Quinn turned around and made an international friendly gesture to the inside, then stood up, brushing off the dust on her body. The cute little nose twitched, then she picked a random direction and walked forward with the adamantium bat on her shoulder. Where are you going? As an excellent FBI agent, is the decision at this time to just go with the flow? Harley Quinn couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard the familiar voice. She turned around and said with a smile, "What else can I do? For example, throw my shoes? Or pray on the spot and let God give me a unique revelation?" Looking back, I saw King Ada wearing a sports suit that was convenient for movement, and he looked as normal as any of the natives here. "Okay, I've got a clue. Follow me," King Ada said, and then walked toward the intersection in the opposite direction. "Follow closely. We've only been in this damn place for a dozen minutes, and you already have a clue? It seems that the timeline here is not strict. You have only been here for 10 minutes, but I have been here for a whole day." What Ada Wong said seemed to make sense, but Harley Quinn's frown never relaxed. Her crazy but efficient instincts told her that Ada in front of her was fooling her. Although I don't know what her purpose is, her current behavior is indeed fooling her. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Harley Quinn, and when she turned around, it was Ada Wong in a cowboy suit. Don't believe her, she's fake. I've experienced more than one fake Ada. A fake actually calls others fake. Another Ada Wong approached from the roadside, wearing a sexy one-step skirt. In this weird place, anything can happen, like running into a group of myself. Harley Quinn turned around again, and Ada Wong in a long trench coat walked towards her while taking off her sunglasses. In an instant, Harley Quinn felt like her brain was going to explode. But Ada King still keeps appearing, surrounded by countless Adas wearing different outfits. Each one looks real, but it feels like every one of them is fake. Even in this situation, Harley smiled happily from the bottom of his heart. I don't know what you are, and I don't know what you want to do with my brain and will. But if you mess with me, that's like kicking a steel plate. Remember one thing, that is to drive a madman crazy. You have to be prepared to have your own story turned into a complete mess. I'm Harley Quinn. I am madness and chaos incarnate. You're boring. At the moment, King Ada's feet were locked with an iron chain, and he was hanging upside down in the air. In front of her, there were several screens that appeared out of thin air. There's Teddy and Al Simmons. There's Harley Quinn and countless fake Ada Wongs. There was another screen that originally showed Li Chengfeng, but now it has inexplicably turned black. Do you think that if we disperse them, we can defeat them one by one? You are dreaming too much. As soon as King Ada finished speaking, the darkness around them suddenly tightened, and then a figure walked out from the darkness. Blonde hair, blue eyes, delicate face, and slim figure. Dressed like a researcher. Those eyes, as calm as a lake, were now reflecting King Ada's face. No, I never thought of defeating them one by one. I just look forward to meeting Li Chengfeng again. The others are just extras I found for the rebirth of the Supreme Godhead. But Li Chengfeng really gave me enough surprises. He was able to deprive me of half of my authority for no apparent reason. King Ada looked at the man's face, which was calm, yet revealed disorder and madness. Those eyes seemed to be connected to a soul that had been tortured for endless years. Who are you? No, what on earth are you? King Ida frowned and asked. I should have been considered a hero, as James Martin Talleyrand. But now, I'm just SCP-3999. What does this note mean? The last bit will left before being completely devoured. Li Chengfeng took the note from Shiwu's hand. To be honest, the things that appear in this consciousness dimension now are not credible. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng waved his hand and reconstructed reality through TIE particles. The half-dimensional authority that he had directly snatched took effect immediately. The note disappeared into the invisible in an instant. Based on the current situation, you may really have to find this guy named Talaran. Void shrugged. This so-called $39.99 is obviously a bit old-fashioned, but he always thinks he is extremely innovative. To be honest, when I suddenly saw a note in my own room, I thought it was a joke like Rule Ghost Story. I didn't expect it to be worse than Rule Ghost Story. Ha ha ha, what kind of Rule Ghost Story dares to take you in? Evelyn laughed and said, but there is only a note and a name. Where can we find this person? Can we make him appear out of thin air? Li Chengfeng stretched his thin body. Then he sat down at the table, which originally only had some picture books on it. The next moment, a desktop computer appeared in front of him. No electricity, no wires, but it just works. This is the bizarre reality created by the interaction of the consciousness dimension and TIE particles. Let me see. James Martin Talaran. Got it. After opening Gumuj, Li Chengfeng directly entered Talaran's full name into it. I pressed enter and found a lot of things. James Martin Talaran is a researcher at Foundation number 3999, specializing in studying various abnormal behaviors of psychopaths. Li Chengfeng looked at the text on the screen and read it out. He also wrote the address. Wow, it's located in a secret research institute site, 118 in the eastern suburbs of Raccoon City. No, these things can actually be found directly on the internet. Shiwu came closer with some annoyance. This consciousness dimension is so crazy. There's something even crazier. Li Chengfeng pointed at the screen and said, this is his social media homepage introduction. Just as Li Chengfeng was looking at Shiwu and talking, Shiwu, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly dilated his pupils and pointed at the computer screen in disbelief. Shit, the words have changed. Li Chengfeng turned around after hearing this. The words that were just filled with information about Talaran seemed to dissolve and turn into a ball of ink. Then the new letters were synthesized again. Let's go, just you and me, while the 11th day empire swallows up the sky like human forms dissolving like clams on the breakfast table. Li Chengfeng looked at this most classic sentence in the 3999 document and couldn't help shaking his head. Is this 3999 demonstrating to him? Or is Talaran giving him a hint? It was to tell him that this dimension of consciousness was the place where Talaran was originally separated from the real universe and suffered millions of years of crazy torture. And 3999 represents the entire consciousness dimension, including any life in it. I am in everything. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and clapped it. The original desktop computer instantly turned into petals all over the sky and fell to the ground. He wasn't the type to be affected by something like that. Among all things, do you have the guts to join Li Chengfeng? Now that we have a destination, let's go. Have you forgotten that you were just a little kid now? It's okay, let's go directly through the window. If we go through the door, I'm afraid we might hear some noises that are not suitable for children. This was the first time Harley Quinn felt so tired. It is not an easy task to get rid of nearly 20 Ada Kings. Sitting on the butt of an Ada Wong, Harley Quinn breathed a sigh of relief. At first, she was a little stretched. In this place, the venom did not come in. But as time went on, she found that her power was growing stronger. To be precise, she felt that her strength should be stronger, and then she would become stronger. In a sense, this is a wish come true, but the amplitude cannot be too large, otherwise it will fail. Otherwise, Harley Quinn would have taken care of them all with just a thought. This is really getting fun. Harley Quinn swung the adamantium bat. Well, maybe it wasn't adamantium. After all, venom didn't follow, and this might not be a real world. After all, would there be dozens of clones of Ada Wong appearing in that real world? Just as Harley Quinn was about to stand up and go to look for Li Chengfeng according to her intuition, a voice sounded from behind. F***K. You killed so many by yourself. No matter where you are a scary, crazy woman. You've only killed more than 20 people, and you dare to call yourself crazy? Two completely different voices sounded, and just by listening to the tone of voice, You could tell they were from two different people. Harley Quinn turned around and saw a blond, muscular man walking towards her with a teddy bear. Teddy? Are you the Teddy I know? Or are there going to be hundreds of teddy bears popping up soon? Guess if I'm a teddy bear, you know. Nonsense. Where else have you seen such a sexy cotton head besides me? That tone of voice is definitely you. Harley Quinn exhaled slowly, then looked at the burly man next to Teddy. But who is he? Aren't you on good terms with John and Lucifer? Have you changed your mistress recently? My name is El Simmons. Someone once called me Spawn. Spawn shook his head. If we want to leave this damn place, we have to unite. F***K. Man, when words like this come out of your mouth, it's just like a loud and smelly fart that makes people frown. Is this something your character can say? So, do you have a better idea, Cottonhead? Go on. Teddy cupped his hands, indicating that he was just being mean just now. Unity? I don't believe in that. Harley Quinn shook her head mercilessly. Especially if we don't even know the goal. How can we unite? Trapped in this world with us is the Son of Almighty God, the Lord of Hell, named Lucifer. Only by finding him can we leave. Harley Quinn thought hard for a moment, then twitched the corners of her mouth. You mean that pretentious guy in a suit? He is the Son of God. Spawn nodded, his expression calm. Unfortunately, it was him. After jumping out of the window, I could still faintly hear the sounds coming from the villa. Chengfeng curled his lips. It's a big deal. I just wonder if they will still have their current memories after returning to their own bodies. Or just treat it as a dream? In a sense, is this the legendary divine communication? Tisk, apart from anything else, 3,999 really gave face to Caroline and Max. They even arranged several luxury cars. If Caroline and Max wake up, they will probably come back, even if they cry for their parents, right? Chengfeng got into a Maybach. Well, we're still short of a rainy night and an overpass. Chengfeng muttered a few words, and then the power of Thai particles directly deconstructed the internal structure of the Maybach. With just a thought, the interior became a sports car driven by thought. Then, with a thought in mind, the Maybach slowly drove out of the basement. Although we have gained half of the authority of the consciousness dimension with Thai particles, we are playing away from home after all, so we have to be more cautious. Shiwu sat in the co-pilot's seat. Although his face looked like a twin of Chengfeng, his eyes were like black holes, which were so strange. After all, we are facing a supreme divinity, an existence on the same level as the abstract concept gods. Be cautious? If being cautious is useful, I will definitely be the most cautious one. Chengfeng said, closing his eyes, and Thai particles invaded the consciousness dimension. The next moment, a personal terminal of the FBI appeared in his hand. Well, this thing is still easy to use. Chengfeng nodded, then clicked a few times on his personal terminal. Then, the personal terminal began to navigate. Although Chengfeng knew where the end point was, but he didn't know where the starting point was. Maybach rushed out like an arrow. People who saw this scene from the roadside were all shocked. The height of Chengfeng's current body. After sitting in the driver's seat, only the top of his head is barely visible. At first glance, I thought there wasn't even a driver. After leaving the rich villa area, Chengfeng drove all the way to site, 118 in the eastern suburbs of Raccoon City. Along the way, Chengfeng also connected to the internet through his personal terminal and continued to search for information about Tarolan on the internet. Anyway, I don't know which ones are the real information left by Talaran and which ones are the reality modified by 3999. It never hurts to take a look. It was this thought that made Chengfeng see a series of words. Unfortunately, it was all meaningless gibberish and was finally crossed out with a line. That's right, it's meaningless. Only the last few sentences caught Chengfeng's attention. SCP-3999 will be contained by everything it folds. SCP-3999 is to be contained in the place where everything goes wrong. SCP-3999 is all of the above. Now, forever, at any time, in your dreams. SCP-3999 is you. Chengfeng tilted his head, looking thoughtfully at the words on his personal terminal screen, that gradually turned red and even dripped with blood. This gif is pretty good, worth the $5. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the entire consciousness dimension shook faintly. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Did that sentence just now hit 3,999 in the lungs? You know, the prerequisite for puncturing the lung tube is that he must have lungs. Although this is not the first time I have performed a mission in a place like this research institute, but I always feel that there will always be a tyrant who will suddenly break open the door that looks not very solid and chase me. Lion walked in the well-lit research institute, still constantly complaining. This might be a minor problem he would have when he was nervous. When he turned around, he saw that Chris, Claire, Rebecca, Jill, Chloe, and Lucifer, who were all on the same team, were all looking at him as if he was a fool. Leon, stop grumbling. Rebecca, who has the best temper, sighed. Who here hasn't been chased by something like the tyrant? It's just basic operations. Leon thought about it for a moment. That's true. So he shut his mouth and concentrated on exploring the way. They had been lost in this institute for a long time. This is definitely not a normal place, just like the world full of blood and rust that we were in before. Chloe held the pistol tightly in her hand. Although she knew that the gun would not be of much help, humans would never give up their weapons in such an unsafe environment. But at least we haven't seen the marks we made, which means that we are still moving forward overall. Not necessarily. Maybe it's a space that repeats itself and repairs itself automatically. Lucifer shrugged. That's how it's played out in the movies. Whose movie is so perverted? As he spoke, he walked through the metal corridor and into the next room. But this time, things finally started to change. The lights became dimmer, and several more screens appeared on both sides. When the group reached the middle, the screen suddenly lit up. They were so frightened that they raised their weapons. But when he found that only the screen was lit up, he slowly put away his defensive posture. Wait, the person hanging upside down in the air on the screen looks like that female devil. Claire, who had the sharpest eyes, raised her hand and pointed at the screen. That's right, it's Agent Ada Wong. Fortunately, Shirley Platinum went to study, otherwise she would have gone into berserk mode right now. This is that girl's biggest idol. With Agent Ada Wong's skills, will he be caught so easily? Chris asked in a low voice. The opponents we are facing can even drag us around in different dimensions. Lucifer's face showed no big expression. It's not surprising that we were able to capture King Ada. Definitely, the biggest reason should be that King Ada's lamp furnace armor was blocked by this consciousness dimension. Maybe Lucifer was just an ordinary guy with a stronger build when he was with Chloe. But his perception at the soul level will not dissipate. Chloe only affected his physical nature, just as everyone was talking about it and preparing to make a plan to save people. A slender, blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome man appeared in front of the screen, just blocking Ada Wong behind him. Lucifer frowned instantly. Even through an electronic screen, he could feel the stench from other multi-universes. The man showed a soft and warm smile in front of the screen. Hi, I want to play a game. Is this what is called Site? 118. Li Chengfeng got down from the Maybach and looked at the building in front of him. If you go by the description on the navigation and Talleyrand's social media page, yes. Tisk, sometimes I'm really tired of complaining. Why do people like to turn the experimental site into a Western-style building? Is this what professionalism means? Shiwu shrugged, not caring at all. At least in this kind of mansion, they can focus on their experiments without distraction. Because if you do something else, you'll be killed in this dark place, right? People always have to make some choices. Shiwu said with a smile, you can't want to live a safe life and pursue excitement at the same time. Li Chengfeng curled his lips, then took the lead and walked into the laboratory with a Western-style appearance. This place is very smart. When Li Chengfeng walked to the gate slowly opened automatically. However, such a smart door actually made sounds of disrepair. Squeak! Evelyn curiously moved forward to take a look, but found that when she looked inside from the outside of the gate, she could only see a thick darkness that could not be dispelled. It's just a place like this, and they've installed an anti-peeping device. Evelyn was a little surprised. The imagination of creating this dimension of consciousness can only go so far. How dare you, a biological weapon with no culture or knowledge, talk about others like this? Li Chengfeng patted Evelyn's arm. Well, he originally wanted to pat her head, but with his height now, he could only pat her arm. It's a bit funny indeed. Hurry up and get in. Don't forget that we are now fighting against the supreme god. Although I don't know what a supreme god is, just by hearing the name, I know that it is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Evelyn swallowed. In fact, she was a little bit cowardly in her heart. Just a little bit, really. But as souls existing in the Black God's consciousness, Evelyn and Li Chengfeng are naturally on the same side. They live together if they live, and die together if they die. After all, he is not nothingness. Simple life and death are completely unable to define this guy. Li Chengfeng looked at Evelyn's eyes that flashed with a hint of struggle, smiled, and strode in. They had already reached the door of the boss's room. Even Li Chengfeng would feel a little regretful if he didn't go in and have a face-to-face encounter with him. After all, this is the supreme divinity. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is also the genuine supreme divinity. If he could truly be born in this universe. Shiwu followed Li Chengfeng without any hesitation and stepped in. Evelyn stamped her feet and walked in with her head down. She regretted a little that she couldn't follow Li Chengfeng indirectly. As we all know, when entering a haunted house or some horror environment, the most dangerous ones are the first and the last. After Li Chengfeng walked into sight, 118, which had the appearance of a Western-style house, the view in front of him suddenly became clear, and his originally dark vision instantly became bright. The lights came on, but what we saw before us didn't look like a Western-style house at all. Instead, there is cold and hard metal everywhere, full of futuristic technological style. In fact, this style is more in line with Li Chengfeng's impression of the SCP Foundation's base style. After entering, it's not as scary as it looks from the outside. Evelyn curled her lips. From the outside, it feels like there might be an evil god sealed inside. From the inside, at best, a group of zombies are running out from the corner. Well, as a former biological weapon, you do have the confidence to say that. F***K, can you die? Nothingness. Evelyn finally couldn't stand it anymore and gave Su Wuxi a middle finger. From being frightened into a quail by the void, to daring to send him the internationally accepted hand gesture in front of the void. This is progress. However, Li Chengfeng was too lazy to pay attention to these two people now. Instead, he started to get in touch with this space with completely different internal and external styles through TIE particles. But at this time, Li Chengfeng discovered that neither the TIE particles nor the half of the consciousness dimension authority forcibly seized through the TIE particles could change this place in the slightest. This means that this place is controlled by a higher authority and power. Since the authority is basically the same, Li Chengfeng really can't just overturn this place. It seems that we can only continue to go inside. Li Chengfeng smiled. I just don't know how SCP-3999 will stand in front of me in the end. Hey, can you please stop smiling like that? Evelyn looked at Li Chengfeng's familiar sinister smile with his childhood appearance and couldn't help but shudder. Because of this, I thought you were a villain most of the time. Evelyn, how many times do I have to repeat this to you? As an FBI agent, we are never simply good people. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand, and the green light will condensed in his hand. In a sense, we are even scarier than the villains. Because we never follow other people's game rules, he created this place because he wants me to follow his pace and go through each level until I reach him. With a boom, pure green light will pour out towards the wall. But look, I'm going to start jumping levels. What the hell? Crazy woman, are you sure we should go this way? Teddy looked at the increasingly lush vegetation ahead, his face frozen. Seeing this endless forest and trees again, I feel like throwing up. Do you have any good ideas? Harley Quinn lay down in the back seat like a naughty child who no one can control. Anyway, you don't have any good ideas, so why not trust my intuition? I have always been in tune with our pudding. Telepathy? Are you thinking too much about it? Teddy rolled his eyes and softened his tone. I really don't know how Li Chengfeng gets along with you without driving himself crazy. What the hell are you talking about? Harley Quinn sat up abruptly, holding onto the backrest of the front seat, and leaned in front of Teddy. Comparing Pudding to me, he's actually the crazier one. After that, he sat down again, stretched out his hand, and said, Yes, point forward. My intuition tells me that we are almost there. As he was speaking, Spawn had already stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the forest. Then it crashed into the back of a car, magnificently. Teddy and Harley Quinn looked at Spawn. It's still a Maybach. Dude, be prepared to pay. Playing games? Who will want to play games with you at this time? Leon looked at the handsome face on the screen, which had a wicked side, and said with some dissatisfaction. Although the others did not express their opinions, it can be seen from their eyes. Similar idea to Lion. So after Talaran said these words to them across the screen, they turned around and left without any hesitation. Joke. Even if he has a suspected Ida Wong agent as a hostage, they cannot compromise at this time. If you compromise even a little bit, then every step that follows will have to be compromised constantly. The end result is that Agent Ada Wong was unable to rescue the suspect, and they themselves were imprisoned. Therefore, you cannot be led by him, but must follow your own rhythm and way to avoid falling into the trap prepared by the other party in advance. Seeing that everyone turned around and prepared to leave, Talaran didn't show any expression, but just sighed. The next moment, everyone disappeared on the spot. Although King Ada was hung upside down, he witnessed everything. What did you do just now? What did you do to them? A hint of urgency finally tinged King Ada's voice. After all, they are my colleagues, and he is a colleague that Li Chengfeng likes very much. Even though she loves Leon and Claire, she would subconsciously worry about them. Not to mention that King Ada had personally trained Leon and Claire. Are you anxious now? But I advise you not to be too anxious. Talaran walked up to King Ida and said softly, As a princess abducted by a dragon, waiting for the rescue of a prince or a knight is your destiny. I don't believe in fate. King Ada smiled contemptuously. From beginning to end, I only believe in Li Chengfeng. Really unbreakable faith. Talaran looked at King Ada's face with some curiosity and continued, But it's okay to tell you. Your companions are fine now, but it's hard to say whether they will be fine in the future. I've said so much, and I guess you don't quite understand it. So you should go and experience it yourself, and you will know. After Talaran finished speaking, he casually tapped King Ada on the forehead. The next moment, King Ada also disappeared from the spot, and Talaran also showed a curious look on his face. I really don't know if you can still stand in front of me intact after experiencing the same torture I did before. Leon is a policeman who has just passed the exam and officially became a member of the Raccoon City Police Department. But he didn't expect that his first day at work would also be his last day at work. A so-called biological incident broke out in Raccoon City. Monsters that eat corpses are everywhere in Raccoon City. A zombie may jump out from every corner, bite his body, and then turn him into the same Walking Dead. But in the end, he arrived at the police station safely. He subconsciously felt that something was missing, but he couldn't remember what it was. Colleagues in the police station grasped the specific situation at the first time, and relying on the terrain and firepower, they established a solid position in the police station and have successfully established contact with the outside world. Soon a large force will come to rescue and cleanse the zombies in the city. Hey, rookie, I really don't know whether to say you have good luck or bad luck. Sheriff Marvin handed a bottle of Coke to Leon. If you say you have good luck, you encountered the biggest and most terrifying incident in your life on your first day at work. But if you say you have bad luck, you crossed half the city alone and arrived at the police station unscathed. Unscathed? Are you talking about my current appearance? Leon pointed at his own miserable appearance, speechlessly. I feel like a homeless person who has been hungry for 3 days looks more human than me. Ha! You're really humorous, rookie. Marvin smiled and patted Leon on the shoulder, and his fellow police officers around him also laughed in good faith. Hey, I'm serious. Okay. We can talk about this topic later. Marvin pointed to the police officer's office next to him. "We will go in there now. Can you come back in a minute?" After looking around, he whispered to Leon, "It's just a routine welcoming ceremony, but it's a little simple during this special period." Patting Leon on the shoulder, Marvin stood up, greeted the police officers, and walked into the police office laughing. Leon was a little confused, but he also felt the kindness from his colleague's behavior. So Leon really counted silently for 60 seconds, then stood up and walked into the police officer's office. However, there were no streamers and salutes as expected, and all his police colleagues turned their backs on him. Leon looked up and saw the welcome message hanging on the roof. "Welcome, Leon." And on the table in front of him, there was a note. He reached out and picked it up, looking at the words on it. "Leon S. Kennedy, we are going to give you your first mission. Your task is to open the lock on your desk. The combination of the two locks is the initials of all of our names. Good luck, Leon." Lion shrugged. Weird welcome ceremony. But using the police officer's initials as the password is actually to allow him to get to know his colleagues as quickly as possible, right? Leon was not idle. Seeing that his colleagues did not respond and still had their backs to him, he went to each person's desk and found the initials on the nameplate. Then, after some permutations and combinations, Leon finally opened the drawer of his desk. There was nothing inside but a note. "The first task is to remember your coworkers' names. Now you know that, right? It might take a little work, but it's worth it, isn't it?" It was signed by Sheriff Borainer. But the moment Leon reached out to pick up the note, the paper quickly turned from white to dark yellow, as if blood sprayed on it was gradually emerging. While Leon was shocked, he saw a line of small words in the blank space between the blood. The handwriting is very illegible. "Glad you're not here, rookie." The moment he saw these words, Leon raised his head sharply. I saw that my colleagues who had their backs to him just now slowly turn around. But the kind smile just now was gone. Only the gray and hideous face of a zombie remained. At this moment, Leon suddenly understood where the bitterness in his mouth came from. It is endless regret. Leon subconsciously pulled out his gun, but his decisiveness in shooting heads off along the way made him hesitate at this moment. This hesitation put himself in a desperate situation. "Leon, get down!" A familiar female voice sounded from behind him, and Leon subconsciously squatted down as requested by the other party. Then, after a series of crisp gunshots from submachine guns, all the zombies fell to the ground. Leon turned around and saw a girl with brown-red hair tied into a ponytail walking in. After a moment of trance, Leon's original memory completely returned. "Claire, what on earth is going on? Weren't we just in that research institute?" Clark put down his submachine gun and said, "Remember what that man said? He wants to play a game with us. It now seems that his game is to achieve the purpose of torture by tarnishing our most unforgettable memories. So what did you go through?" Leon looked at Claire, but Claire's face froze and she showed a hint of shyness. This is hard to say. Leon was definitely very curious about Claire's shyness. After all, Claire has always been like another self, except that she is a female. She has never been like a woman like she is today. He was even a little worried. Is this Claire the real Claire? "Claire, although I know this is not fair to you, but please tell me who the person we're most afraid of is. You're actually doubting my identity at this time?" The shyness that had just crept onto Claire's cheeks disappeared in an instant. She rolled her eyes and said, "The one we're most afraid of is Agent Ada Wong." "Phew, that's it." Leon looked at Claire's speechless expression and instantly felt much more relaxed. Right? This is how Claire feels. So my mood gradually calmed down, looking at the police zombies who were knocked to the ground by submachine gun bullets. They had been looking forward to my arrival very much, but later they were glad that I had not come earlier, and I may regret it for the rest of my life. If I had come a few days earlier, could I have saved them all? Leon looked more melancholy than ever before, and Claire felt a slight pain in her heart when she saw his expression. We can't let Leon be trapped in this office forever. You have to understand that the scenes we are experiencing now are all fake. He wants us to be completely drowned in illusions again and again, but we will never be defeated by our own regrets. As he said this, he held Leon's hands. The next moment, the two people suddenly lost weight. When he came to his senses, he had returned to a place that looked like a research institute. The big screen was still on, but Wang Ada, who was hung upside down, and that Talaran had all disappeared from the camera. So what do we just do? A mental torture that deliberately exposed our inner scars. Leon twitched his mouth. I thought he would be so terrifying. I think it might not be that simple. This situation is like he just set up the stage for the first half, but was forced to cancel it. Just as Leon and Claire were discussing in a low voice, a faint white light flashed around them, and then all the people who had just disappeared appeared again, except for Lucifer and Chloe. It seems that everyone has experienced something that makes them regret it. Chris shook his head and saw Claire and Leon again. He felt as if he was in another world. But why are you two holding each other's hands? Leon and Claire were startled, then let go of their hands in panic. Christo glanced at Leon and his sister's expressions, a little suspicious, but did not continue to ask. This is not a good time. Okay, our top priority is to find this place. Rebecca, on the side, hurriedly interrupted the weird atmosphere and pointed to the place on the screen. If Lucifer and Chloe are in a similar situation as us, then we won't be able to save them even if we want to. It would be safer to find the so-called Talaran first. Chris nodded. He definitely had great trust in Rebecca, his old teammate. So he took the lead and continued forward. Leon and Claire looked at each other and followed. In this strange dimension of consciousness, staying where you are is definitely not a good idea. And they walked forward for a while, passing through several identical rooms, before finally seeing the differences. There were two extremely familiar walls, but there were two huge amounts of holes. You can tell at a glance that it was blasted open by a powerful energy. The five people hurried forward to check, and found that the two holes led to completely different rooms from where they were now. This should mean that we have broken through this cycle, Jill said as she prepared to lean over to check. As a result, just as I looked over, a silver baseball bat suddenly came down. Chris was quick to pull Jill back. Almost, the heroine's teammate was about to break the rules. Jill was also startled by this sudden scene. But then, someone who made them feel at ease appeared on the other side of the cave. I was so scared, I thought it was an enemy. Harley Quinn appeared in front of everyone carrying a baseball bat, and behind him was a blonde man and a living teddy bear. If you are here, then where is Lucifer's grandson? Dr. Harley, it's great to see you. Claire let out a long sigh. But if you're looking for Lucifer, it's really not a coincidence. Lucifer and Chloe seem to be trapped somewhere we don't know. As they spoke, the few people seemed to have a backbone and told Harley Quinn everything they had just experienced. As a battle-hardened, intelligent psychopath, Harley Quinn quickly understood their experiences, which sounded like complete nonsense to ordinary people. TSK, it seems that Chloe and Lucifer were sent by him to a place that is different from you. Harley Quinn shook her head. After all, if that guy really cares about it, the situation will be completely different. As she spoke, she looked at Spawn behind her. Unfortunately, something is not right. We should redefine our goals, Harley Quinn said, and pointed to the same big hole on their side. Although it's already very faint, but I can feel the breath of the green light of will from here. If there are no accidents, this is most likely caused by pudding, Harley Quinn said, and walked straight inside. Although there are no problems, Harley Quinn is the biggest problem. But when there is a problem, she can definitely handle it on her own. Spawn and Teddy rarely spoke, but followed silently. Chris asked curiously, what is the pudding that Dr. Harley mentioned? It can't be a synonym for high-explosive grenade, right? Are you too slow to understand this? Rebecca shrugged. The entire FBI knows that the pudding Harley Quinn refers to is a special name for Li Chengfeng. Wow, that's really ambiguous. F***K. Are you guys leaving or not? Teddy leaned back from the front, unhappily. You're just as procrastinating as that bull on my farm. You don't think about anything else except that. I want to get home as soon as possible. That Mexican girl might not have left yet. How many walls did I just break? 100? Or 200? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and looked at the huge space in front of him that finally opened up. But I have to say, this place looks really like a weird horror movie. This doorless and windowless space in front of me seems to have been built from the inside. There was no thought given in normal ways of getting in and out. The iron chain in the air instantly caught his attention. I sensed a familiar smell. As Li Chengfeng spoke, the power of Thai particles filled the entire space. Although it cannot be directly rewritten, it can reproduce what happened in this space before. Then he saw the person hanging upside down on the chains. Ida Wong. In an instant, a blue vein popped up on his temple. After the little lunatic, Ada was also involved? This piece of shit just wants to cause trouble for his wife, right? In that case, has Hella come to this dimension of consciousness? Li Chengfeng shook his head and didn't think about it any further. Shiwu and Evelyn looked at Li Chengfeng. They could already sense the anxiety in Li Chengfeng's heart. The two looked at each other and understood that Li Chengfeng urgently needed to vent the anger in his heart. Is it about time to get out of here, SCP-3999? As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the whole space was filled with rhythmic applause. And with the continuous pop sound, SCP-3999, or Talaran, appeared in front of Li Chengfeng. Although there was no calm expression, he was still calm overall. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Li Chengfeng was full of curiosity. Sure enough, people like you who least follow the rules are the most difficult to deal with. Following the rules is to attack from the bottom up. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Who do you think you are? Is it worth it for me to follow the rules for you? Even if there is no mirror, don't you have any urine yet? Oh well, you may really have no urine. You are attacking me personally. SCP-3999 stretched out his hand, and a set of tables and chairs appeared in front of him. But I don't care about this. Would you like to sit down and talk? Are you still considered a human now, Talaran? Li Chengfeng sat down without hesitation. Theoretically, you should be the hero who suffered torture and died together with SCP-3999. Hero? It's a pity that if you become that kind of person once, you will regret it terribly. SCP-3999 said with a smile. I once thought that after millions of years of torture, I still maintained my sanity and sacrificed my life for the entire universe. This was a great thing. I even devalued 3999 to nothing at the last moment. He is indeed worthless. Li Chengfeng smiled. He is nothing more than a supreme deity that has never been born. He has been completely affected by the order you brought. He is nothing more than a mass of mud without even a physical entity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stolen all of his power. Steal? No. You have a profound misunderstanding of both SCP-3999 and me, James Martin Talaran. SCP-3999 shakes its head frequently as it speaks. He seems a little nonchalant, as if he doesn't care about anything. Li Chengfeng sighed. I felt deeply helpless. He was now completely certain that the SCP-3999 sitting in front of him was James Martin Talaran himself. That crazy and pitiful abstract concept, psychokinesis, has been completely controlled by Talaran. As he once said, without Talaran, 3999 can do nothing. In other words, there has never been any 3999. From beginning to end, there was only Talaran. Talaran originally is the projection of the upper-level narrator. I am in everything. Talaran looked at Li Chengfeng's face, revealing a sober, yet crazy contradictory look. Everything is also in me. You know, I rarely use the word madman to describe someone because I have a real little madman at home. At the moment, he is running rampant in this dimension of consciousness you created. Li Chengfeng gradually restrained his smile, his face serious, his eyes fixed on Talaran's delicate face. But compared to a madman like you, my little madman is much cuter. A true love? Do you really think so? Talaran heard Li Chengfeng's statement and subconsciously said with some disgust, You are not going to rush towards me while shouting words like love, friendship, bond, etc. Are you that type of person? Li Chengfeng was caught off guard and suffered a sarcastic attack from the villain. However, this kind of cheap attempt to sow discord will definitely not work on Li Chengfeng. The reason why he was able to sit here with SCP-3999 and chat casually was entirely to observe the situation. He was not sure where Ada, who had just been hanging there, was sent. Acting rashly is not a good option. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smack his lips. Since he traveled through time, he has never experienced the so-called being cautious when using the weapon to attack a rat. Nothingness, can you track down Ida? I'm looking for it, but it's really difficult. Shiwu, who always didn't care about anything, now showed a solemn look. He created countless consciousness circles, and I don't know how many consciousness circles are constantly superimposed and nested. Don't say these useless things. Do you have any solution? Now it seems that only by using the power of TIE particles combined with the Black God consciousness to completely assimilate the entire consciousness dimension can we find the person hidden in the countless layers of consciousness circles. Before he finished speaking, Li Chengfeng granted him the authority to operate TIE particles. Without saying a word, Shiwu pulled Evelyn to the side and asked Evelyn to help him speed up the progress through origin magic power. As the void began to operate, SCP-3999 suddenly looked to the side, with a look of bewilderment on its face. When did they show up? Li Chengfeng's expression froze. The Black God's consciousness began to assimilate the consciousness dimension, allowing 3999 to observe nothingness and Evelyn. Forget it, this is not important. SCP-3999 shook his head. Let's take a look at the big gift I'm going to give you next. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and a screen appeared out of thin air. And the person on the screen is none other than Ada Wong. At the moment, she is being killed. The murderer's body was filled with the green light of will. Li Chengfeng, I was brutally killed by my loved ones in different ways for a full 100,000 times. Oh no, this is the 100,001st time. Still remaining calm and rational. TSKSK women are truly terrifying beings. Queen Ada experienced her 100,002nd death in this space. To be honest, after experiencing this so many times, she is basically numb to this kind of thing. Her body has even adapted to all kinds of physical pain, so even if she is killed, she will not feel pain. What was really tortured was actually Wong, Ada's spirit. Switching back and forth between death and rebirth again and again, she still forced herself to remain calm, trying to find a way to escape the next time I encounter Li Chengfeng. She definitely knew that the thing that kept killing her was not Li Chengfeng. Her IQ is not so low that she believes everything she sees and hears. And most importantly, how could the real Li Chengfeng have such an expression? Ada Wong used the heavy hammer created by Li Chengfeng's green light to knock him down and chase him again. Almost every bone began to have fracture lines. To be honest, if I were that crazy woman Harley Quinn, I would be very angry right now. How dare you show her favorite face? As King Ada spoke, he placed his hands on Li Chengfeng's eyes. With the force, it immediately burst into 2 bloody holes. But this has no effect on Li Chengfeng's killing progress at all. It's like an individual who exists solely for killing. King Ada looked at his hands with some regret. They had been beaten into almost a pulp by the heavy hammer of the green light of will. This counterattack failed again. I know, and I understand, you want me to suffer in torment and make me completely desperate. But unfortunately, these things were never on my bucket list from the beginning. Ada Wong wanted to shrug, but she couldn't. The final blow came head-on, and King Ada closed his eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was reborn again. TSK, the 100,003rd time. King Ada shook his head in boredom, then looked up at the sky with a mocking smile on his face. It seems that you don't have any particularly effective torture methods other than killing me. Or do you think that if Li Chengfeng comes to kill me, I will become hysterical and fall into despair? No, you are too naive. King Ada now had no fear at all for the blonde man named Talaran. Just pretentious garbage. Who does he think she is? Is she the useless heroine in some romance novels who can't do anything without her partner? After saying this, King Ada quickly left the spot. Every time she reborn, she appeared in a completely different place, so there was no such thing as looking for more reliable routes and cover by backing up the terrain. According to her experience, 3 minutes after each rebirth, Li Chengfeng would appear, start chasing and taking her life. She showed no fear about this. Instead, he continued to observe the surrounding environment. This time it was a lush forest. If there wasn't a fake boyfriend coming to hunt him down soon, King Ada would definitely stay in this forest and enjoy the beauty of the forest, feeling the dappled sunlight shining on her through the leaves. Well, there really is no time to sigh now. King Ida shook his head and began to run through the forest, his movements swift and fierce. Since the 9,000th death, it may have been the 10,000th death. From that time on, King Ada had completely regarded this torture as a virtual training with no time limit that simulated real pain. As an FBI agent and the adjutant of Team Star, she actually has some obsession with becoming stronger. Now, she will seize this opportunity, which is not even an opportunity. In fact, she has evolved from being killed instantly when they met to a level where she can fight with this Green Lantern Li Chengfeng, even with bare hands. This shows how much Ada's fighting skills have improved while her physical fitness has remained unchanged. Queen Ada is now confident that if she can get out of this crappy space, she will definitely challenge Lady Shiva or Richard Long, an expanding batch. Thinking of this, King Ada even raised a smile. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the bushes ahead. The next moment, 2 people came out from it. Damn it, Lucifer, is there an exit in this place? Chloe kicked the bushes in front of her away fiercely, and the anger between her brows could no longer be suppressed. Hey, calm down, Miss Detective. Lucifer looked at the increasingly irritable Chloe and persuaded her. This space is almost infinite for us, but the key to breaking the deadlock must be hidden in it. That person's face looks arrogant and narcissistic. This kind of idiot must be arrogant enough to hide clues or even a way to leave in this woods. Damn it, why is there another person? King Ada was startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 people. The same is true for Lucifer and Chloe. However, after being frightened, King Ada's first reaction was not to rush forward to meet up with his acquaintances, but to keep a distance. Are you real or fake? Could it be that this grandson wants to torture me in another way? It shouldn't be the 2 of them, but Harley Quinn or Hela, right? Sorry. What the hell are you mumbling? Lucifer walked forward, looked at King Ada's face, and said, But anyway, it's nice to meet you, Agent Ada. So do you have a way to escape from this damn place? It didn't pounce on me and kill me right away. Well, at least it looks safe for now. King Ada did not answer, but continued to talk to himself. She was actually not interested in whether Lucifer and Chloe were real or fake now. It was just that there were suddenly 2 more people with whom she could communicate, which slowly relaxed her tense nerves. She didn't care whether this was Talleyrand's next perverted trick. Her only obsession now is to leave this constantly random space, then find Talleyrand, stick her grappling hook gun into this bee's belly button, and fire it 10,000 times. Wow, being caught in the legendary eternal wrath. That's not a good thing for a mortal. Lucifer stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of Ida Wong. The next moment, King Ada's brain, which was filled with anger, calmed down again. As the Lord of Hell who controls pride and anger, although I become an ordinary person next to the detective, I can still get rid of my anger. King Ada nodded. Judging from this somewhat incredible behavior, this Lucifer is real. Then Chloe beside him must be real too. I don't know if you can handle him. King Ada said as he looked up and looked around. 3 minutes have passed. Sure enough, Li Chengfeng, radiating the green light of will, appeared again. Lucifer followed her gaze and instantly showed joy. It's Li Chengfeng's grandson. I knew he wouldn't abandon his good brother. Is it possible that this isn't your real brother? King Ida took a step back slightly and said with a frown, What do you mean? Literally, I've been killed by this thing over 100,000 times. After King Ada finished speaking, he pulled Chloe and ran in another direction. Lucifer reacted for a moment, then looked at the lifeless eyes of green light Li Chengfeng and his attitude of not slowing down at all. Wait for me. This guy looks like he's going to run me over. Lucifer complained as he ran. Could it be that his Green Lantern armor is also fully insured? He's using himself as a semi-trailer. Why are you following us here? Isn't it true that the farther you are from Chloe, the stronger your fighting power will be? Either run in the opposite direction, or just stop and intercept him. When Ada Wong's voice came over, Lucifer stopped where he was. You are right. Why is he running? No matter whether this Li Chengfeng is real or fake, he can still resist. Chloe was now some distance away from him, and he felt physically very different. Keep running. Run until you can't run anymore. Don't look back. If you do, I'll be screwed. Lucifer shouted loudly, feeling the power of the Lord of Hell churning in his body. The next moment, the human skin suddenly opened up, revealing a dark red devil face. And as the devil's face appeared, the back of his expensive suit was also propped up by a pair of white and sharp wings. Devil face, angel wings. Lucifer is probably the only weirdo in the world. Although I really don't like using the power that my father forced upon me, but I have to admit that once I start to get used to this feeling, it's actually not bad. Green Lantern Li Chengfeng obviously only received the order to torture and kill Ada Wong, so he did not stay in front of Lucifer for even a second. But the next moment, it could no longer fly forward. Looking down, he saw Lucifer raise his finger, and two exquisite hellfire shackles instantly captured Green Lantern Li Chengfeng. It's not the real deal. Lucifer nodded. If it was Li Chengfeng himself, how could he be caught with just 2 fire rings? After saying that, he pointed his finger downwards and Green Lantern Li Chengfeng was dragged to the ground. Dozens of fire rings appeared during the process and completely tied up Green Lantern Li Chengfeng. But Agent Ada just said that this thing has killed her more than 100,000 times? Wow, it has reached the number of deaths of those punished in hell for more than half a year. As he said that, he began to grope the body of the green light, Li Chengfeng. Killing monsters and touching corpses is a good habit, and even Lucifer is no exception. Then, what the hell? The Green Lantern ring is actually real. The moment he saw Lucifer on the screen, Li Chengfeng had to say that he was relieved. Although Lucifer seems outrageous, he is indeed outrageous. But at this point, it doesn't matter whether it is outrageous or not. The important thing is he is strong enough. As long as he stayed away from Chloe, with his current power of hell and angel wings, there would be no problem for him to deal with himself, who only had the power of Green Lantern. Lucifer's power has always been beyond doubt. It's just that I'm too incompetent and have no intention of showing off my strength. After all, he came to play with the human world, not to protect it. But this is not important to Li Chengfeng. When a salted fish is hung under the eaves, people will only care about the saltiness of the salted fish, but not whether the salted fish's stance is just or evil. No matter what kind of god Lucifer is, to him, he is just a big brother with similar interests. Look, the little thing you made has been destroyed, Li Chengfeng said with a smile, not thinking that the thing was his duplication at all. Since Lucifer has resolved my coercion, what bargaining chips do you have now? SCP-3999, who was sitting opposite Li Chengfeng, was very calm. The moment I stretched out my hand, there was a cup of black tea in my hand. After taking a sip slowly, he smiled with satisfaction. The taste of Darjeeling always makes people feel comfortable and peaceful from the bottom of their hearts. If you really want peace, then you have to go to India. That's the place with real peace. Li Chengfeng complained subconsciously, then reached out and snatched the teacup, then poured it directly on Talleyrand's face. Drink, drink, drink. All you know is drink. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. Li Chengfeng shrugged. I just wanted to bully you. And in Li Chengfeng's true heart, it's more than just wanting to bully him. He even wanted to beat her into a flat eggplant that had been stepped on. However, this can only be done after Void and Evelyn complete their assimilation. Nothingness, Evelyn, Ada is out of danger for the time being. You guys continue. Li Chengfeng didn't even need to say anything about nothingness. The moment he saw Lucifer appear on the screen, he had already started to assimilate the entire dimension of consciousness into the Black God's consciousness again. I I thought it could be a little more interesting. At least I could make King Ada die more than 300,000 times before moving on to the next step. SCP-3999 looked at the screen reluctantly, but who knew that Lucifer would show up halfway? As SCP-3999 spoke, he reached out and wiped the water stains off his face with regret. Li Chengfeng tilted his head and looked at him coldly. The degree of integration between this man and SCP-3999 was beyond Li Chengfeng's imagination. In other words, SCP-3999 is actually him, because he had already felt the energy level far exceeding 343 emanating from the other party. If we measure the opponent's Hume index at this time, I'm afraid the measuring gun will be directly scrapped. I know that they are crazy about alter reality, trying to make this dimension completely assimilated by you. But in fact, you connected the so-called Black God consciousness with me, which not only made things convenient for yourself, but also for me. Talaran said, raising his hand again. The entire research institute fell into darkness in an instant. And from the darkness, the voice of SCP-3999 was heard. Type particles, reality gem. It fits my original power perfectly. SCP-3999 is definitely not the type that is so powerful that it cannot be defeated in this universe. Dr. Liang shrugged, lowered his head, and began to study the magic circle. These were what Ethan and Mia asked for from the cult in Silent Hill, while they were buying local specialties and souvenirs. As for how it came, is there anything more tempting to a cult than, I want to join? But he is indeed very powerful. Hella looked at 343 who was watching the fun, and then looked at Dr. Liang. Otherwise, you wouldn't be needed. This should be the responsibility of us refugees from the Foundation universe. Liang shrugged. To be precise, his power lies in his forced stay in the material world. He is the supreme god, but in essence he is a child hiding in the womb of Talaran. Although to the true supreme deities, we are all ants in an ant nest, but he is now digging an ant nest in other people's territory. If he is born, then how will the supreme gods of your universe treat this foreign kid? Dr. Liang gave a smile that didn't look like a decent smile. So, we should help him be born. Let him face the ups and downs alone. Help him to be born. Hella was annoyed by this answer, but she suddenly understood something. So, all we have to do is get him out of Talaran's body, right? Not entirely true. According to our research on Talaran and SCP-3999 at the time, the two of them actually have a parasitic relationship. They live together, but they may not die together. Dr. Liang shook his head, but now it's not certain. Not necessarily? Hella frowned. The supreme deity you mentioned is just an abstract concept incarnation of a deity. Shouldn't their nature be unchanging? I've already said that he hasn't been born yet. In essence, he is not the supreme god right now, but a pool of mud, a prisoner trapped in Talaran's body, a giant baby without the ability to take care of himself. Dr. Liang gestured for a long time before finally making the final decision. So, anything could happen to them. You're just talking nonsense. Why are you a riddle teller? Just speak clearly if you have something to say. 343 on the side spoke up and stretched out his hand to push Dr. Liang aside. What he meant was that Talaran, who has been tortured for millions of years, may have discovered that he is actually the one in control of the situation. The best way to release SCP-3999 is kill. The more thorough the killing, the better. It would be best if Talaran's body could be annihilated in a cosmic dust. Hella looked at Dr. Liang and SCP-343 and suddenly smiled indifferently. We were once colleagues, but you guys are so ruthless. Who would have thought that these two shameless guys would wave their hands without any hesitation? We don't really know him well. After finishing speaking, SCP-343 perhaps wanted to end the topic as quickly as possible, stretched out its hand, and used pure energy to create the magic circle that Ethan and his wife had created in the air. The next moment, a dark portal appeared in front of everyone. I rewrote the underlying formulas of these magic circles, changing the instantaneous teleportation into a portal that lasts for a period of time. Behind this is SCP-3999's consciousness dimension, which is also inside his body. So, are you sure you want to go in? Hella looked at SCP-343 and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to go in and save your colleagues and 1/3 of humanity?" Well, I am no match for SCP-3999. Divinity and supreme divinity seem to be two words apart, but in fact, hey, let's not talk about it. You see, this is what makes us different. Hella shook her head and walked into the portal without hesitation. SCP-343 scratched his hair, which looked exactly like Zeus in the cartoon, and asked Dr. Liang in confusion, "What did she mean just now? She said you were a coward." "What? Then she really is good at judging people." Ethan and Mia looked at each other and were about to move towards the portal that had not yet dissipated, but were pulled back by SCP-343. "That's enough. There's a fight going on inside between gods and demons. Why are you, a mushroom man and a half-mushroom man, going in to join in the fun?" SCP-343 checked the time, then said, "Why don't you go deal with the cultists in this town? Damn, a bunch of guys who don't even have the slightest common sense of spellcaster, but they have a bunch of genuine magic circles in their hands, and they don't require any energy to activate. 3999 is really conscientious in the cult circle. You don't have to pay for anything." After saying that, he walked into the crowd with a cup of iced tea in his hand. "Dear French lady, I don't understand English very well. Can you introduce me to this strange-looking town? F***K. We've finally reached the end." That's right. This is exactly the place shown on the screen just now. Led by Harley Quinn, a group of BSA team members, as well as Spawn and Teddy, all came to where Chengfeng and Talaran were. But now, there's only one person left in this place, holding the black tea and savoring it carefully sip by sip. Well, as expected, using a child's body, the perception of taste will change. The black tea suddenly went from being fragrant and delicious to being hard to swallow. The child said this while turning his head. "Welcome, everyone. As you can see, I have eliminated the culprit. So why don't we leave this damn place? Who are you?" Harley Quinn raised the bat without hesitation. "Tell me, where's my favorite pudding? Look at this face. Doesn't it look familiar?" The man pointed at his own face. "This is what I looked like when I was about 10 years old. Harley Quinn, can't you recognize me?" "Oh, I may have prosopagnosia recently." Harley Quinn suddenly showed a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth. "But even if an imposter replaces this body, you should at least do more homework, right? My pudding never calls me Harley Quinn, unless I do something bad and he is ready to punish me. No, sister, it's clearly the part where the protagonist and the villain are hurling insults at each other." Teddy just spread his hands like a little bear and started to complain. "Why are you speaking so harshly?" "Ahem, as a bear, just stay out of it." Harley Quinn rolled her eyes. "Don't you think that I will be fooled just because you are in Pudding's body? As a senior psychologist and mental patient, I can easily see that you are also a great lunatic. But unfortunately, Pudding's madness is actually higher than ours. You really have enough confidence in Chengfeng." Chengfeng, or more precisely, Talaran, who had entered Chengfeng's body, shook his head. "But it's a pity that no matter how strong he is, he still hasn't transcended. Now that he is facing the Supreme Godhead, he must have been completely reduced to nothingness, right?" "Oh, then you'd better not do that." Harley Quinn shrugged nonchalantly. "Otherwise, I promise you, I will tear your stomach open with my own hands and then tie a beautiful knot with your intestines and your tongue." At this moment, Talaran was inexplicably shocked by Harley Quinn's eyes. He inexplicably felt a different emotion from her eyes. It seems to be black, and it seems to be red, twisting and overlapping, roaring and screaming. This is called crazy. "Well, now can you explain what's going on?" "You ask me. Who should I ask?" At the moment, Chengfeng was staring at Lucifer, who had put away his devil face and angel wings. Lucifer threw the Green Lantern ring back into Li Chengfeng's arms with some annoyance, and then said in confusion, "So how did you get into this body? Do you know that it is a very scary thing that a corpse that I just killed suddenly sat up and had normal consciousness?" "Huh? What's so scary about this? Shouldn't it be common for you, the Lord of Hell, to resurrect through a dead body? Because if this kind of thing happens to me, it means that someone has escaped from the hell I govern. And if I encounter this kind of situation, I have to go back to work overtime. Isn't it scary?" "That's true a little bit." Li Chengfeng nodded and then stood up from the ground. Just after he finished talking to Talaran, his body was taken over by Talaran, and his consciousness entered the interior of Talaran's soul. But he discovered that inside the soul, there's another dimension, and this dimension is where Lucifer, Ada Wong, and Chloe are. No wonder he has half the authority over the entire consciousness dimension, but has not been able to search for their location. It turned out to be an SCP-3999 soul. This grandson is actually playing tricks under the lamp. If he didn't want to occupy Li Chengfeng's body, Li Chengfeng really wouldn't have been able to come here. Okay, the first priority now is to find Chloe and Ada as soon as possible. How do you know we're together? Nonsense. Someone set up a live broadcast for you to threaten me. But the threat failed, so the other party just are ****** me. Having said that, Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand, and a miniature black hole that seemed to absorb all the light appeared in the air. The next moment, Shiwu and Evelyn walked out, and in Evelyn's hand, she was still holding the dark book. "I've had enough of this book. Don't you know that I'm dizzy from dimension travel? If my current body wasn't a book, I would have vomited out all the stomach acid." The dark book was now complaining loudly in Evelyn's arms. "Okay, stop pushing me. I'm just complaining a little bit. Damn, why are you the devil face again?" The dark book was originally planning to say a few more words, but after seeing Lucifer, it immediately started playing dead. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, took the dark book from Evelyn, and then subconsciously manipulated the power of black magic, and the result was feasible. In other words, oh my god, this is actually a material dimension? Li Chengfeng looked at the surrounding scene in confusion. A material dimension with complete rules has been formed inside the soul? Huh, you said this was inside a soul? Li Chengfeng's words made Lucifer a little confused. To be precise, it is in a supreme divinity. This word may not be clear to you. It is in the soul of an abstract concept god. Oh, you scared me. Hearing this, Lucifer suddenly lost interest. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lucifer speechlessly. That's right, the power of this grandson in his prime is not comparable to those cosmic gods who are the embodiment of abstract concepts. To put it bluntly, a sneeze by Lucifer in his prime would be twice as powerful as Lucifer today. This is the most powerful son of Almighty God. In his eyes, the supreme deity is nothing more than a cat or dog that looks a little strong. Definitely, that was for him in his heyday. But now, if we want to leave here, it will probably take some effort. After saying that, Li Chengfeng activated the black magic and origin magic power, and instantly found the traces of Chloe and Ada Wong in this dimension. 2,260 meters to the northeast. These two are really fast runners. Li Chengfeng shook his head and led everyone in that direction. More than 2,000 meters is not close, but in the eyes of a group of Superman, it is not far either. Soon, Chloe and Ada Wong appeared in Li Chengfeng's sight. Li Chengfeng saw them, and they also saw Li Chengfeng. Chloe subconsciously prepared to raise her gun to shoot, but was stopped by Ada Wong. "This look is me." Afterwards, Li Chengfeng came to King Ida without any hindrance. He said nothing, but just gently embraced this sickly and cruel beauty. "Let me make it clear first, it's not me who killed you. I definitely know that you don't need to explain anything, but after resolving this incident, you must take a long vacation and stay with me for at least 2 months, eating, drinking, and chatting with me. Then I am not an escort. Will you accompany me?" Accompany. After calming down the beautiful witch's ferocious temper that was about to explode at any time, Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand. The next moment, he felt the endless power of the emotional spectrum. When he looked at his hands again, all the lantern rings were already on his hands. The only difference is that I can't summon the lantern furnace to this dimension, nor can I communicate with the lantern beasts. It seems that this place is still somewhat different from the real universe. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng took off the purple lantern ring on his hand and put it on the ring finger of King Ada's right hand. I made the purple lantern into a lantern furnace armor, but it has now affected your combat effectiveness. It doesn't matter. If you don't have power, there are naturally ways to play without power. Ada stroked the purple lantern ring on her hand and said with a smile. After nihilistic arrogance appeared, he has been silent. At this moment, he suddenly said, "The assimilation of the Black God's consciousness is still in progress. Including this dimension, it will also be assimilated by the Black God's consciousness. You must find a way out quickly, otherwise you will end up like me and Evelyn." Li Chengfeng looked at the somewhat anxious void and shook his head. "Don't worry. Since we have come to Talaran's soul, it is equivalent to coming to the enemy's hinterland. If we don't do something, will it be worthy of the torment we have endured in the past few days?" As Li Chengfeng spoke, he pulled King Ada's hand, and 5 red, orange, yellow, green, and purple light rings lit up at the same time. The power of the 5 lights turning on simultaneously made the entire dimension tremble. "Stop, stop, stop. Isn't it enough that I call you brother?" Suddenly, a voice came from under everyone's feet. A small black, clay figure struggled to emerge from the ground. "What are you? Are you polite?" The little clay man said in front of everyone in a somewhat frustrated manner. "If my power had not been completely absorbed by that be asterisk 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 D named Talaran, would I still be lingering here? Obviously, I am the almighty supreme deity SCP. 3999. Li Chengfeng and others watched the little clay figure jumping up and down while listening to him telling the whole story from beginning to end. I am the embodiment of depression in a lower-level narrative of a super high-dimensional being. Well, you may not understand what I mean by this, but in short, you just need to know that I am a high-dimensional creation. After my first death in Talaran, when I was about to be annihilated with him, I came to your universe under a force that even I could not resist. But here, there is no super high dimension where I was born, that is, the higher narrative layer. This caused me to originally produce a rapid dimensionality reduction, and according to the unparalleled cosmic rules of this real universe, I obtained a relatively sole entity. However, when I changed from invisible to visible and Talaran discovered that he was the mastermind, everything changed. I became a parasite that could only live on Talaran, and he could directly take away all the power and authority that originally belonged to me from my body. That's why I hate him. I should have used more strength when I tortured him. He should just be mixed with a septic tank into a pot of goo and made to drink from it by everyone who knows him. Li Chengfeng listened to the increasingly excited voice of the little clay man, and with a snap of his fingers, the green light of his will appeared on his mouth. It is obvious that this thing is indeed the SCP-3999 for back then. At least in terms of his thinking and degree of evil, he is still him. After all, it is the embodiment of depression at the higher narrative level. This kind of thing cannot be a good thing from the root. Tisk, that's enough. You better shut up. Li Chengfeng shook his head. You and Talaran, you really are a perfect match. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Although he admired the former Talaran very much, he was able to withstand the endless torture of an evil supreme deity for millions of years and finally took the other party away by suicide. But this did not affect Li Chengfeng, who cut him into pieces. After all, Talaran had killed King Ida 100,003 times in the material dimension of this soul. If it weren't for King Ada, he really wouldn't mind sitting down and listening to the story of the dragon slayer who eventually became a dragon. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. So, this thing is actually the real SCP-3999. Lucifer squatted down and poked the little clay figurine with his finger curiously. So, You are a god, but all your power was taken away by one person? Haha, what a shame. Lucifer, have you forgotten that once you get close to Chloe, you will become a normal person? You are a being almost second only to Almighty God, and yet you are suppressed in power by a single person. You talk as if you have no shame in that. Listening to Li Chengfeng's complaints, Lucifer was stunned and thought that this seemed to be the case. Then he turned around and looked at Chloe. But at this moment, Lucifer found that the way Chloe looked at him had changed. So, you really are a person with super abilities? The term super ability is a bit inaccurate. The slightest bit of power I let slip in the past could create a physical god. Lucifer shrugged. And that physical god who develops his power further can become a super ability. I don't understand what you're saying, but you really do have those strange powers, right? Lucifer looked at Ada Wong strangely, but Ada Wong shook his head and said, I didn't let her see you showing your devil face and angel wings. After all, don't you like to keep this secret? I thought this was just your way of flirting. Okay. Lucifer could only sigh in the end. The next moment, the devil face that Li Chengfeng had felt was extremely blasphemous when he first saw it reappeared. This is my true face. I know it's hard for you to accept, Miss Detective, but this is the truth. You don't need to explain so much. Chloe gently stroked Lucifer's devilish face, stroking his blood-red skin. After going through so much in the past few days, no matter what happens, I'm already used to it. After saying this, a curious look suddenly appeared on his face. So, did you really turn into a black goat and cause trouble everywhere? Damn it, that was a rumor spread by the B********** D Aminadial. I have no interest in black goats or anything like that. Hela felt extremely curious and unfamiliar with everything around her. As the god queen of the entire Midgard, her divine power and divinity are tied to the entire earth and are closely related to it. And here she was, feeling no connection to Midgard at all. It's like a castle in the air, beautiful but illusory. This seems to be an annihilated dimension. Looking at the fragments arranged in disordered chronological order in the void, Hela frowned. When she observed these fragments, she discovered the whereabouts of the FBI personnel and Li Chengfeng and others. But soon, they left this dimension, and the moment they left, this dimension completely fell apart. Where did they go next? Hela muttered to herself, feeling the guidance of the strange power in the void, and continued to move forward. This before is neither a spatial concept nor a temporal concept. It is just the before that Hela understood through her interaction with this strange force. Hela couldn't remember how long she had been walking here. But time has no meaning here, so it doesn't matter. You are strong, but not as strong as me. After an unknown amount of time, a figure with white light appeared in front of Hela. Hela frowned subconsciously. As the goddess of death, she felt endless resentment and brutal murderous intent from the other party's seemingly soft white light. So, Hela did not respond to his words, but directly pulled out the night sky sword from nothingness. At the same time, the orange lights suddenly turned on. Hand over all the people. If you're talking about those people from the FBI, no problem. The handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes suddenly chuckled. But Li Chengfeng and Lucifer, no. I have no interest in Lucifer, nor do I have any interest in those people from the FBI. In fact, I don't care about their life or death. Hela said here, with a slight smile on her lips, but Li Chengfeng will care, so I have to care. I repeat, hand them all over. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you an order. Command? Well, I haven't heard these two words for a long time. You are not strong enough to command me. Not enough strength. Hela grinned, and the next moment an orange-lit furnace appeared out of nowhere, and Yemengard went straight to Hela's heart while yelling, Mom, I'll do the spicy thing. The power of endless greed combined with Hela's power of death, instantly creating a geometrically upgraded chemical reaction. In an instant, the divine light of greed filled the entire void. Hela's eyes were filled with orange. Hela should now be called Goddess of Desire and Death. You say, is it strong enough now? B asterisk 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 D. Are you sure we can leave this material dimension from here? I'm so damn sure. I originally prepared this back door for myself, but who knew that before I could escape, that grandson of Talaran would take away all my power and authority. The little clay man stood in front of a women's locker room and said with certainty. Li Chengfeng sighed. Led by the little clay man, they walked out of the forest and saw a shopping mall standing alone on the cliff. Don't ask why it's a TMD shopping mall. The existence of this place is illogical. After entering the mall, I found that it was full of monsters that were supposed to appear in Silent Hill's Otherworld. After the explanation of the little clay man, Li Chengfeng realized that this was the true face of Otherworld. Talaran projected this shopping mall into the lower dimension and then distorted it into that appearance, but using triangle head and bubble head nurses as clothing models. This XP system is really weird. Definitely, for some people, this scene means, I don't care about you. So what you're saying is that we have to go into a women's locker room before we can leave? Why don't you just come over here yourself? Do you have to let me show you? The little clay figurine made a very human expression, then stretched out his little hand and touched the locker room door. With a loud bang, the little clay figure was instantly blown into mud spots all over the sky. Then these clay dots slowly gathered together and turned into little clay figures again. Ta-da! The little clay figure spread out his hands and made a perfect farewell gesture. It would be better if you could add a little more emotion to your ta-da. Li Chengfeng complained as he pushed open the door of the women's locker room. When I walked in, I saw that some of the wardrobes were open and some were closed. Women's underwear was scattered everywhere, on the ground and on the chairs. This dressing room, was it robbed? Who knows? I copied this directly from a shopping mall. Did you copy this from a shopping mall? Why do I feel like you copied it from a film set? Li Chengfeng's complaints were not over yet. The entire locker room suddenly shook violently, and then everyone felt this locker room in rapid descent. And after descending for a full 10 minutes, it suddenly stopped. Void, who had been following him without continuing to speak, suddenly raised his head. Host, I feel that I have re-established a connection with the Black God's consciousness. We should have returned to the previous dimension of consciousness. You don't have to tell me. I can feel it too. Li Chengfeng looked at the light rings on his hands. Except for the white and green lights, the others gradually dissipated into the invisible. He curled his lips and said, Let's hurry up and get things done here. I was used to it before, but now, without those light rings on my hands, I always feel empty on my fingers. When you said that, you sounded like a nouveau riche. Lucifer said with a smile, and you sound like the richest and least educated type. Tisk, sometimes you can't have both money and culture. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he kicked open the door of the women's locker room. Once again, they stood on the steel floor of Site 118. And the moment he opened the door, Li Chengfeng saw a familiar figure flying towards him. This behavior is not very common. Li Chengfeng looked closely and saw that Harley Quinn's eyes were filled with disorder and madness. Her entire body was covered in a mixture of black and red. This is not the power of black light and red light, but it is the red and black madness that belongs to Harley Quinn alone in the legend. Little lunatic, can you hear me? What? You call me a little lunatic? How dare you call me a little lunatic? You're my pudding. If you're not my friend, how can you just stop recognizing me after not seeing me for so long? While complaining, Li Chengfeng erected a green light barrier of will. The red and black colors representing madness collided with the green color representing will. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn in surprise. This girl, it's really a fatal blow. It was at this time that Li Chengfeng remembered to take a look at the situation around him. It was discovered that Talaran had disappeared from the spot, and the members of the BSA team, as well as Spawn and Teddy, were all lying on the ground, unconscious. It looks like Harley Quinn has completely fallen into a state where she can no longer distinguish between friend and foe. Little lunatic, take a closer look at my face. I am Li Chengfeng. You're talking nonsense. You're just a little brat yourself, and you call me a little lunatic? I'm going to squeeze the fish roe out of your lucky bag. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's whole body trembled violently. Although once he returned to this dimension of consciousness, his body turned back into his 10-year-old state. But this face is exactly the same as my grown-up self. Okay, why are you talking so much nonsense? She is obviously in a state of dementia now. Just take her down first. Otherwise, are you planning to stand in the center of the world and call for love? King Ada sighed, then looked at Harley Quinn. Don't let her go crazy first. Then we can do the real work. Okay. Li Chengfeng nodded, and the moment the green light went out, the white light came on. The life force and purifying power unique to the white light instantly enveloped Harley Quinn. This unique emotional spectrum power of Harley Quinn did not dissipate, but gradually condensed back into her body. Even the white light cannot purify it and make it dissipate. Judging from the rank alone, this red and black madness is even on par with the black light and white light. Soon, Harley Quinn's struggling movements completely disappeared. Hey, Pudding, you said you like this kind of thing. Tying people up with ropes. I'm an expert. Can you be blamed for this? After seeing Harley Quinn return to normal, Li Chengfeng immediately untied the white light. No, I learned it when I was kidnapping people. The shameless conversation between Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn made Ada Wong cover her face. Sometimes, when someone embarrasses himself in public, it is others who are ashamed. But, since you're already here, you should have met Talaran, right? That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Ever since I inexplicably activated my power just now, that guy suddenly changed his expression before he could even take a few of my moves, and he disappeared right on the spot. Harley Quinn shrugged and pointed at the innocent people lying on the ground, so I can only vent my anger on them. Li Chengfeng sighed. He really is good at making trouble. So he manipulated the power of the white light and came to them. With just a random shot, all the dead people stood up instantly in full condition. Talaran is in a hurry to leave, probably because he's threatened by the outside world. Harley Quinn seemed to remember something. Ada and I came to Silent Hill with Hella. When Li Chengfeng heard it, he understood instantly. I understand. Our own God King is looking for trouble outside. Then we should not be idle. The most important thing is to find a way to leave here. By the way, how did you get in? Facing Li Chengfeng's question, Teddy Bear spread his hands and said, This big, goofy guy who was originally spawned touched me, and then all of us were transported here. Regeneration, man. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. You guys are really playing tricks. I roughly understand what's going on with this matter. Lucifer walked up to Teddy, pointed at him with some disdain, and said, Although this grandson has no power, in terms of rank, he is the savior who exists on par with Spawn. When the power representing heaven and the power representing hell collide, countless possibilities arise. It is also a way to leave this dimension of consciousness. Spawn heard this and shook his head. But I am no longer Spawn. Tisk, have you forgotten who I am? Lucifer pointed at his nose and said with a smile, I am the Lord of Hell, your boss's boss, Satan. I'll let you become Spawn again, okay? What? You want me to be Spawn again? Spawn Al Simmons froze in his tracks, all the bad memories flooding back to his mind. How the hell can I refuse? Do you think you have the capital to refuse now? Lucifer stared at Spawn's face without any sympathy. Although you are miserable as Spawn, this is your fate, but it is different from before. After being blessed by the devils in hell, the little power you get can't compare with being blessed by me. How about this? I can promise you one thing. What is it? Spawn frowned. Can you still promise me that you will avenge me? If what you want is revenge on those demons who gave you power and played with your soul, then I can make a promise. Lucifer heard this and nodded with a smile. He has long wanted to deal with those demon kings in hell. Ever since he came to the human world for vacation, these bastards have been making trouble, thinking that they can do whatever they want after he left. He even wanted to kidnap his brother's child to replace him as the Lord of Hell. If he hadn't been forced to work overtime after returning to hell, he would definitely go back and kill those be asterisk, 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 asterisk. But now, it's great to have someone who can do it for me, and without any complaints. I can guarantee that the power of regeneration that I bestow upon you is definitely much better than the effects of those demon kings. Lucifer said, extending his hand to the people around him. Who has any gun with bullets left? Can you lend it to me? What are you going to do? Chris asked, handing his pistol to Lucifer. Aren't you going to turn him back to his previous weird look? Do you need a gun for that? Definitely have to use a gun, Lucifer said as he shot Al Simmons in the head. This sudden scene made Teddy tremble all over. F***K. Didn't you want to give him power? Bullets are meant to be powerful, right? Ugh. His brain seemed to have splattered all over me. You know shit. Lucifer looked at the people around him, especially Chloe, with a puzzled expression. No. Why are you looking at me like that? Spawn is, in a sense, an evil spirit with a physical body and great power. So he must die once before I can grant him the power of the son of hell. That is Spawn. Lucifer's explanation made everyone's eyes return to normal. Li Chengfeng laughed secretly. Lucifer hadn't taken action for too long, and he was so excited that he forgot his current identity and personality. Okay, stop explaining and get started. Since Talaran has abandoned everything here, it means that the threat from the outside world is not ordinary. Li Chengfeng showed a gentle smile. As a helpful FBI agent, no matter whether the person outside is hello or not, we have to help out. Lucifer nodded, cut his finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto Al Simmons' half-turned head. The next moment, the blood plasma seemed to come alive. Spawn, reappearance. In the void, orange light, like sunlight, illuminates and fills all observable corners. Although it seems that this place can be extended infinitely, there is no concept of space. But the orange light remains unshakable. Divinity, divine power, and divine personality. Most of the divinities in this multi-universe have a concrete entity. I really don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Talaran's body was suspended in the grayish-white otherworld dimension. Although it had been completely destroyed, there was still a shell left, storing all the fragments of time and space. And in this dimension that existed in name only, Talaran felt the pressure for the first time in a long time. He is not a very upright person now. When this divinity called Hela just appeared, Talaran was already prepared for a sneak attack. After all, crossing the thick barrier of time and space caused SCP-3999 to suffer serious damage. Otherwise, the reverse absorption of 3999's power would not have been so smooth. Talaran realizes the true nature of his relationship with SCP-3999. He is a human cradle, a human womb, and a human eggshell. SCP-3999 wants to break free from his bondage, but due to the dangerous environment outside, it has to rely on him to exist. Especially as a supreme deity that is about to be born, once it is truly hatched, it will no longer face these opponents with actual physical forms. SCP-3999, he's scared. That's why Talaran had the opportunity to reverse the situation and, as a human-shaped womb, control the power of the embryo. After all, they are one. As one thing grows, another declines. This is a universal truth. But the woman before him, to be more precise, the goddess before him completely overturned his common sense. His ability, which was always successful, even made a certain degree of reality modification to Li Chengfeng, who possessed life force. However, it did not have the slightest effect on the goddess in front of him. She is like an unchanging rock, anchored in this multi-universe Earth. Cannot be changed, cannot be influenced, cannot be touched. You seem a little different. There was a look of doubt on Talaran's brow. Although he had obtained the power of 3999, he did not get 3999's nearly omniscient knowledge. That's long-winded. Hela shook her head and raised her hand slightly. The orange light roared and instantly turned into an overwhelming storm, symbolizing the power of death sweeping over. And those fragments of time and space suspended here were given the meaning of death the moment they were contaminated. Under the possession of Yemengard, the combination of the greedy orange light and the power of death produced an indescribable chemical reaction. It was also the first time that Hela reached this state. Time, space, reality. Everything seemed to flow through her fingertips, and she only needs to raise her finger to grant them. Die. Desire is power. Death is direction. Hela now realized that her current state had completely entered a new level. Even if it was the God group that Li Chengfeng had once told her about, it was probably just like this, right? You deserve to die. The corners of Hela's sharp lips curled up into a sneer. The goddess of desire and death handed down the final judgment to the man in front of her. Is this the true power of Spawn? When Al Simmons stood in front of everyone again, he had returned to his original appearance as Spawn. He clenched his hands, feeling an incomparable power, and the look he gave Lucifer became more and more complicated. A drop of blood and a blessing can make him stronger than those demon kings of hell. So how powerful is the Lord of Hell? But Lucifer didn't bother to care what he thought. He reached out and picked up Teddy, who was still retching, and then put him in the hands of Spawn. But nothing happened. Lucifer, you are not fooling us, are you? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. According to what you said, we should have left here by now. Wait a minute. My theory can't be wrong. Lucifer shook his head, then picked up Teddy and looked at him with a frown. Did my dad do something to you? That's why we can't leave. F***K. Lucifer, do you even need to imagine what your godfather thinks of you? He will definitely give you whatever your dear son wants. Teddy rolled his eyes. Is it possible that I, this so-called savior, am no longer equal to the more powerful Spawn in terms of power, so the situation you imagined did not happen? Teddy's words made Li Chengfeng suddenly remember something. He walked forward, patted Lucifer's flashy suit, and said, "How about you try to bless Teddy again and make him a more powerful savior?" "No, I bless Spawn because I have the power of the Lord of Hell." "Tisk, when you were an angel, your power wasn't that bad, was it? And now your angel wings are back. Even if your past authority is still suppressed by the Lord of Hell and you can't use it, but the power of heaven in your blood has long returned to its original level, right?" Lucifer listened and subconsciously spread out his extremely holy angel wings. Then Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and pulled the wings in front of Lucifer. "Here, do it. Tisk, I really believed your lies." Lucifer snorted coldly, then stretched out his hand and stroked his angel's wings. Unlike the flame-red blood before, a drop of pure white blood flowed from the wings. And this drop of blood just happened to fall on Teddy's body, and then no shit happened. Teddy, what do you think? If I feel anything unusual, it must be because you have passed some infectious disease to me through your blood." Teddy rolled his eyes, jumped out of Lucifer's hands, and walked around the few people. "Look, the great Lucifer has miscalculated again. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but have you ever thought about blessing someone else to become the so-called savior? Do you have to bring trouble to me by grabbing a stuffed bear?" Teddy said, supporting himself with one hand and placing the other directly on Spawn's leg. The next moment, white light instantly enveloped everyone. Only Teddy's last voice kept echoing here. "Grass." But there were two people who were not teleported away. To be precise, not a human. Void and Evelyn looked at each other and sighed. "You see, in the upper dimension, the two of us can't enter in our original form." "Okay, now you're sighing like an old idiot." Evelyn rolled her eyes and continued, "But it doesn't matter. Let's just continue with our work. These are two whole dimensions. After the Black God consciousness completely assimilates these two dimensions, the power and dimensional authority it absorbs will almost allow the Black God consciousness to take a step further, right? Almost. After all, Li Chengfeng originally possessed the fate of an old god, and now he has begun to introduce the power of TIE particles into himself. So the possibility of the Black God's consciousness eventually ascending to a higher dimension has greatly increased. But you also know that I am not very educated. What on earth is the Black God's consciousness after it has been upgraded to a higher dimension? Evelyn, you also know that you are uneducated. It is extremely difficult for me to explain this matter to an illiterate person. F***K. If I can beat you, I will definitely beat you to death. When he opened his eyes again, Li Chengfeng was already in a space filled with orange light. First, he looked around to make sure that everyone had been teleported out. After making sure that no one was missing, Li Chengfeng lowered his head. Then, seeing his hands full of lamp rings and his adult body restored to normal, he nodded with satisfaction. Although it's nice to occasionally reminisce about the days when I was too beautiful, in the end, this body is the most comfortable. At least if this body wants to call someone, it can pat the person's shoulder instead of the butt. Hey, Pudding, look over there. If I'm not mistaken, the one who is pinching Talleyrand's neck with orange light and shooting left and right is Hela, right? Li Chengfeng raised his head and looked at Hela, who was in the state of the goddess of desire and death, and swallowed hard. His face was full of bitterness. Oh my God, I thought that the power of Orange Lantern and Hela complemented each other, and they must be very compatible. But now it seems that they're a little too compatible. You can't say that. Have you forgotten that when Yemengard was born, it absorbed the blood of both of you? Harley Quinn spread her hands and said, in a sense, a creature that possesses both the power of a lamp beast and the bloodline of two deities. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest lamp beast now, right? Li Chengfeng listened to the little madman's analysis and actually felt that it made some sense. Normally, when the lantern beasts get along with each other, Kidney Deficiency Shark is not afraid of anyone. Not even the only adult lantern beast, Purple Lantern Mothra, but he seems to be avoiding Yemengard. The little clay figurine that Li Chengfeng had been holding in his hand at the moment saw Talleyrand being beaten by Hela from both sides, and he kept cheering. Yes, that's it. Don't torture him. He's not afraid of torture. Just beat him up, and that's it. Cool. But you are really generous, Liang Liang. 343 sat next to Drive. Liang Liang and winked at the little girl passing by. No matter how weak 3999 is, he is still the supreme god. Even though he is damaged, I dare not provoke him. But you let the goddess Hela go indirectly? I admit that she may be stronger than me, but not by much, right? SCP 3999. Its strongest ability is to modify reality, ignore cause and effect, and ignore logic. But unfortunately, this goddess of death is also the god king of Midgard. You should know that after a true god is associated with the only focus of this multi-universe, that is, this planet, she is already the constant in the entire multi-universe. For the constants, alter reality, ignore cause and effect, ignore logic, it's all bullshit. All she has to consider is whether she can be stronger than the other party. 343 heard this and curled his lips. In a sense, isn't this Midgard God King also a supreme deity? Dr. Liang Liang raised the ice cream cone in his hand and put it into his mouth. After a few seconds, a smile appeared. Pull the fancy rules and mysterious competition back to pure power. In the words of Li Chengfeng's hometown, this is called returning to basics. Oh my God, these two moves are too cruel. Harley Quinn trembled all over as she looked at Talleyrand, who was unable to fall from the air after being hit by a series of attacks. She recalled the scene during training when that ****ch Hela beat her up, although not as violent as this one. It is also a complete set of aerial combos. I'm definitely not going to make her mad anymore. You have said this at least 50 times. King Ada rolled his eyes, but each time you failed to sustain it for more than 3 days. Sometimes you can't really blame me for this kind of thing. Seeking death is addictive. Otherwise, why would I enjoy doing it so much? Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, two women who have seen Hela take action many times, are actually the calmest at this time. To them, Hela felt like the anchor of the entire star team. Most of the time, he is more reliable than Li Chengfeng, who is not very good at running. After all, she is a real goddess, not a guy like Li Chengfeng who is neither god nor human. Watching Hela, the goddess of death, take action is a grand show. She is the strong heroine, while Talleyrand is the hapless villain. Hela will tear Talleyrand into pieces in countless unexpected ways. When Li Chengfeng saw Hela and found that Hela was not affected by Talleyrand's power at all, Li Chengfeng knew, this game is secured. The next thing he had to consider was how to deal with Talaran and the little clay figurine SCP-3999 in his hand. If that was his original idea, Talaran, the dragon slayer who eventually became a dragon, should be given a place to live out his days in solitude. But his misfortune was that he attacked King Ida. Although those 103 deaths were completely erased by the modification of reality, both the memories and the pain of countless deaths were deeply engraved in King Ada's soul. Even though Ada Wong still has the time to talk to Harley Quinn, in fact, she is already at the end of her strength. After falling down this time, I don't know how long it will take me to recover. Maybe it's like Ada said, he should have taken her on a long vacation. Just as he was thinking this, the orange light in the surrounding space suddenly began to gather towards Hela. As the owner of the orange lantern, Li Chengfeng could feel the firm belief in Hela's heart. This is the final blow. In fact, even without this blow, Talaran was already on the verge of complete collapse. With all the rule-level abilities having no effect on Hela, his ordinary human body with strange strength has become completely blocked. As a human, originally, an idea gradually arose in Talaran's mind. It would be nice to die like this. After all, from the very beginning, he also intended to let the whole world be destroyed along with him. But now, it doesn't matter if I am the only one destroyed. Although Talaran found a way to steal SCP-3999's power, he was indeed truly insane. However, on the eve of his madness, he took advantage of a last burst of clarity and killed himself and SCP-3999 together. When he was teleported to this real universe, he was already a completely insane Talaran. So he had been subconsciously walking on the path of self-destruction. Hela, spare his life. Li Chengfeng's voice reached Hela's ears, and the energy that had been concentrated on the night sky soared completely dissipated in an instant. My queen, I'm so glad you're okay. Lord God King, let me be frank. You are really mighty and domineering today. Li Chengfeng looked at Hela's fists that were covered in blood. It's hard to imagine that an ordinary person can have so much blood. Ever since he obtained this power that originated from him but did not belong to him, he has gone beyond the category of ordinary people. Hela glanced at Talaran, then said to Li Chengfeng, although he is now just a monster who destroyed everything including himself, he was originally a hero, and he deserves a heroic ending. A heroic ending? Bullshit. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. If he went crazy, he could just kill himself. Then if we found him, we could build a monument for him or something. But after he went crazy, he harmed others. Ida was killed by his ability a full 100,000 times. To be precise, it was 100,003 times. King Ada shrugged, as if he was talking about someone else's business, and he was killed by Li Chengfeng, who was created by Talaran's ability. I can sense some resentment. Hearing this, night sky's sword filled with orange light energy floated behind Hela. So you asked me to spare his life. What are you planning to do? What should we do? Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and shook the palm-sized clay figurine. Definitely. Everything should be returned to the starting point. Isn't it a good ending for SCP-3999, who cannot be contained, and researcher Talaran, who uses his body as a cage to imprison each other forever? Li Chengfeng said this, and regardless of the little clay figure's struggle, he pressed the little clay figure directly against Talaran's chest. Then the little clay figure disappeared there in an instant. The next moment, Talaran's body gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared in front of everyone. With the disappearance of Talaran and SCP-3999, the other world, which had been reduced to a shell, completely collapsed. The evil gods worshipped by the cultists in Silent Hill also vanished in the energy of dimensional annihilation. Li Chengfeng vaguely saw the evil god who had never shown his face from beginning to end. There's nothing they can do. It's because they are so weak. With SCP-3999 around, they can only wait to die in the cracks. At the same time, the souls of 1/3 of the world's population that had been forcibly taken and also returned to their places. Spawn looked at the light spots in the sky that represented souls, waved his cloak, turned into a blood-red shadow and disappeared on the spot. Standing on the street of Silent Ridge Town again, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath of fresh air. Then he waved to Dr. Liang Liang and 343 in front of him. "Hey, two old rabbits are having a date here. Who are you calling a rabbit? Don't think we don't understand the Republic language." Ethan and Mia rushed over with a large number of cult-related books and sacrificial items. "We have already reported this to the headquarters. The cleanup agents will be here soon. So how do we deal with this group of cultists? It takes evil to defeat evil. Send them all to Arkham." The mission Silent Regeneration has been completed. Quest-related characters: Talaran, SCP 3999. Obtain Talaran's Unhatched Supreme Godhead. Acquired SCP 3999's Upper Narrator Fragment. Li Chengfeng looked at the reward given by the system and fell in a deep thought. Are all the things coming out now so mysterious? Unhatched Supreme Godhead? Upper Storyteller Fragment? What is going on? However, no matter how strange it was, Li Chengfeng understood that anything related to this supreme divinity in the upper-level narrative must be much higher level than the old god person. And with the complete collapse of Otherworld, the voice of nothingness and Evelyn reappeared in his mind. "Host, you've made a fortune this time." The voice of nothingness said cheerfully, "You can never imagine how much the Black God consciousness has captured this time. If you have something to say it quickly. You sound like you've eaten bee poop." Li Chengfeng curled his lips. "Aren't you and Evelyn helping the Black God consciousness to assimilate that consciousness dimension?" "That's right. That consciousness dimension has been completely assimilated into the Black God consciousness. In fact, just this one consciousness dimension has caused the Black God consciousness to begin to break away from its original consciousness level." Shiwu didn't pay attention to Li Chengfeng's urging, but continued. "And just now, when you successfully escaped from the Otherworld, the material dimension hidden in Talaran's soul and the Otherworld in the atmosphere were all successfully captured by the two of us using the Black God consciousness. 3 real dimensions were assimilated in one breath. The Black God consciousness is only one step away from upgrading its dimension." Li Chengfeng frowned. "Upgrading dimension? Although I don't quite understand how Black God's consciousness can be upgraded, I can tell from the excited voice of nothingness. This should be a good thing for him, for Void himself, and for the entire Black God consciousness. Don't you understand? Let me explain it to you in another way." Shiwu seemed to sense Li Chengfeng's emotions and explained with a smile. "This is the so-called Kingdom of God. After the Black God consciousness is upgraded, it will become a dimension that exists in your body and runs automatically. This dimension is derived from consciousness, but has a material entity. Isn't this no different from the Kingdom of God of the gods in fantasy novels? That is to say, there will be an extra-dimensional energy source directly inside my body in the future. You could say that, but this isn't a single-dimensional energy source. It's 3. It's not 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. It's a combination of each other, spiraling upwards. In short, from now on, if you want, you can directly power half of the Earth for a year with just 1 P. Or you can directly overcharge all of Wakanda's vibranium with just 1 P. No, you're F*********G speechless? Why is it that all you can think about is P? And it's my P. Ahem, I'm just excited." Shiwu might also feel that he had just said some pretty annoying words, and his tone was a little embarrassed. "Okay, what do you think about this unhatched supreme divinity?" Li Chengfeng hesitated for a moment, but still asked. "But I only asked the former. The latter's things about superior narrative are impossible to understand." "Wait, not hatched." The voice of nothingness suddenly paused. "Host, I think you should come in and take a look." While Li Chengfeng was confused, he directly entered the Black God's consciousness. In front of Shiwu and Evelyn, there was something that looked like an egg, lying horizontally. The so-called unhatched supreme divinity. Could this be what you're talking about? I really didn't expect that a tourist destination with no less than 1 million tourists every year could have so many cultists. After the FBI arrived at Silent Hill, they looked at the cultists who had been completely subdued and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads with their handkerchiefs. To be honest, this can basically be considered a mistake on their part. The small cult of a few people was not discovered, probably simply because it was small and inconspicuous. But this evil cult of several hundred people has not been discovered yet, which means there really is a protective umbrella. But these are not the most terrible things. The most terrible thing is that it was the FBI agents who cracked this case. This time, I've really walked into trouble. Is this something you can just brush off with a sentence you didn't expect? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. He was getting more and more used to his leadership. Why don't you think about it for a moment? Have you worked hard over the years? Has your salary increased over the years? Then look for your own reasons. In his speech, Li Chengfeng did not mention the issue of cults at all. But in the ears of this slightly overweight FBI commander, every word he said was about his official hat. Yes, we will definitely do a good job of post-processing. After investigating this group of people, those ordinary people who were deceived into coming here will be sentenced if they are guilty, and those who are innocent will be released with a criminal record. As for the core elites, send them all to Arkham Asylum. I will say hello to Bruce Wayne. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he turned around and began to count the number of people. The more he counted, the uglier his face became. This should be the second most loss-making mission he has ever had since arriving at the America headquarters. The first serious one is the direct battle with HYDRA. This time, more than a dozen outstanding field agents from the Los Angeles branch were killed. And the irony is that they did not die at the hands of the weird gods of Otherworld, but died at the hands of those extreme cultists because they cared about and protected the tourists. Definitely, the ugly face is mainly due to dissatisfaction. When he goes back and uses the white lights to pull these unlucky guys up, he will definitely have all the major branches of the Joint Investigation Bureau carry out special training to strengthen the troops and improve their skills. And now, only Chloe, who is related to Almighty God and the Lord of Hell, and a black agent are alive. Li Chengfeng sighed and came to the ambulance. This black brother was very strong and took several knife attacks. He was also the first person to be sucked into the other world, and he survived until the incident was over. Hey, agent, what's your name? Sir, my name is Diggle, John Diggle. Very well. Soldier, when you have recovered from your injuries, report to Phil Coulson's unit in Washington. My pleasure. Talleyrand opened his eyes again and was still wearing the familiar researcher uniform. It's just that this fabric is a little different from the Foundation's. But it doesn't matter. After millions of years of torture, he has forgotten what comfort feels like. Ha, Talleyrand. In the end, there are still only two of us left. The sound of SCP-3999 appeared out of nowhere, but the sound was no longer coming from the cute little clay figurine, but a pool of mud that looked and smelled bad. This is the true form of SCP-3999. To be more precise, it is the true form that can be observed by the human brain and naked eyes combined. In the void, there were only him and this puddle of mud. Tisk, boring. Talleyrand curled his lips, then crushed his throat with his backhand and pulled out his own tube. But the next moment, he returned to normal. Ha, Talleyrand, don't try to play the trick of mutual destruction again, and don't try to kill me with the help of those things out there. Like I said, it's just the two of us left to torture each other. If there were a camera at this time that could infinitely zoom out, we would find that this void has boundaries. There are several inexplicable entities that seem to be only the size of ordinary people's files, and seem to have countless multi-universe file sizes. They're staring at this boundary that is like a pile of eggs with interest. There are many such existences. If Li Chengfeng were to see them, he would definitely be able to see at a glance from these abstract existences. The legendary death, infinity, annihilation, and eternity. Although Silent Hill is a tourist destination, it encountered a cult murder case, and it was a large-scale incident. As soon as the FBI announced it, 99% of the tourists fled. The rest of those who don't care about their lives are typical foreign players who are seeking death. He goes wherever there is danger, and his favorite places in life are murder hotels summer camps where massacres have occurred, and abandoned castles. Li Chengfeng looked at the excitement and enthusiasm in the eyes of this group of people, and the corners of his mouth twitched. No wonder there are so few foreigners here. There's a reason for it. No wonder foreigners make so many horror movies. There's a reason for that. Chun is the perfect professional match. Okay, when you're cleaning the floor, keep an eye on these people and keep them at a safe distance. Although the big boss has been dealt with, who knows if any of the remaining cultists have the ability to attack and hurt people. Yes, please leave it to us next. After the head of the FBI saluted Li Chengfeng, he directed his men to start working. This group of humans is really interesting. The more dangerous the place, the more they like to go. As the Lord of Hell, I am really happy to see them committing suicide. Lucifer approached Li Chengfeng and said with a smile, I have reserved an area in hell to accommodate such decedents. Well, looking at their experiences, it is much funnier than horror movies. Listen to what you say. Are you human? Oh, yes, you are not human at all. Teddy, who was lying on Lucifer's shoulder, complained, but things here should be over now. Can I go back to date that Mexican girl? It's been so long. Why haven't you left yet? Alas, Mexican girls are always like this, big butts and no brains. Wow, that makes me want to try it with a Mexican girl. Li Chengfeng looked at Lucifer and Teddy, who had no moral principles at all. It was said that they were a perfect match, just as shameless. But before Li Chengfeng could speak, Lucifer lowered his head slightly and said in Li Chengfeng's ear, I can feel the difference in you now. The difference? I'm not a Mexican girl. What the hell? I'm talking about your soul. Lucifer hesitated for a moment and continued. Although it sounds absurd, but from my perspective, you seem to be getting closer and closer to my father. What do you mean? You want to call me Dad? Bloody hell. I should have hit you twice with the spear of Longinus. Then you better not poke my hand. It's really hard to explain if there's a hole. I'm not kidding you. Lucifer's expression became more and more serious. You're just a little close now. If your soul really reaches the height of my father, then this real universe will find it difficult to accommodate the complete you. If there comes a day, can you really give up Hella, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn? Not only them, I can't even let go of Nick Fury. You and Teddy, okay? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. He finally understood what Lucifer wanted to say. This means that since he obtained this upper-level narrator fragment, he has already embarked on the path of developing to the level of Almighty God. The end of the road is nothing more than complete ascension and becoming a loner. This is definitely not what Li Chengfeng wants. He does need power, but he doesn't want to turn himself into an abstract existence that even the real universe cannot support. He is not one of those high beings who were born as gods, and he will never be able to get used to that kind of life. So, luckily it was just fragments. Then all I have to do is be careful not to collect all the fragments. Isn't that right? Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng's nerves suddenly relaxed. Don't talk about me. Where's the spawn you blessed? Did you just let him run away to Earth? In a sense, the son of hell, or regeneration man, is essentially neither good nor evil. It all depends on what the demon king who gave him the power wants him to do. But, generally speaking, they are all for the purpose of harvesting lives, preferably the most vicious and evil ones, and taking their souls to hell to become a member of the army under the command of each demon king. Lucifer spread his hands, but I don't need it. Not only do I not need it, but even the hell army under the command of those demon kings was stopped by me 50 years ago and completely disbanded. Now I'm discussing with the underworld and asking them to build a high-speed railway to hell as well. Wait, I'm a little confused. Li Chengfeng waved his hand. The underworld you mentioned, is it the underworld I understand? That should be right. I have invited the 10 kings of hell, Meng Pe and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, to dinner. Lucifer felt a little strange about Li Chengfeng's question. Isn't this common sense? Okay, you're done. Go find some Mexican girls and try them out, as long as you're not afraid of a female agent getting angry and shooting you. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he was too lazy to pay attention to these two shameless guys. Definitely because he was a little dazed when he heard that a high-speed railway was going to be built between the underworld and hell. It seems that you have gained a lot from this operation. Even for a constant like me, I feel that I cannot observe everything. Dr. Liang still occupies the skin of that bad-looking guy, his eyes full of curiosity. But where exactly did Talaran and SCP-3999 go? Are you curious? Definitely curious. As a senior researcher, my greatest strength is my curiosity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become this. As he spoke, Dr. Liang pointed to SCP-963 on his neck. The realm they are in now is probably a dimension that is difficult for us humans to understand. Li Chengfeng shrugged, but I am sure that the place where they are now is tantamount to an eternal cage for them. They have to torture each other endlessly in the cage, while also preventing the cage from being broken and then being surrounded and kicked by other abstract beings. Now that you put it that way, I think I can understand. The good thing about Dr. Liang is that as long as you tell him the truth, no matter how difficult it is to understand. Okay, gentlemen, please stop chatting here. We still have to bring back the bodies of the victims. King Ada walked forward and interrupted their conversation. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. These guys died too hastily. After they are resurrected, everyone must hand in a 100,000-word self-review to their supervisor. Upon hearing this, King Ada twitched his lips. Then he looked at the agents on the ground. She felt that they might not be so eager to be resurrected now. Cult? God from the outer universe? Resurrection? Nick Fury looked at Li Chengfeng, who was drinking a carbonated drink in front of him, and his mouth twitched. Has our painting style evolved in this direction? That depends on your level of acceptance, but I can only say that this kind of thing may happen more often from now on. Li Chengfeng drank the carbonated drink in the cup in one gulp, then reached out and hugged the yuan-devouring beast that was curled up beside him and touched it all over. And don't you have short-term memories in that dimension? So you can understand it to some extent, right? That's true. Black Braised Egg nodded, but didn't continue to dwell on it. The yuan-devouring beast, which was originally sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened and subconsciously spit out the huge amounts of tentacles that wrapped around Li Chengfeng. But it just covered him. After trying to swallow it back several times without success, and feeling the increasingly terrifying energy in Li Chengfeng's body, the yuan-devouring beast finally retracted its tentacles obediently, rubbed its head against Li Chengfeng's chest in a flattering manner, and then nestled down. But just as he lay down, a little cat's paw stretched out from Li Chengfeng's waist and scratched the big round face of the yuan-devouring beast. The next moment, the demon cat Doug crawled out from Li Chengfeng's waist and pounced on the yuan-devouring beast. Li Chengfeng stroked the cat's fur on his body and then looked at Nick Fury. If you have any other questions, please ask them all at once. I know you still have a lot of questions. Regarding resurrection, can anyone be resurrected? No. Li Chengfeng shook his head. The specific resurrection standard is based on the will of the spirit of existence. But at least I know that people who died of old age or illness cannot be resurrected. I know what you just thought of. Unfortunately, MS. Peggy Carter cannot be resurrected, and even if she is resurrected, she can only return to the state before death. Li Chengfeng could tell at a glance what was in Nick Fury's mind. The death of Peggy Carter was a huge amount of regret in the entire FBI. But the reason why regret is that it is almost irreparable. Well, since there's no way to revive her, then we can only give up. Nick Fury is the king of FBI agents after all, and his ability to regulate his emotions is unparalleled. He immediately showed a dissatisfied expression to Li Chengfeng. By the way, your goddaughter is still being taken care of by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ethan and Mia are still working with the BSA team to finish off the Silent Hill town. So go take your goddaughter away first. Fortunately, John Lee is with Bruce Wayne now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to take care of 2 children. You are now old enough to take care of children, but you still don't know how to do it. What are you going to do in the future, my dear old father-in-law? Go somewhere cool for me. Your old father-in-law doesn't want to see you for the time being. Bah, I told you you're fat. and you're still panting. Black braised egg, don't beg me to hug the fruit of my love with crazy little boy from now on. Wait, what do you mean by this? Nick Fury's dark salted egg suddenly turned serious and asked through gritted teeth, Did you two get your damn bellies big? Why do you do whatever you want? Your expression now is like that of an old father who found out that his daughter was kidnapped by a yellow-haired man and is pregnant. F***K. Don't pull out your gun. I made this gun with genuine URU metal, and you set it to maximum power. Don't you want the office anymore? Li Chengfeng looked at the black braised egg that was completely raging and wanted to shoot himself, and turned around and rushed out of the office without any hesitation. Just run away. You be ****************. One of these days I'm going to shoot you. Nick Fury yelled at the door as it swung shut, then sat back in his office chair. He looked at the ceiling with his one eye, thought for a long time, and suddenly revealed a warm smile. Grandson. When Li Chengfeng stepped into the Ministry of Internal Affairs again, he felt extremely heavy in his heart, because the 1/3 of the people in the world whose consciousness has been brought into the conscious dimension, like Nick Fury, retain that memory. In other words, my two good mothers are now in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I had planned to pick up my lovely little goddaughter and run away, but Caroline and Max are taking care of little Rosemary at this moment. You too. Thank you for taking care of my goddaughter. Oh, it's not hard at all. Max suddenly showed a nasty smirk on his face. Isn't that right, baby? F***K it. Max Blake. Caroline Channing. I order you never mention the word baby in front of me again. Okay, baby. No problem, baby. Caroline handed Rosemary to Li Chengfeng with a smile. I have to say, Agent Li, you were really a cute little thing when you were a child. Li Chengfeng looked at the faces of the two women and suddenly remembered something. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Caroline, Max, I won't ask any more questions about the two of you kissing and spitting in the consciousness dimension. I just want to know, in the consciousness dimension, who is the one between you two? Li Chengfeng did not finish his words, but raised his right index finger firmly in front of them. This kind of body language is more embarrassing than pointing it out directly. After saying this, Li Chengfeng left the Ministry of Internal Affairs without looking back, leaving the most famous bankrupt girls in the entire F.B.I. looking at each other in bewilderment. Li Chengfeng's voice was quite loud just now. I believe that within today, the rumor that Caroline and Max are actually L******** and friends will be flying everywhere. The two people fell into endless silence. After a long time, Max still looked at the door through which Li Chengfeng left and said, Obviously, I'm one. So, it's more important to fight for first place now. Ouch, I definitely don't want to think about what I just went through. In Wayne Manor, Li John was slumped on the sofa at the moment, with a look of despair on his face. Opposite him is his second father, Bruce Wayne, the source of 17% of his genes. You mean you just had a dream where you were a pervert standing on a roof and looking at the moon? And you said something as outrageous as I can do whatever I want. Ugh. Second dad, please stop repeating it. I feel so ashamed just thinking about it. This at least means you are still sane and have a sense of shame. Bruce Wayne raised his head and looked at John Lee. So John, tell me, how do you know about the spontaneous biological behavior of facing the serious look from his second father? Li John's eyes became a little vague. If I say I was born knowing, second dad, would you believe me? Bruce Wayne actually never imagined that he could have a son. Just like he had never imagined that there was a Li John besides this little guy, Damien. He didn't think that this Li John was his child at first, but just a genetic clone of an isotope from a parallel world. But when he saw Li John's frowning expression, which was exactly the same as his own, Bruce Wayne knew that this was really his child. Definitely more like that guy Li Chengfeng. After all, Li Chengfeng's genes account for 51%, which leads to the fact that in most cases, Li John looks unreliable and unreliable, especially in terms of colluding with Damien. He is simply a miniature Li Chengfeng. In other words, her blonde hair and blue eyes look has nothing in common with Li Chengfeng. But at the moment, Bruce Wayne looked at his cheap son seriously. He now seriously suspected that his son, who looked only 3 years old, possessed memories that were not appropriate for a son of his age. John Lee, you don't want me to repeat it a second time, right? Second dad, let me explain. Lee John looked at Bruce Wayne's face. To be honest, although he knew that his strength could definitely crush the second dad in front of him, but he still had an inexplicable fear of Bruce Wayne, which caused Lee John to be particularly honest when he was with Bruce Wayne. Explain yourself, I'm listening, but if you tell me some reasons that I find ridiculous, I will send you back to Li Chengfeng without hesitation and let him teach you what a child is. I'm really scared of you. Lee John sighed and had to tell the truth. Actually, I really don't want to understand what the is, but the memory carried in my genes has been unlocked here, and I can't help but understand it. Bruce Wayne stared into Lee John's blue eyes and found that he did not lie. At least judging from the level of emotional concealment, Lee John is indeed still a child. Thinking of this, Bruce Wayne felt a little relieved. In fact, what he least wanted to face was that there was an adult's soul inside such a child's body. This is no different from a deformed dwarf. But now it seems that Lee John is just a little kid who was forced to know more. Remember, don't tell anyone about your memories. Got it. I can't tell anyone that I remember this. But second dad, at least tell me, who is the outsider? Except for me and Li Chengfeng. Don't let anyone else know about this, to avoid causing more trouble. Okay, I'll spoil you this time. Next time you imitate Li Chengfeng's speech, I will ask Alfred to replace your coconut jelly with pure milk. If I don't follow my father's words, then what about my second father? Lee John was stunned for a moment, then shook his head for a while, put on a cold and domineering face, perfectly replicating Bruce Wayne's expression, even including the fan-shaped pattern in his eyes. Woman, you have caught my attention. Well, very good. Bruce Wayne dialed Li Chengfeng's video call with a smile. Li Chengfeng, hurry up and take your son away. Hey, Lee John is at your house. That's great. Li Chengfeng in the video said, and directly pushed open the door of Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne also saw Alfred in the video. Hey, Alfred, is Bruce in the living room or the Batcave? Master Chengfeng, Master Wayne should be in the living room with Master John. Alfred's voice was perfect as always. Li Chengfeng nodded and pushed the door open a few minutes later. Hey, Lee John, how do you feel about staying in Wayne Manor during this period? Did you destroy the house? Li Chengfeng walked up and patted Lee John on the head. Your fourth father basically needs to renovate the entire Quinn Manor. How come such a destructive power withered in the hands of your second father? There's always a countermeasure. Lee John tilted his head and thought for a while. Don't talk about me. When you see my second father's usual cold and domineering expression, don't you feel scared? I'm afraid, definitely afraid. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. I'm afraid he'll tell me some domineering quotes. Lee, although I haven't seen you recently, but... Bruce Wayne smiled brightly. You two, get out of here now. Tell me, what should we do now? Where should we go? You ask me. Who should I ask? Li Chengfeng and Lee John stood outside the door of Wayne Manor, staring at each other. A gust of autumn wind blew by, making the two men realize the reality that they were kicked out of the door by Bruce Wayne, who was laughing in anger. This time, not even Alfred could stop Bruce Wayne. Li Chengfeng originally wanted to discuss this with Bruce Wayne. Since he is so easy to lead, he might as well let Lee John live in Wayne Manor permanently. In the end, I was kicked out before I could even say it. Lee John, do you think it's because you are not very likable, or is it because your father is not very popular? I guess a little bit of both. Lee John nodded in agreement. As a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. Where should we go next? You are the most ruthless, Lee John. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but give Lee John a thumbs up. How about going to see your fifth father? He's been at the F.B.I. Academy these days because Dr. Cisco Ramon and Caitlin Snow from Star Labs are coming to the F.B.I. Academy to give lectures. As the actual owner of Star Labs, Barry definitely has to accompany them throughout the whole process. So, I can finally go to the F.B.I. Academy. Lee John's eyes lit up when he heard this. What I'm saying is, You have to change your habit of leaking hot eyes when you get excited. Li Chengfeng said as he covered Li Zhan's eyes. The little bit of hot eyes that leaked out was not a big deal to him. If you really hurt someone by mistake, I will really destroy you. In other words, as long as it's not an accidental injury and there's a reason, you won't kill me humanely? Hey, you really know how to find loopholes. Well, it can be understood that way. For example, it can be used to protect yourself. Li Chengfeng held Li Zhan's hand and walked on the streets of Gotham City. Dad, so what is humane destruction? You don't need to know this for now. Cisco Ramon and Caitlin Snow were walking in the FBI Academy. As visiting professors giving lectures, they were indeed qualified. After all, he is an outstanding scientist who supports the entire Star Laboratory. Especially Cisco Ramon, because of his wild imagination and curiosity enough to kill 1,000 cats. Even the dean by Yadin repeatedly invited him to come to the FBI Academy to officially take up his post. But in the end, Cisco rejected it. After all, the FBI Academy is good, but its degree of freedom is far inferior to that of the Star Laboratory. In the Star Laboratory, he can do whatever he thinks of, and no one will restrict him. His nominal boss is his good friend Barry Allen, but his actual boss, Caitlin Snow, will not interfere with his bursts of inspiration. But the FBI Academy is an official unit after all. What Cisco Ramon least wanted to face were all kinds of workplace relationships. Otherwise, he would not have gone straight into the Star Laboratory. As the two of them were walking towards the classroom where the lecture was to be held, they suddenly discovered that everyone in the FBI Academy seemed to be excited. Wave after wave rushed past them. Many students even used their super abilities just to get ahead of others. Cisco Ramon scratched his coquettish semi-long hair and looked at Caitlin Snow. Are our lectures so attractive? Why are so many students who are obviously not from the science department rushing toward the classroom? What we're saying is it possible that they're not going after us? Caitlin shrugged and pointed to a place not far away. You see, that's the reason. Sometimes we shouldn't be so self-indulgent, okay? Cisco, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what you said. Cisco looked at the father and son who looked completely different not far away and said with a smile, but then again, I remember that the child next to Agent Li Chengfeng seems to have some of his genes from Barry, right? If Barry's original retelling is correct. Yes, this child is a clone born from the genes of Li Chengfeng, Bruce Wayne, Hal Jordan, Oliver Queen, and Barry Allen. Caitlin Snow said, counting on her fingers, and Li Zhan's appearance seems to be more inherited from Barry Allen and Oliver Queen. More what? What's wrong with me? A slightly puzzled voice sounded from behind the two of them. Cisco and Caitlin turned around suddenly and saw Barry Allen holding a large bottle of double sugar milkshake. Are you trying to scare the two of us to death? Then you can take over all the work at Star Labs. Caitlin rolled her eyes at Barry Allen. Aren't we talking about your son? My son? I don't have a son. Oh yes, you're talking about John Lee. Barry Allen took a sip of his milkshake, then looked at Caitlin inexplicably seriously. MS. Snow, I must state that although he has some of my genes, he is not the result of my relationship with anyone. The last time I was in love was in kindergarten. Mr. Allen, you don't have to explain it to me in such detail. Caitlin Snow didn't know why, but after hearing this, she felt a little excited. Since we are here, why not just go over and say hello? After saying that, he walked forward quickly. Cisco looked at Caitlin, then at Barry, and gave him a gossipy smile. Honestly, Barry, Caitlin's husband, my friend Ronnie, has passed away. In my mind, Caitlin has always been like my older sister, so I definitely hope that she can get over the shadow of Ronnie's death and embrace a new life and love again. Real. Definitely. If anyone tries to play with Caitlin's feelings, I swear I will stab that person in the *** with my repair tool. Hey, you little brats. What's so interesting about me taking my kids out for a walk? Go away, go away. Li Chengfeng waved his hand to drive away the group of energetic students around him. He really didn't expect that after being busy at the construction site in Krakow for so long, he still couldn't wear out the energy of these guys. He definitely has a little idea of his own existence. To put it nicely, he is the idol and hero of the entire FBI Academy, and even the entire FBI. In fact, it is the same as the giant panda. Everyone who sees it wants to come up and take a photo with it. It's no problem to say that he is the second best in the FBI. What? Who is the top star? Unfortunately, it's Hela, the goddess of death. Li Chengfeng actually had some doubts. Why do boys prefer him and girls prefer Hela? Isn't it said that like repels like? Through the crowd, Li Chengfeng still saw Caitlin Snow and Cisco Ramon walking towards him. Oh, and there's also a foodie named Xiao Shan. Agent Li Chengfeng, it's been a long time. It's been a while since I last saw you, two great scientists. Has the lecture you're giving at the FBI started yet? Not yet. We are on our way there. Caitlin and Cisco shook hands with Li Chengfeng respectively, and then began the necessary social interaction as adults. Greeting. Li John broke free from Li Chengfeng's hands in the first possible moment. Even though his IQ is not low, he still can't understand why humans are so keen on this kind of social interaction that has no practical use. So he took 2 or 3 steps to Barry Allen's side, raised his head, and looked at him. And Barry Allen also felt the scorching gaze coming towards him. I couldn't help but lower my head, and then I saw the child who had some genetic connection with me. John Lee, Barry Allen asked tentatively, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? 5 Dad, let me ask you, is this thing delicious? Oh. Barry Allen looked at Lee John's serious face and asked such a question. After a pause, he immediately handed over the milkshake, double sugar, strawberry milkshake. Don't ask if it tastes good. Ask if you're happy. Lee John took it and took a big bite. Then tears started dripping like incontinence. No, I just drank a milkshake. Is it necessary to cry like this? 5th Dad, can I live with you from now on? Lee John said pitifully, you feel as if others are abusing you. You're right. In a sense, Mother Ada, Mother 4, and Alfred, they are abusing me. I think there's a misunderstanding here. No, a misunderstanding. To me, balanced nutrition means bad taste. Bad taste means abuse. Lee John raised his head, his eyes shining, as if there were stars in his eyes, and looked at Barry Allen. 5 Dad, I've made my decision. I want to be a foodie like you. Barry Allen, hold it, dear. For a little brat like Lee John, the so-called, I want to be something is nothing more than his own talk on a whim. Definitely, some parents will take it seriously and then be D off by their children who give up halfway. But Li Chengfeng obviously wouldn't. After all, he didn't have the slightest expectation of John. Li Chengfeng would be thankful if he didn't evolve into the evil Homelander in the original work. So after hearing Li John say that he wanted to become a foodie like Barry Allen, Li Chengfeng fell silent. Is it considered a lofty ambition or a real loser? If he wants to catch up with Barry Allen in eating, I guess only Hulk himself can do it to avoid losing so badly. Li John, I suggest you don't try to be everything. And your 5th father has so many excellent qualities, but you only want to learn how to eat. Li Chengfeng looked at Li John a little seriously. Son, are you sure? I'm definitely sure. Li John nodded heavily. It's so good to be able to eat. Not only that, I wish I could just eat and sleep every day. Not doing anything, but enjoying life is the ultimate pursuit of life. Li John's words not only stunned Li Chengfeng, but also Cisco. Caitlin and Barry looked at each other, and they all saw a hint of desire in each other's eyes. You are right. If it wasn't for a living, who would be willing to attend Class B when they can lie down comfortably and happily for the rest of their lives? Most people would not choose to go to work and make a name for themselves. Seeing that his words had silenced everyone, Li John did not choose to continue speaking, but stood beside Barry Allen with his hands on his hips. What are you guys doing standing here? And aren't the 2 professors supposed to be giving lectures? Why aren't they heading to the classroom? At this moment, a familiar voice was heard from the crowd of onlookers. Li Chengfeng looked over when he heard the voice and found that it was his dear Damian Wayne. As Damian spoke, he came to Li John's side. Brother Damian, you haven't been home for a few days. Li John looked at Damian excitedly. So you have been living in the school for the past few days. Is it okay not to live on campus? Damian rolled his eyes. My biological mother and stepmother have been competing with each other for a while, trying to snatch the man named Bruce Wayne. Don't I have to come out and hide for a while? Damian felt helpless as well. Both his biological mother and stepmother were very nice to him, but emotional matters were not something a teenager like him could handle. So he chose to temporarily escape from the troubled Wayne Manor and moved into the dormitory of the FBI Academy. It's shameful to run away, but it really works. After being reminded by Damian, Caitlin and Cisco finally remembered their duties and the purpose of their trip and hurried towards the classroom. The onlookers around gradually dispersed after seeing Damian appear. It can be seen that most people in the FBI Academy have little interest in Damian. Many of them think that if he didn't have a good father, how could he have been able to enter the FBI Academy? Although it's not to the point of bullying and isolation, but there are indeed few people who can truly become friends with Damian. Another thing is that he is indeed a little young. It is always a bit awkward for an elementary school student to get into a group of high school and college students. Fortunately, Damian doesn't bother at all about the fact that he doesn't have many friends. What are the benefits of being friends? Most of the students in the FBI Academy have super abilities. If you become friends with them, you have to learn from your father and make items to restrain them blacken. In this matter, Damian fully understands Bruce Wayne. But Bruce Wayne didn't teach him that if he was his own younger brother, would he still need to be on guard against him becoming a lawless villain? The most important thing is, based on Damian's understanding, he really couldn't think of any way to restrict a Superman like Lee John. He has abilities similar to Superman, but without Superman's weaknesses. Lee, I've always been curious about how John Lee obtained his ability. Does the so-called compound number 5 really exist? How many times have I told you, Damian? You have to call me uncle. Lee Chengfeng rolled his eyes, then looked at Damian and said, if nothing unexpected happens, compound number 5 should exist. After all, the mixture of genes from 5 theoretically ordinary people, even if they mutate wildly, may not necessarily evolve so many super abilities. Lee Chengfeng didn't know how to explain to Damian, telling him that genetic mutations must also follow the basic law. So, if I can get compound number 5, I can become someone like Lee John. It's hard to say. Compound number 5 is probably not very stable. Carriers of different genes will gain very different powers after touching it. Lee Chengfeng recalled the original work of Black Robe and continued, but the ability seems to be passed on to the next generation through inheritance. Damian listened to Lee Chengfeng's explanation and nodded as if he understood. The thing about heredity is still a bit far away from them. By the way, you came here not just to remind Caitlin and Cisco to attend the lecture, right? You're not such a kind-hearted person. Yes, that was just a casual remark. Damian nodded. Agent Sky has returned from the afterlife and brought back a large number of young Inhumans. He is currently in the Academic Affairs Office of the FBI Academy, processing their admission applications. Lee Chengfeng was stunned when he heard this. Sky? Because of the incident with SCP-3999, he had forgotten about Sky taking over the afterlife and gaining command of the Inhumans. Then let's go see the Inhumans. Lee Chengfeng said this and took Lee John's little hand. Lee Chengfeng still has some favorable impressions on the Inhumans. Oh yeah, except for that scumbag Crystal. But Crystal is probably still in Adeline on the back of the moon. Okay. Lee John nodded. But what are the Inhumans? Are they similar to mutants? Lee Chengfeng pulled the corner of his mouth. It's similar to mutant. I guess that's not wrong. However, the upper limit of mutants is still much higher than that of Inhumans. Although the upper limit is a bit lower, there are also good points. For example, most of the Inhumans are more similar to ordinary people in appearance, unlike those Epsilon-class mutants who are basically inhuman. How many of them came? I heard. There are more than 500 of them, but not all of them have awakened their ability. In the Academic Affairs Office, Sky was sitting at his desk with a look of despair on his face, watching Wolverine, the Dean of Academic Affairs, stamping each document one by one. I mean, what era is this? Is it so difficult to implement a completely paperless office? Sky, this is not my fault. Although I'm over 200 years old, I'm always ahead of the times. Wolverine shrugged helplessly. But unfortunately, our dean the white duck egg, doesn't seem to be used to it. He was also a rebellious hippie with long hair in the past. How come he has become pedantic after getting older? Huh? Is this true? The former Professor X actually had hair, and it was shoulder-length hair. Sky's focus was a little different. Then he became bald really quickly after he got older. What the hell are you talking about? Wolverine raised his head and said with a smile, "White duck egg, that's because of the ability. Whenever he uses the ability, his hair will fall out and he will become bald and his legs will be paralyzed. This is the price of having such a powerful strength. The price." Sky looked at his hands subconsciously. The price of gaining power. No. It's simply by Yadin's own body problem. Wolverine hastily denied. Look at my super ability. Not only does it have no side effects, it can even prolong your life. He didn't want one of Li Chengfeng's most promising young agents to doubt his own abilities. Otherwise, that guy Li Chengfeng will never let him go. Even though this grandson keeps calling me Wolverine, if I really make him mad, he will definitely hit me. James Howlett, what are you talking about? Li Chengfeng pushed open the door, followed by two little guys. Li, could you please knock on the door before entering the academic affairs office next time? As a teacher, you should at least leave some dignity in front of your classmates. Stop talking nonsense. Li Chengfeng sat down at his desk and looked at Sky. Tell me, should I call you Sky or Daisy Johnson? Come on, Li. Can you please stop making fun of this? Sky rolled her eyes, very disgusted. I am definitely Sky. Although the name Daisy Johnson will be my registered name, I like Sky more. Whether it's a name or a life, I prefer Sky. After hearing Sky's answer, Li Chengfeng nodded. As an excellent FBI agent, Sky definitely would not simply abandon his current name just because of the appearance of his biological parents. What's more, in her eyes, her parents had made mistakes. Although Li Chengfeng did not pursue the matter to the end and spare their lives, they could return to their village and live like an ordinary couple from now on. She had also visited the Republic village. It was her first time to the Republic, and she was shocked for a long time. The Republic actually calls a small town a village. If this is a village, then what exactly is America's village? A temporary human settlement? But what are you doing here? I definitely heard that my excellent subordinates completed their mission and returned victoriously. So as a leader, I must come and express my condolences. What about the truth? I've been so bored these past few days and I have to take care of the kids, so I just go around enjoying the fun. Li Chengfeng was very single and told the truth. There's no need to talk all that high-sounding nonsense to your sister. Li Chengfeng just wanted to sneak around in the street openly. Take care of the child. Sky's eyes were full of doubt. Are you taking care of that little Rosemary? Her parents went on a mission and entrusted the child to you. Rosemary is with Hella. Li Chengfeng shrugged, and suddenly remembered that when he picked up Li John, Sky seemed to have just left the FBI to take over the next life. The child I'm talking about is Li John. As he said that, he pointed at Li John, who was looking at Sky with curiosity. The moment their eyes met, Sky was certain that this child was definitely Li Chengfeng's. Even though she has blonde hair and blue eyes, the look in her eyes is exactly the same. You gave birth to a child with Hella so quickly. Sky's mind raced, and then he beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. You greedy and gluttonous evil Zonden. You ruined such a good big sister and gave birth to a child so quickly. These guardians are really amazing. Why do I remember that you haven't been to school for a few days? How can your thinking be as unique as that Bruce Banner guy? Everything will turn into the opposite when it reaches the extreme. Different paths lead to the same destination. Li Chengfeng really didn't know what kind of strange things were in Sky's head. Afterwards, Li Chengfeng told Skiko about Li John's origins. The more he explained, the weirder the look in Sky's eyes became when he looked at Li Chengfeng. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Sky hesitated for a moment and asked, "Well, if you feel that big sisters like Hella, Ada, and Harley Quinn can't satisfy you, you can give up your position. I have admired them for a long time." Sky wiped her saliva and continued, "But you don't have to follow these stinky men." "Stop. I don't care what's going on in your head. Stop it. Li Chengfeng immediately stopped Sky from thinking about the garbage in his head. How can there be such a person? I treat her as my sister, but all she can think about is getting intimate with her sisters-in-law. What's worse, some people even questioned whether Li Chengfeng had an affair with Bruce Wayne and his gang of stinky men. Li Chengfeng was just about to use his leadership power to criticize Sky, who had ideological problems. But Li Chengfeng's personal terminal interrupted this situation. Because this is a video call from Phil Coulson. What's wrong, Phil Coulson? If you're okay, I'm going to hang up first because I want to let Sky know why the flowers are so red. Lee, we don't have time to listen to your and Sky's nonsense. Phil Coulson's voice was extremely urgent, completely lacking his usual humility and politeness. Li Chengfeng also looked serious. Phil Coulson was so anxious, probably because of something important. Don't worry. Tell me what happened. It's Wade. Wade went into space as part of the FBI's space station inspection crew. Ah, is there a problem? There is definitely nothing wrong with this matter. The problem is Wade, Phil Coulson said with a wry smile. Ever since Wade returned to the surface, he has been feeling unwell. After examination, he has all the cancers a human can get, and they're all in the advanced stages. No, buddy, are you still talking like a human being? Li Chengfeng scratched his ears speechlessly. What do you mean he has all the cancers a human can get, and they're all in the advanced stage? That's exactly what it means. Phil Coulson shrugged, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Anyway, Wade has been sent to the FBI medical department. I just don't know what the specific situation is now. When faced with this kind of situation, Phil Coulson was still a little at a loss. If a team member was killed on the battlefield or during a mission, he could still accept it. After all, their job is to put their heads on the line. But advanced cancer? At least Phil Coulson couldn't accept it at all. A young man who didn't have super abilities but still became the best agent died like this. So he finally chose to contact Li Chengfeng. Looking at Phil Coulson's sad expression, Li Chengfeng twitched the corners of his mouth. For him, who possesses the white light and can manipulate life force, helping Wade solve the cancer problem should be no problem. The reason why I use should is because Li Chengfeng has only used white light to resurrect people, but I really don't know whether white light can cure diseases. After all, the difference in status between illness and life and death is so huge that by dang may not bother to care about such a small problem. But you have to try it at least. After all, Deadpool, Wade Wilson, is also one of his soldiers. Okay, Phil Coulson, I can try. But first, tell me, what did Wade relieve when he went to the SHIELD space station? This sudden symptom is like swallowing super radiation. This, Wade himself doesn't know. Phil Coulson shrugged. You know, the escort mission, to put it bluntly, is to follow the acceptance personnel. From beginning to end, he didn't touch anything alone, but we also asked other acceptance personnel and accompanying guard to check their physical conditions, and the results showed that there was nothing abnormal. Okay, I got it. Li Chengfeng nodded and hung up the video call. Wade, does he really have cancer? Or is it in the late stage? Sky asked anxiously. What can I do? All you have to do is finish the work at hand, and then go back and have a good sleep. Li Chengfeng patted Sky's head. Once you awakening, I guess we'll see a healthy Wade. TSK, remember to take a shower before going to bed. Your hair smells. Impossible. I put on a full half bottle of dry hair spray before I came back. Li Chengfeng smiled and said nothing more, then looked at Wolverine, who was still stamping. Well, Logan, have you guys at Mutant developed a drug that can induce the mutant gene to promote awakening and increase ability stability? Well, Beast has been conducting research in this area. They do have a prototype of this drug, but no clinical trials have been conducted yet. Looking for Beast, huh? Do you think Wade Wilson's series of abnormal conditions may be caused by the mutant gene awakening? 9 times out of 10, and it might be related to the self-healing ability. Okay, just go to the FBI Academy's research department to find Beast. He must be in the lab now. Wolverine nodded, hesitated for a moment, and continued. By the way, you can look for it when you go to the lab. There should be some self-healing factors purified from my blood. Take some with you. just in case the bet goes wrong and you can save the child's life. Logan, thank you in advance on behalf of Wade. If he survives, I will definitely ask him to come and worship you as his godfather. Don't. Although I'm not very familiar with Wade Wilson, I know I definitely can have a conversation with this chatterbox. Never say never, and never say absolutely. It will smell good sooner or later. Li Chengfeng laughed, lifted Li John's collar with his left hand, put his arm around Damien's neck with his right hand, and opened a portal. Damien didn't struggle. He just sighed. No, I didn't say a word from beginning to end. So why is it my business? Who asked you to watch the fun? The price of watching the fun is that you will be the first in line when you are conscripted. After arriving at Beast's exclusive laboratory and explaining his purpose to him, Beast readily gave Li Chengfeng all the drugs and self-healing factors. He just made a request, asking Li Chengfeng to record the changes in Wade Wilson's appearance and various physical parameters after taking the medicine. Li Chengfeng knew that the reason why he was so happy was probably because he couldn't find a target for clinical trials. This is a win-win for both parties. But are you sure you want to use experimental drugs? Damien said, holding his blood brother Li John's hand and following Li Chengfeng. If it really causes irreversible consequences, what should we do? Let's try it first. If Wade is killed, we could just use the white light to revive him. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Actually, I originally wanted to use TIE particles or the Ion Man mode to directly remove those cancer cells. But this might also make Wade miss an opportunity, so I chose this method in the end. Opportunity? Damien looked a little confused. You call terminal cancer an opportunity? It's not that I'm describing other people's illnesses as opportunities, but this kind of situation that is so abnormal that it can't be explained by science is basically both suffering and opportunity. Li Chengfeng did not continue to explain to Damien, but left a vague sentence. After all, he couldn't say, I can see at a glance that this is the activation of mutant genes, and the cells throughout the body have become cancerous and are multiplying and replicating indefinitely, and are about to achieve immortality in another sense, right? Li Chengfeng pushed open the door of the isolation ward and walked in only after the medical experts in the FBI's medical department had completed a joint consultation. Hey Wade, how's it going? Agent Lee, I feel pretty good now. At least it's not as painful as before. Wade said weakly while lying on the bed, but I don't know why. I can't seem to feel my lychee anymore. Don't worry, your lychee is still there. It's just that testicular cancer makes him look a bit like rotten lychee. It doesn't matter, as long as it's still here. Wade said this with a smile. Okay, stop trying to have fun while you're suffering. Li Chengfeng said as he took out the mutant gene-promoting drug given by Beast, stabbed the needle directly into Wade's neck, and then injected it. Agent Lee, are you trying to murder me? What nonsense are you talking about? Then, Li Chengfeng injected the self-healing factor injection in the same way. Okay, Damien, start observing and recording all abnormalities. I asked you why you brought me here. Damien opened his personal terminal and muttered, I will definitely report this to the FBI. You are employing child labor. Li Chengfeng was sitting in Wade Wilson's isolation ward, quietly observing his movements. At first, Wade didn't feel any discomfort. When the self-healing factor just entered his body and began to react, he even felt a burst of numbness coming from his body. But soon, it entered the stage of ghosts howling. This voice attracted all the experts outside for a while. But after seeing Li Chengfeng in charge, they left with a relaxed look on their faces. Dad, to be honest, people who don't know the truth would think this is torture. Li John listened to the voice, gradually getting smaller. Wade Wilson's condition had entered the next stage. Wow, I can hear his heartbeat speed is 4 times faster than that of a normal person. No, 5 times. Li John pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The effect of his super hearing was clearly revealed at the moment. If we can hear the speed of his heartbeat, then can we hear the speed of his cell proliferation? Let me try. Li John closed his eyes, tried very seriously, and finally opened his eyes dejectedly. Alas, I can only hear a general trend, but not the specific status. Li Chengfeng looked at Li John's performance and had a rough idea in his mind. John Lee's overall ability is inferior to that of Kryptonians in almost every aspect. Even if John Lee reaches adulthood, his strength probably won't be able to surpass that of a Kryptonian. But it's enough. This is just the power given to him by compound number 5. Don't forget, he also has the genes of Li Chengfeng and the other 5 people. It is hard to say whether he can develop new abilities through these genes. For example, through Barry Allen's genes, he can connect with the Speed Force. For example, if one inherits Hal Jordan's genes, would he also have the strong willpower to obtain the Green Lantern ring? Most importantly, can he inherit the intelligence of Bat and Green Arrow? Li Chengfeng looked at Li John, whose face was filled with distress, and kept thinking in his mind how to pave the way for this boy's future. But no matter how hard he tried, he still had to go to the universe where John Lee originally belonged, which was the universe where Wonder Girl was. No matter what, you have to send them home, right? Li Chengfeng was thinking about this, while Wade's status was constantly updated. Damien was startled at first, but gradually got used to it. Vomiting blood again, Wade Wilson has already vomited at least 10 liters of blood into the toilet. Where did he get so much blood? The skin on the body's surface ulcerated and oozed pus for the 65th time, accompanied by a foul odor, and then completely self-healed after 5 minutes. The overall condition is stable and improving, and there are basically no more painful sounds. Wade Wilson collapsed on the bed and looked at Damien with an indescribable look. Then I used all my strength. He raised his middle finger at Damien. First of all, my father is Bruce Wayne, and I am a minor. I will report the finger you gave me just now. Damien raised his eyebrows, revealing a sly expression that only Catwoman would show. And I think that the reason you gave me the finger now is because your body has begun to adapt to its own situation. Otherwise, how could you have the extra energy and energy? If I hadn't been there to encourage you, you might not have been able to hold on. Hurry up and say thank you, Brother Damien. Wade's mouth moved a few times, making vague sounds. But Li Chengfeng was very sure that there was a word starting with F and a word starting with B. TSK, TSK. The insults are quite dirty. But Damien was not wrong. Wade Wilson's condition has indeed begun to stabilize. What surprised Li Chengfeng was that after Damien finished speaking, Wade Wilson's skin never ulcerated again. So he immediately called in the medical experts who were guarding outside. After a round of clinical testing, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. Oh my God, all the cancer cells are still alive and remain highly active, but now they have entered a stable state, as if something has controlled them and has disciplined the cancer cells that used to proliferate like beasts and devour everything into obedient dogs. After hearing this, Li Chengfeng nodded. It seems Wade's self-healing ability should be completely awakening. Looking at Wade Wilson's pale but still handsome face, Li Chengfeng sighed. This should be the luckiest Deadpool in all the universes, right? He has the ability, but he doesn't have a face that looks like a violated avocado. What's going on? After Phil Coulson got off the Kazukes, he ran all the way to the medical department. After asking about the isolation ward where Wade was, he pushed the door open and walked in. Then Wade Wilson was seen wearing a hospital gown, staring at Bruce Wayne's son. Do you have to hand over the things you recorded? Do I have any shame? Don't ask me that. I'm just a worker. Can I stop my Uncle Lee from doing anything? You are right, Wade Wilson sighed. Although I'm very grateful to Agent Lee for letting me survive. Are you okay now? Phil Coulson asked, panting heavily. Just now, weren't you in the advanced stage of cancer, about to become a dead dog? Who are you calling a dog? Wade turned around and found that his direct superior was panting and pushing the door open. His shiny bald head was covered with sweat. It seemed that after hearing about his condition, his hairline had retreated another centimeter due to his worry. It's you, Phil Coulson. I'm asking you, is everything all right? Actually, cancer still exists, and it's still in the late stages. Wade Wilson sighed. However, I can feel that these cancer cells have become a part of my ability. Ability? Are you a super ability person now? To be precise, it's a mutant. Wade shrugged. My dear Phil Coulson, shouldn't you be happy? We have another mutant in our team, and he's the most handsome one. Yeah, you're the most handsome. Have you asked Captain America and Green Arrow? Damien rolled his eyes. And don't you think how disgusting you were when you were festering all over? I took pictures every time to keep for record. Wait, keep it on file. Does that mean all my photos can be found through the FBI's internal system? Of course not everyone can check it. Damien shrugged. At least you have to be a level 4 agent or above to have access, right? Level 4? That's not bad. At least it means these photos of mine are somewhat important. No, you don't understand me. Damien shook his head calmly. I mean, you have to be at least a level 4 elite agent to not vomit when looking at these photos of you. You really think I don't hit children, do you? Although this time the incident ended with Wade Wilson gaining the super ability of self-healing, we still cannot be sure what caused his cancer in the first place. Sitting in front of Chengfeng were the most authoritative medical experts in the FBI. The guidance they gave was, although the result was good, Wade's advanced stage cancer was definitely not caused by super ability. We cannot confuse cause and effect. You mean there might be a pollution source or radiation source of unknown conditions and form in the SHIELD space station base? At the moment, it looks like this. Is it possible that this is just a coincidence? Agent Lee, we in the FBI never believe in the word coincidence. Li Chengfeng took a deep look at the head of the medical department. Although he was an unknown person compared to Dr. Strange. The reason why he was able to surpass Strange and become the head of the medical department was because his overall thinking was more FBI-like. This kind of thinking is still very important. You're right. Doctor, if that's the case, then I'll go there myself. Good luck, Agent Lee. After Li Chengfeng and Li John walked out of the medical department's office, they remained silent. Li Chengfeng was wondering what could have caused Wade Wilson to develop advanced cancer. But the other people who went to the same place with Wade Wilson didn't have any problems at all. And Li John was holding a strawberry-flavored popsicle and licking it enthusiastically. The head of the medical department is also an interesting guy. He has a small refrigerator in his office, which is filled with colorful popsicles. Could it be that before becoming the person in charge, you were a pediatrician? Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Li John raised his head and met Li Chengfeng's gaze. Let me make it clear first, I won't give you any popsicles. Even if you lick it all over, I would never eat it even if you kill me. The corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he didn't know who he took this mouth from. Adults always say one thing and mean another. If you say one more word, I will send you to Hela and the others tomorrow. Apart from sleeping and eating 3 meals a day, you will experience the many lessons that a god king of a dimension will go through for his offspring, which will make you want to cry, but have no tears. Dad, good dad, everything can be discussed. Just don't let me go to Hela's mother's class. I will do anything. Really, go through fire and water, brother phone. I'm your dad. Hell, or high water dad. Li Chengfeng didn't know the coordinates of the SHIELD space station base, so he couldn't go there directly at the first time. So he had no choice but to come to Nick Fury's office. No, don't you have a home? Why do you bring your children to my place every day to beg for money? Nick Fury raised his head and looked helplessly at the father and son who looked like scoundrels. Every time you come to my office, you start rummaging through the drawers and bullying cats. Do you have any business to do? Hey, Grandpa Fury, why don't you have any popsicles here? Li John also opened Nick Fury's refrigerator, but apart from various kinds of wine, there was nothing suitable for children to put in their mouths. Although I'm not picky about your gifts, I still have to prepare something. Okay, this won't happen again, so forget it this time. You still know that you have to call me Grandpa, right? Listen to what you said. Is there anything that sounds like what you should say to a grandpa? Nick Fury rolled his one eye. He had no idea what to do with these two scoundrels, false eyes, so he could only ask seriously, why did you suddenly come to me? Is everything fine with Wade? Wade himself is fine. But after all, the problem happened at SHIELD Space Base, so we have to go check it out. Li Chengfeng didn't say anything and said directly, the specific situation is unknown, so my going there is the lowest risk. But are you going to take John with you? Nick Fury frowned and said, or you should let John Lee stay with me first? You're somewhat underestimating John by saying this. Li Chengfeng said, stretching out his hand to rub Li John's little head. This kid had a lot of resistance, and don't you know what I'm capable of? Okay, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Nick Fury didn't hesitate and directly sent the coordinates of the SHIELD space base to Li Chengfeng. I've already set up access permissions for you, and even if you appear there directly through the portal, no one will find it strange. Is my reputation so high now? No. The Justice Avengers space base is very close, and the group of superheroes who are on duty there occasionally visit, so we're used to it. Awesome. You really have no defense at all? This is a confidential department. Can you please have some shame? It's only for the Avengers. After all, no matter what happens outside the Earth or on Earth, we will have to deal with this superhero organization. Nick Fury was not ashamed at all. It won't hurt to get them on good terms in advance. It can save lives at a critical moment. That's true. Li Chengfeng nodded. The leading figures of the Justice Avengers, except for the Fantastic Four whom he himself was not very familiar with, were basically people he knew. The only character with a weird style is Elsa. Although Elsa was dressed like a businesswoman every day, he still couldn't imagine Elsa standing in front of the observation window of the space base, folding her arms, looking at the vast universe with a cold face. Are you guys done yet? We should probably get going soon. Li John had been getting a little impatient after watching Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury arguing for a long time. At this moment, his hand was passing through the armpit of the yuan-devouring beast, and he was holding the orange cat, which was almost as tall as him, in his arms. What I'm saying is, can you put Gus down first? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. He was sleeping so peacefully in his nest, and you, a naughty kid, dragged him out. What's wrong with that? Gus really should lose weight recently. Li John weighed the cat and said, within 100 kilometers, you won't find a fatter cat than him. Okay, John, if you want to take us out to play, go ahead. Just don't forget to bring him back to me. Nick Fury suddenly felt a little tired. Am I incompatible with people with the surname Li in this life? Li Chengfeng directly opened the portal based on the space coordinates sent by Nick Fury. After nodding to Nick Fury, he took Li John and Gus into the newly built base. SHIELD, a division of the FBI founded by Nick Fury, is responsible for extraterrestrial threats. Before, the Kryptonian army, led by General Zod, attacked the Earth. SHIELD had not yet been officially established, but as a member who passed the pre-selection, Hal Jordan also came to support on behalf of SHIELD. As the Earth's first line of defense against extraterrestrial civilizations, Li Chengfeng feels that Nick Fury's name is not wrong. The FBI has spent a lot of money on this new department with its main base in space. It is also worth mentioning that although this new subordinate department was established under the leadership of Nick Fury, it is not a subordinate department of the American General Agency, but belongs to the entire FBI. I have to say this place is indeed very futuristic, but the ethnic ratio is quite balanced. Isn't this a good thing? After all, these are elite agents gathered from the FBI all over the world. Li Chengfeng turned his head suddenly and saw Hal Jordan at the moment. He was wearing a SHIELD agent uniform. He was still the blonde, blue-eyed, and somewhat careless handsome guy. Hey, Hal, you seem to be having a good time here. It's okay. Since I came here, my daily job is just to patrol the universe with the help of the Green Lantern ring, and then come back to write patrol logs. Hal Jordan shrugged, then hugged Li Chengfeng. Okay, man, to be honest, I kind of miss my life in the Air Force. The career of a SHIELD agent is a bit too dull. Just get used to it. When it comes to events outside the Earth, nothing is trivial. Your current calmness is just an illusion that you need to cherish. Li Chengfeng patted Hal Jordan on the back and said with a smile, in the universe, there have always been undercurrents that never stop. When these things surface, it means that the situation has reached an irreversible level. So, you can just paddle in the water and fish for now, so just be happy. What you said, I kind of want to go back to Earth. Hal Jordan laughed and continued. I heard that the last agent who came to the SHIELD base for inspection suddenly got all the cancers that humans can get. Weight is fine now, but that's exactly why I'm here. Li Chengfeng nodded, then walked towards other parts of the base with Hal Jordan. Li John looked around and followed. He looked up at the blonde man with some curiosity. This was not the first time he met Hal Jordan, but after all, he still didn't spend as much time with him as he did with the other fathers. Third dad, are you pretending not to see me? Li John asked curiously. To be honest, Your acting is even more stiff and exaggerated than those actors in adult films. Upon hearing this, Hal Jordan and Lee Chengfeng paused. Ahaha, isn't this my dear son? What wind brings you here today? Oh, sorry, there's no wind in outer space. Wait, John Lee, explain to me what an adult film actor is. How old are you when you start watching that stuff? Lee Chengfeng completely captured another key point. He turned around, and under Hal Jordan's gaze, reached out and grabbed Lee John by the back of his neck. I'll give you another chance to organize your words, Lee John. Lee Chengfeng's face was not very pretty. Tell me, did you see this thing by yourself, or did someone take you to see it? It was Damien. Damien showed me. Lee John, Hella, and Ada should have told you that lying is wrong, right? Lee Chengfeng's eyes were full of helplessness. You can say others, too. If you say Nick Fury, Oliver Queen, or Hal Jordan in front of me, I might believe it. But Damien? I'm worried that the little guy will become frigid when he grows up, and you actually said that he took you to see that movie. Ahem. So this is how you think of Damien. Lee John was a little embarrassed after his lie was exposed, but overall he was shameless. Okay, I admit I saw it on Fifth Dad's phone. You haven't lived with your fifth father yet, right? But I've run into Wuba several times at the FBI and the FBI Academy. After following him around for a while, he would get busy with experiments and leave his phone to me, letting me entertain myself. Lee John showed a helpless look on his face. I don't want to open Wuba's encrypted folder, but there's nothing I can do. Wuba's password is too easy to guess. You think you're justified in snooping into other people's privacy. Lee Chengfeng shouted angrily. So what are the themes of the movies that Barry Allen reads? After you two have heard this, don't tell anyone else. Lee John showed a gossipy look on his face. According to my observation, the contents in Wu Dad's phone are basically related to young widows. Isn't that the case with Dr. Caitlin Snow from Star Labs? Yes, you really solved the case. Lee Chengfeng reached out and touched Lee John's head, but his hand suddenly stopped and grabbed Lee John's head fiercely. But can you explain to me you just saw it by accident? Why do you even understand the theme? Dad, my dear Dad, please listen to my explanation. It's okay, just explain it carefully. Lee Chengfeng smiled, fixed Lee John on his legs, and put his two fists on Lee John's head and rotated them back and forth. Hal Jordan looked at the howling Lee John and sighed. He squatted down and touched the orange cat that had regained its freedom. Taking care of children is really a hard job, especially a child whose intelligence and ability are far beyond ordinary people. The father-son farce between Lee Chengfeng and Lee John did not last long. Hal Jordan handed Lee John, who was holding Gus, to the Russian female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked them to take Lee John to the lounge first. After a closer look, isn't the gender balance of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents a bit unbalanced? Lee Chengfeng looked around, and most of the people he saw were beautiful women. You've got the point. Hal Jordan shrugged. This matter is mainly due to Agent Natasha Romanoff. Huh? What does it have to do with Black Widow? With the support of the President and the Russian General Directorate, Agent Romanoff wiped out the Red House, which had been entrenched in Russia for many years. So this group of female spies controlled by the Red House finally gained their freedom. Except for some who had their own lives before joining the Red House. The vast majority were orphans who had been controlled by the Red House since childhood. Apart from killing and infiltration, they could not do anything else. Definitely not suitable for doing anything else. So after receiving new training, they all joined the FBI, and because the Russian FBI was relatively full of people, they were recommended over. Lee Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. So, among this large group of beauties, each one of them is close to Black Widow's level? That's an excellent agent. But there's only one downside. Hal Jordan said helplessly. These female agents are somewhat eager to get married. Plus, because the Red House removed my ability to have children. So with nowhere to vent, the somewhat twisted maternal instinct is abnormally longing for children. I hope this little guy Lee John can hold on. So Wade has never been separated from the main team in the acceptance team? I'm not sure about that, but we can check the monitoring equipment. Jordan shrugged and continued. You know, for this kind of secret agent unit, The internal self-monitoring equipment is the first thing to be built and set up. Let's go and see if Wade did anything wrong at that time. In fact, Li Chengfeng was not completely sure about Wade Wilson's case and was not 100% certain that the cancer was caused by external factors. There is a high probability that his own ability awakening caused cancer throughout his body. Coming to S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate is just to eliminate risky options. After all, if there really is an external trigger, Li Chengfeng would naturally have to resolve it in advance to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents from being tortured to death by this thing. The two of them came all the way to the monitoring room. The monitoring room is an important department within S.H.I.E.L.D. To enter it, one needs the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent or a F.B.I. high-level agent. Welcome to the monitoring room, S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 Agent Hal Jordan. Welcome to the monitoring room, F.B.I. Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng. After 2 electronic warning sounds, the door opened. How come after all this time, you're still a Level 7 agent? Has Nick Fury never thought of promoting you? Whether to promote or not, does it still make sense now? If I really want to propose something, is there anyone in the entire American General Administration who won't listen to me? As for the authority issue, I have Nick Fury's authority code in my hand, and nothing can stop me. Tisk, well, you really are worthy of being the Emperor of the American General Administration. Where did you learn all these new words? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, walked to the monitoring screen, and found the day when Wade Wilson came to the S.H.I.E.L.D. space base as the escort of the acceptance team. Then sit down with Hal Jordan and start watching. After entering the gate of the space base, the group of people have been carrying out the acceptance work as usual. At the same time, the acceptance personnel and the construction personnel were old colleagues, so there was no unpleasantness. They only pointed out a few appearance indicators that did not meet the standards. But these are all harmless things, and generally speaking, they are acceptable. This is definitely nonsense. If the acceptance fails, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents will not come. Neither the acceptance personnel nor the construction personnel are the protagonists. The real protagonist is Wade Wilson, who is following the end of the acceptance team with an idle look on his face. However, surprisingly, although Wade, who has an eccentric personality, is a bit sloppy, he has not left the team of acceptance personnel overall. Therefore, Li Chengfeng couldn't tell for a moment whether Wade's problem was related to external factors. It seems that Wade Wilson never left the team and went to certain places alone. Hal Jordan touched his chin. Then can we basically conclude that the reason why Wade got cancer all over his body is because of bad luck? This maybe. Li Chengfeng shook his head, always feeling that something was not right. Then I transcribed the video in reverse and watched it again, not missing any detail. And this time, the corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth finally curled up. Stop. Hal, look here. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and pointed to one of the screens. When passing through this corridor, Wade reached out and touched the decoration. Decorations? Hal Jordan looked over with some confusion. Oh, when the space base was being built, a very small meteorite crashed into the space base by coincidence. The construction workers thought it was fate, so they framed the small meteorite. Could it be this thing? But the construction workers have already measured it in advance, and there is no such thing as excessive radiation. What exactly is it? It's still not very clear through the screen. I have to see it with my own eyes before I can make a judgment. Li Chengfeng spread his hands and said, Besides, I don't have the ability to determine whether something is harmful or not through the screen. I thought you could do anything, Hal Jordan said with a smile. I would like to, but the fact is that no one has ever been able to truly reach the state of omnipotence. Li Chengfeng said this and walked out of the monitoring room with Hal Jordan. Then, led by Hal Jordan, they headed to where the decorations were on display. A few minutes later, Li Chengfeng looked at the storage room in front of him and curled his lips. It seems that you don't attach much importance to this so-called souvenir. It's mainly because the construction team values it so much that they built a display stand. Hal Jordan shook his head helplessly, but most agents think it's a bit of a hindrance, so they temporarily moved it to the utility room. When we have time in the future, we'll process it and send it back to Earth so that the construction team can supply it to their units. You'll get used to it. They're just construction crews. Whether they're building houses or space bases, they all have their own little superstitions, just like ordinary people can't understand the existence of aliens. As the two talked, they walked into the utility room. Then a huge amount of insects came towards them. Li Chengfeng only had a thought, and the origin magic power fixed the insect firmly in midair. Hal Jordan was so frightened by this sudden situation that he was possessed by the green light. But after seeing the insect fixed in midair, he immediately covered it with green light. That's where the Green Lantern's cosmic encyclopedia comes into play. Ticks, transient parasites of the superfamily Exodidae, order parasitoids. Parasitic hosts include various terrestrial mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibians, and some like to invade humans. The specific species of this insect is the Ixodes persulcatus, which breeds large mammals and often attacks humans. Hal Jordan's scalp suddenly went numb when he heard the answer from the Green Lantern ring. Tick. How can a tick grow to be more than a person's height? This thing is almost 2 meters long, right? Even if you don't believe your own eyes, you have to believe the judgment of the Green Lantern ring. The Encyclopedia of the Universe is not a joke. Li Chengfeng shrugged. After seeing this thing, I feel that this trip was not a mistake. The souvenir you mentioned is definitely problematic, but I have to say that the personal hygiene conditions of some of you are somewhat worrying. How can you bring ticks with you? After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he walked deeper into the utility room. Soon, he saw the so-called souvenir lying in the glass cabinet on the display stand. There are also huge amounts of ticks around. Li Chengfeng waved his hand casually, and the ticks were directly annihilated by origin magic power and black magic. The moment he approached the stone, alarm bells rang in his mind. The white light lit up automatically, and the voice of the spirit of existence echoed in Li Chengfeng's ears. How did the fragments of the master unit appear here? Total combination? The thing that can summon Perpetua after being unlocked with the 7 types of crisis energy? Li Chengfeng couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, playing such a big game? Go straight to the 6th dimension, that is the omnipotent universe? No wonder the spirit of existence was shocked and spoke. However, Li Chengfeng calmed down and reacted. Actually, it's not that painful. This is just a small piece of the whole. Although it is only a small fragment, it already contains an extremely high concentration of cosmic wildness, which can induce organisms to go crazy, mutate, and finally gain the evolutionary ability to adapt to the environment. These ticks are the product of mutation under the stimulation of the wildness of the universe. As for Wade, it is estimated that the wildness of the universe directly activated the mutant genes hidden in his body. What on earth is this? This thing is called the total combination. In short, it's a bad thing that will mutate anyone who comes into contact with it. Li Chengfeng said as he covered it with white light, then used black magic to open a pocket space and threw the fragments of the total combination into it. It seems that Wade's problem is caused by this thing. Hal Jordan frowned, but this thing has been on the space base for a while. Why is Wade the only one who got hit? I'm telling you, Wade is the only one who got infected. In addition to causing biological mutations, this thing will also make them gradually lose their minds and go crazy. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. I remember, you just mentioned that those female agents originally controlled by the Red Room have been particularly eager to get married recently, and even have a nearly distorted maternal instinct. Hal Jordan opened his mouth and looked at Li Chengfeng in a daze. In other words, those female agents weren't actually suffocated in the Red Room to the point of becoming mentally abnormal, but were instead affected by this thing. Originally, there was definitely this tendency, but for these excellent female agents, they could completely suppress it with their own willpower. But after the cosmic wildness was released, it became uncontrollable. What about those two? What bullshit are you talking about? Did you forget that you have a girlfriend? Ahem, I just wanted to make you laugh. Hal Jordan laughed awkwardly twice, then was startled. What the hell? I'm not usually such a frivolous man. Could this also be the influence of the wildness of the universe? Stop talking nonsense. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and walked out of the utility room. You just don't have to go home for work, so you let yourself go. I'll approve your leave soon, and let you go home for a few days to spend some time alone. Then you'll know how powerful I am. Since Li Chengfeng and Hal Jordan knew that there were still people in SHIELD Space Base who were affected by the cosmic wildness contained in the Master, they naturally couldn't just leave it alone, and most importantly, but John Lee is still in their hands. Li Chengfeng and Hal Jordan both showed worried expressions. Hal Jordan was worried about whether his adopted son's life would be in danger. Li Chengfeng was worried that Li John, this little brat, would completely awaken in this Yandra and gentle place. After all, Li Chengfeng never forgot from beginning to end that Azu, in the original work, had great love for older women. And every female agent who is selected by the Red House, if brought into the entertainment industry, would be a top star. Being surrounded by a group of older beauties, I'm really envious. No, it's really dangerous. The two rushed into the lounge of the SHIELD Space Base with different concerns. Then I saw a scene where corpses were everywhere. Li John was sitting alone on the sofa, chewing a piece of cake, while Gus was licking his fur beside him. All around were bodies lying in all directions. The beautiful agents collapsed in various positions in various corners of the lounge. Many of them were covered with the slime from Gus's tentacles. But from the gently undulating towering peaks, it can be seen that they are all still alive. Wow, Dad, third dad are finally back? Li John let out a long sigh as he watched his two dads rush in. Oh my God, I was really scared just now. After these female agents brought me here, they were pretty normal at first, just bringing me drinks and snacks. But before long, their true purpose was exposed. They're simply a group of female perverts who want to eat me. Do you know the pain of being molested by a group of women? Li Chengfeng and Hal Jordan looked at each other and saw envy, jealousy, and hatred in each other's eyes. This little brat had just been caught in such a horrific scene. As his fathers, they wished they could replace him with their own bodies. And then, Hal Jordan calmed down and put away his envious look. How old are you? Is there anything else they can do to you? Do you think they didn't do anything to me? Li John pointed at the layers of lipstick marks on his face. If I don't do anything, they will kiss my face until it's bald. So Gus and I gave them a baby-like sleep. Li Chengfeng spread his hands towards Hal Jordan. What can he do? His son is only 3 years old. He can't really understand women's hearts, right? However, this also saves Li Chengfeng the time cost of taking action. It is quite remarkable. Hal Jordan looked at Li John in surprise after taking a look around. Although I know that you have an ability similar to that of Superman, but being able to knock down these elite agents in an instant and barely attracting the attention of other agents outside is a bit difficult. It still depends on Gus. Li John patted Gus's cat head, and then Gus opened his mouth and yawned. By the way, it also showed off the dozens of thick tentacles in its mouth. Hal Jordan nodded. Then I made up my mind not to keep a cat. Cats are so scary. Okay, I'll leave the cleanup work to you, Hal. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Don't do anything to harass the unconscious female agents. The surveillance cameras are working. F***K. Do I look like this kind of criminal? Who can say for sure? After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, before Hal Jordan could fight back, he directly opened the portal and returned to the team base. Have you completed the investigation? When Ada Wong, who was holding Rosemary in her arms, saw Li Chengfeng, she nodded calmly. I've long been accustomed to the portal thing. But when Li John and Gus came out of the portal, Wong Ada was completely stunned. Li Chengfeng, did you go out fooling around with Li John? Li Chengfeng looked up in shock, a surge of grief and anger gushing out. No, the one with the lipstick marks on his face is him. I didn't get any. You still want to add 2 lipstick marks? No, let me explain. What the hell is that? Ada Wong stepped forward quickly, put Rosemary into Li John's arms, then turned around and pulled Li Chengfeng, even using the power of the purple lamp. Elbow, follow me into the house. Li John, why are you playing with the cat here by yourself? Harley Quinn had just returned to the base from the FBI Academy when she saw Li John flying up and down on the training ground with Gus the Devourer and Doug the Demon Cat. Harley's mom. Li John slowly floated down from the sky and said with a smile, There's nothing I can do. Dad was taken into the house by Ada's mom. I don't know what he did, but just after he entered the house, he suddenly opened the door and threw Doug out. Then I was outside playing with Gus and Doug. Huh. They were the only two who entered the room. Harley Quinn raised an eyebrow. Didn't they tell you anything else? Little Rosemary is sleeping on the sofa. They both just left the child to another kid to look after. Harley's mom. Are you looking down on me? Lee John said angrily. I know how to look after children. Don't think I'm playing here. I've actually been listening to little Rosemary's voice. I'll go over as soon as she wakes up. Okay. Then keep going. Harley Quinn rolled her eyes, rubbed her hands, and walked into the house with a smirk. I'll go scare them. After saying that, he ran into the house. Lee John scratched his head in confusion, then looked at the two cats. Sometimes, adults are much more childish than us kids. Don't you agree? So, you just played with the cat for a long time? Oh, after Gus got tired of playing, he went back to the FBI headquarters by himself. Lee John shrugged. And half an hour ago, the Ethans came and took little Rosemary away. The Ethans are back? Have you completed the cleanup of the Silent Hill incident? I'm not sure about that, but I guess the mission has been completed, right? Lee John recalled briefly and said, not only were they carrying large and small bags, but they were also wearing casual vacation clothes. It seems that after finishing the finishing work, they enjoyed the real charm of the tourist resort. Li Chengfeng nodded. Really, if we ignore the various background stories of Silent Hill, the overall scenery is indeed beautiful in this remote place like America. Dad, can we discuss something? Lee John scratched his head. Can you wipe the lipstick mark on your face, or put another one on the other side? I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. No. Aren't you known as a perfect genetic product? How can you have such a mental illness? Who knows which one of you I inherited this from? Lee John said unhappily. It seems that the person who used your genes to create me can't control which of your genes I will inherit. Hell, I even inherited a skill of falling on the ground from my fifth father, and I don't know when it will happen. Li Chengfeng laughed unkindly when he heard this. Then the back of his head was scratched. Can you please act like an adult? Is it okay for you to laugh at your own son? The radiant King Ada sat down next to Li Chengfeng. Don't forget that the genes that make up the largest proportion of his body are your genes. That's because Lee John is lucky. In a sense, you guys are all pretty arrogant. King Ada rolled his eyes, then said seriously, Okay, let me tell you something serious. No, if you have something important to do, why did you let me go into the house with you? I'm happy to do so, Ada Wong said unhappily. You should be more serious. After Barry Allen gained the Speed Force, he has been studying and learning about its application. Through the notes left by Albert Swan, he found that he just didn't have the corresponding skills, and his speed had already reached the standard or even far exceeded it. I know about this. Before, Barry Allen has successfully learned how to travel through time. Oh, by the way, he also met the legends in the time buffer zone. Your apprentice asked him to take care of them for you. Harley Quinn lay on Li Chengfeng's back from behind the sofa, pulling his face and whispering in his ear, and now he has mastered the method of traveling to parallel universes. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Has he mastered all the methods of traveling through time and space? The speed from Savitar really saves Barry Allen a lot of time in his growth. That means we can go to Lee John's hometown. Yes, that's what I want to tell you. King Ada nodded. After all, we can't let others stay in a place that is similar but not their hometown, right? Wait, what are you talking about? Lee John suddenly flew in front of the three people and said angrily, You want to send me back? No, you can't give up on me. You are abandoning me. It's morally corrupt. Look, you're anxious again. Li Chengfeng pointed at Li John with a smile. Who told you they were going to send you back? I'm still waiting for you to inherit the inheritance of your other domineering fathers and take care of me in my old age. Then what are you talking about? Something similar or hometown or something? It's Wonder Girl. She traveled through a parallel universe to track down Vought Corporation. Now that we have a solution, we must send her back. Li Chengfeng spread his hands and looked at Li John with a strange look. But I really didn't expect. You're such a worried type. Are you so afraid of being abandoned? I don't understand what you were talking about. I'm only a few months old. No matter how weirdly John was, he was still just a child. After being teased by Li Chengfeng, He could not stand it anymore and ran out without even taking the demon cat Doug with him. Remember to come back for dinner when it's time. Mom has prepared a nutritious meal for you. Li Chengfeng didn't know if it was his illusion, but after Ada said this, Li John seemed to fly even faster. But since we're going to send Wonder Girl back to her universe, we should also solve our worries. Li Chengfeng touched his chin and said with a smile, I am at least the biological father who provided 51% of the genes. I have to clear the obstacles for my child. Indeed, I know those criminals and villains. They paid huge amounts of money to allow John Lee to be born, so they will definitely find a way to get him back. Harley Quinn nodded confidently, so the best way is to kill them all. The last word you used doesn't sound like a good person. Oh, Pudding, why are you pretending to be an innocent young man here? Harley Quinn stretched out a finger and drew circles on Li Chengfeng's chest over and over again. We in the FBI can never be defined by good or bad. What? Are you serious? I can go back to my own universe. The Wonder Girl Kayla Zor-El suddenly stood up from the sofa, and the popcorn on his legs scattered all over the floor. As a Kryptonian on Earth, she actually has the ability to catch the popcorn before it's all spilled, but she obviously doesn't want to care. Oh my god, this is really unprecedented good news. Li Chengfeng and Li John looked at each other. Since arriving in this real universe, Wonder Girl has not shown any homesickness and even feels like making the best of it. They really didn't expect that the news would cause such a big reaction from her. Oh, don't mind me. The Power Girl saw the expressions of Li Chengfeng and Li John and said with a smile, This universe is great, and there are many people like me. I like it better than the original Earth that always regarded me as an alien. But before I leave, I must finish the work I have undertaken. Li Chengfeng was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Wonder Girl would have such an idea. To be honest, I'm a little confused. After all, no one wants to leave their hometown and go to another universe. Wow, this is actually very easy to understand. Wonder Girl smiled bitterly and said, For me, the Earth in that universe is not my home. Only Krypton is my home. But unfortunately, Krypton has been completely destroyed, and I am the only Kryptonian left. At least you can still see dozens of Kryptonian soldiers invading, but I can only look at their tombstones and miss my previous life. Li Chengfeng looked at the girl with supernatural powers. This guy with a hole in the chest of his uniform is even lonelier than Kayla Danvers, who just arrived on Earth. Okay, but I have to remind you that if you want to live a good life as a Kryptonian in this universe, my suggestion is to find a class to attend. Kryptonians don't like to stay at home. I totally agree with this. The Power Girl said with a smile, I've already picked a law firm, and I'm preparing to submit my resume. Wait, where did you get your resume in this universe? Definitely, your FBI helped me create it. Is that weird? The Power Girl tilted her head and looked at Li Chengfeng in confusion. According to my observation, the laws in our two universes are exactly the same. I am a licensed lawyer over there. Is there any problem with returning to my old job? Tisk, I almost forgot that the FBI specializes in forging certificates. Li Chengfeng nodded. Then what's the name of the law firm you're interested in? Walter's Private Law Firm. Although it's not very big, I like the environment there. Walters sound a little familiar. Li Chengfeng muttered something, but didn't care much. Is there anything else you need to take with you before returning to your original universe? Definitely not. We're going back to sort things out, not to visit relatives. After meeting the girl with superpowers, Li Chengfeng took her to the Star Laboratory in Midtown. And according to his notification, Barry Allen, Cisco Ramon, and Caitlin Snow were already waiting here early. Thank you for your hard work. Li Chengfeng shook hands with Cisco and Caitlin to show his concern. What are you talking about? Agent Li Chengfeng. This is the first time the Flash has traveled through a parallel universe. We definitely have to assist him and witness it with our own eyes. Cisco and Caitlin's faces were filled with excitement, and they didn't feel at all that they were working overtime. But think about it. As two scientific experts, how can assisting and witnessing something like traveling through parallel universes be considered overtime? This is purely a reward. How about we start quickly? Barry Allen sneaked up to Caitlin's side. Let's finish early and go to the celebration party early. What else is left in your mind besides eating? Are you Hulk? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, then went to the circular runway under the Star Laboratory with everyone. All the equipment here is prepared for speedsters. After Caitlin and Cisco adjusted a series of equipment, they said to Barry Allen, "Put on your Savitar mech and start running at top speed. When the dimensional gate that crosses the parallel world opens, I will use these 4 stabilizers to temporarily fix it so that you can come back directly through the gate after you finish your business." Well, if you do this, what if someone accidentally walks in? Even worse, what if a bad guy comes in? Barry Allen looked at Caitlin worriedly. "I don't want Caitlin and you to be in danger. You don't have to add my name at the end. I'm not that fragile." Psyker said meaningfully, "But don't worry. If you want to pass through this door, you must have the blessing of the Speed Force. Otherwise, this is just a decoration." Li Chengfeng nodded. "He is worthy of being a talent recognized by Reverse Flash. Although he is reckless, he is brave and careful. Now, is the driver okay? If not, let's get going." Cisco shook the twister in his hand. Move. Li Chengfeng also patted Barry Allen on the shoulder. "Run, Barry, run. When will I get used to your neurotic style?" Barry shook his head, then got into the Savitar mech and rushed into the circular runway. In an instant, blue and yellow lights lit up on the circular track, accelerating round and round. The instruments in front of Cisco and Caitlin began to pop up various parameters. The 2 people operated the instrument in an orderly and coordinated manner. "Here it comes," Cisco said excitedly. "Barry has already punched a hole in the barrier between the parallel universes. The next step is to stabilize and fix it." Li Chengfeng frowned as he looked at the irregular gate formed on the runway. "Cisco, is the barrier between parallel universes very thin?" "Relatively speaking, yes." "Relatively speaking?" "That's right. Compared to the barriers of the entire multi-universe to the outside world, the barriers within the multi-universe are as thin as 0.01 water," Cisco said as he pressed the last button. "It's done." The next moment, the yellow-blue lightning stopped in front of Li Chengfeng, and then put his hands on the waist of Li Chengfeng and the powerful girl. "Agent Li, hold on to the child. We are leaving." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chengfeng felt the surrounding scenery instantly become blurry. But this did not last long. When the scenery returned to normal, I was already standing on the top of a building. The power girl looked around and then smiled at Li John. "Welcome back to this not-so-beautiful hometown. Is this your universe?" After Li Chengfeng put Li John down, he walked to the edge of the building and looked down. "Is this Metropolis?" "Yes, Metropolis, my home in this universe." Wonder Girl grinned, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "To be honest, I really don't feel a sense of belonging here." "Then this is not your home." Li Chengfeng shook his head. "It's just a place to live." "You're right. It's just a place to live." The girl looked at Li Chengfeng's back, a little dazed. "If I had a comrade like you in this world, my life might not be so miserable. Are there no other superheroes here?" "I am the only free superhero in this world." Wonder Girl shrugged helplessly. "Others are either affiliated with official organizations or employed by large companies. In short, they are enough to shame the so-called superheroes." Barry Allen on the side flashed and turned into a blue and yellow stream of lightning and left the spot. Li Chengfeng then watched the stream of light run across the entire metropolis at an extremely fast speed. Then he returned to them again. "Wow, this universe. To be honest, at first glance, it's no different from ours," Barry Allen said excitedly. "If I can ignore the superheroes endorsing various products on the electronic billboards. I even saw the faces of Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan on them. Even the 2 of them have become superheroes who endorse big companies. No, there are 2 of them. One is the Wayne Group's investment advertisement, and the other is the Air Force's recruitment advertisement. TSK. Did you take a picture of it?" Li Chengfeng asked with interest. If they saw their faces like this, would they be so angry that they would snort? "Why is it a light hum?" "Don't worry about it." Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "So what should we do next? Aren't we going to deal with the so-called remnants of the water company? Where should we look for them? We don't need to go to Vought Corporation. We just need to go to one person. Looking for someone? Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say that you are the only free superhero in this universe? I'm indeed the only superhero who does not belong to any organization. But that doesn't mean I am fighting alone. The Power Girl said this and floated into the air. Li Chengfeng and Li Jian also flew up with the Supernatural Girl. Different from Wonder Girl and Li Jian's flight ability, since Li Chengfeng obtained the energy of spiraling upward in 3 different dimensions, he now does not need to rely on the power of origin magic power and the lamp ring when he wants to take off. He can use pure energy to lift himself into the air. Guys, what about me? Barry pointed at his face speechlessly. Although I can run very fast, I also want to feel the joy of flying. As a human being, you must limit your greed. You're already running so fast, and you still want to fly. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he flew forward with the Supernatural Girl. Agent Li Chengfeng's attitude towards me today. Why is he so unfriendly? Barry Allen touched his chin, with a pure light flashing in his eyes. I shouldn't have provoked him recently, right? The person you're looking for works in this place? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he pointed at the pure, white building in front of him. Yes, I'm looking for the current president of America. Shouldn't I come here? Wonder Girl sighed. In a universe that has the so-called World Federation and FBI, yours is probably the only exception. After saying that, he landed directly on the White House lawn. The guards around didn't even come forward to ask questions, but just cast inquiring looks at them. These are my friends. Yes, miss. The president has been waiting for you for a long time. Then they had a smooth journey and arrived directly outside the president's office. It seems you are quite prestigious here. It's useless. This universe is not like your universe, where the World Federation has the final say. Here, there are too many conflicts between human countries and giant companies. The Power Girl said this and opened the office door. Li Chengfeng's eyes followed him in. Then I saw a shiny bald head on the boss chair in front of the desk with its back to the door. Seeing this scene, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, this life of mine and Baldy's will never be done. Wonder Girl, you're finally back. Well, I'm back, but I won't stay long this time. After I resolve this matter, I may never come back again. Alas, although I know this day will come, when it really comes, I can't help but feel melancholy, my sister. The President of America in this universe turned around while speaking. Li Chengfeng took a breath of cold air. If he was not mistaken, this person is Lex Luthor. It's not uncommon for Lex Luthor to be president, but a universe where Lex Luthor calls a Kryptonian his sister is really new. Aren't we friends? Li Chengfeng looked at the girl with some annoyance. Why did she suddenly become my sister? After all, when her brother became the president of a country, in order to avoid some trouble, Lena always chose to use a less suspicious name. Afterwards, Li Chengfeng heard a very interesting story. In this story, Wonder Girl is the last Kryptonian daughter who was sent to Earth by her parents before the destruction of Krypton. However, the spaceship did not land on a farm in the town of Smallville, but instead landed outside a holiday villa of the Luthor family. Coincidentally, Lex Luthor and his parents were staying in this villa that night. Seeing the flight device falling like a meteor, Lex Luthor and his father, 2 men with sky-high IQs, naturally couldn't suppress their curiosity. Before the security personnel arrived, they had already managed to open this thing, which was obviously not a product of Earth technology. After this night, the Luthor family had a little daughter named Lena Luthor. That is the Wonder Girl who is standing in front of everyone now. Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, whose eyes were full of tenderness, and then looked at the Wonder Girl, whose body was gradually relaxing. To be honest, this is the freshest story I have heard in recent times. The Kryptonian last name is Luthor 6. I haven't asked yet, who is this? Lex Luthor's eyes finally moved from his sister to the speaking Li Chengfeng. Forgive my curiosity. This is also the first time I meet a friend from the Republic in this place. I'm Li Chengfeng. Although I come from a republic, it's not the republic of your universe. Li Chengfeng stepped forward and shook hands with Lex Luthor, the president of this universe. I know it's not nice to say this, but I still have to say that in my universe, I just sent Lex Luthor to prison a while ago, the kind that will never be released. Wow, this is really a novel thing. Lex Luthor nodded, and then suddenly realized, wait, what do you mean by your universe? It means exactly what it says. Li Chengfeng shrugged. When your sister was tracking down the water company, she followed their trans-time and space transmission device and came to my universe. And now, I am here to help your sister deal with some personal affairs. The multi-universe theory is actually true. Oh my God, Lex Luthor was a little shocked and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his bald head. Please forgive my gaffe. Although I have never been to the laboratory since I took the position of president, I'm still shocked by this unprecedented discovery. I can only say that your universe is lucky. The first time it broke through the cosmic boundary and interacted with other universes, it interacted with us. I must remind you that most parallel universes will not have such a friendly attitude as us. In fact, parallel universes basically abide by the Dark Forest law. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he looked around the office of the President of America. It has to be said that with the capital of the Luthor family and Lex Luthor's intelligence, it is easy for him to become president. It's just that the political system and political environment of this universe don't seem to be very good. The existence of a giant company that can rival a country means that there is the potential to develop into a cyberpunk world. That's not a very bright future. Okay, Lena, what are you going to do when you come back this time? Definitely, we have to completely eliminate the remnants of Vought Corporation. Wonder Girl clenched her fists and said, it's dangerous enough that superheroes are controlled by the government and giant companies. Now there is Compound 5 that can turn ordinary people into super ability people. If we let it continue, I can't imagine how the Earth will be destroyed. The supernatural girl said this, pointing at Li Chengfeng and Li John. In another universe, he is not only the official big shot, but also a superhero who is far more powerful than me. And Vought Corporation obtained a part of his genes by traveling to their universe, thus creating the unprecedented final work, which is this child named Li John. Lex Luthor's expression finally became uncontrollable. He widened his eyes and looked at Li Chengfeng beside him with some disbelief. In his opinion, his sister Lena Luthor is undoubtedly the most powerful superhero in the world, no doubt about it. This is also the capital that allows her to be free and undisturbed without joining the official or large enterprises. But now, his sister admitted with her own mouth that this man was far stronger than her. This was almost unimaginable. And Water Company actually used the genes of such a powerful man, combined with Compound Number 5, to create a clone? The final work? Is it really that powerful? Tisk, bald guy, I advise you to be polite. My name is Li John. Final posthumous work, or something, listen to this crappy name. Is it given to someone? Li John, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Li Chengfeng pulled Li John's head and pushed him to Barry Allen, letting the two of them stare at each other. His abilities are basically the same as those of Kryptonians. Although the upper limit is a little lower, he doesn't have the weakness of kryptonite. You said that when the time comes, Vought Corporation will use him as a model and clone thousands or tens of thousands of them. When they grow up, will your world still be able to fight back? Li Chengfeng's words were very straightforward. For Water Corporation, the greatest value of the final work is that it allows them to obtain a powerful clone blueprint. From now on, they only need to clone Li John infinitely, and conquering the Earth is just around the corner. But unfortunately, their wishful thinking was shattered by the supernatural girl just as they started. Maybe if Wonder Girl had gone a day or two later, the final work would not have been the final work. But the final works. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng cast an inexplicable look of gratitude towards the girl with divine power. He can't raise so many children. After listening to Li Chengfeng's words, Lex Luthor's expression gradually became serious. No matter which universe it is, Lex Luthor is not stupid. He immediately understood the existence of Vought Corporation. It was definitely a third party that would completely destroy both the government and the giant corporations. By maintaining the current balance, human society can at least continue to make great strides forward. But if this balance is broken, the foreseeable future will definitely not be very beautiful. Understand. I will give you all the information about the remnants of Vought Corporation during this period. Lex Luthor nodded. At the same time, the government will do its best to cooperate with you. After leaving the White House, the Power Girl took Li Chengfeng and his party back to her residence in the metropolis. A large transparent flat floor. Tisk, if I only knew that you were a superhero and a lawyer, I would think that where you live is nice. But considering that you're the file-sized sister of the Luthor family, it's a bit shabby. I can hear a hint of ridicule in your tone. Wonder Girl changed into a set of ordinary home clothes and walked out of the room. I do own a few large estates, but they're too far from my workplace. Even though I'm a Kryptonian, I have a lazy gene. You are the president's sister and a rich woman from the Luthor family. Why don't you feel a sense of belonging here? Li Chengfeng smiled and shook his head. Lex Luthor's brotherly love for you seems very sincere. I have never denied this. But when you are an outlier, and the most powerful outlier, you will not be respected. Instead, you will be excluded and feared. Wonder Girl opened the refrigerator and took out a few cans of beer that were extremely expensive from the packaging. Would you like a drink? Forget it. Li Chengfeng waved his hand and then said to Barry, take Li John to buy some daily necessities. We will probably have to stay in this universe for a few days. Barry nodded and left with Li John. Okay, let's continue on this topic. So your desire to settle in our universe is essentially because you are lonely? Probably. Wonder Girl's eyes sparkled with a strange light. When I saw those monsters in your universe, I suddenly realized that's where I belong. Although I think the term monsters and demons is a bit offensive, you are indeed right. Li Chengfeng sighed, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with the supernatural girl. Welcome in advance to the most lively universe in the entire multi-universe. Although Wonder Girl didn't make any big moves after returning to this universe, her and Lex's identities are very sensitive after all, so all major organizations know about it. Wonder Girl is back. This resulted in the entire metropolis suddenly becoming lively again. Sorry, I don't know who you were talking about. My hearing is not very good. Please hang up after the beep, beep. Li Chengfeng hung up the phone in pain. This is the 63rd call in a short period of time, and there is not a single duplicate. 63 calls? The powerful girl poked her head out from the bathroom not far away. That means there will be dozens more calls. After all organizations are extremely afraid of my existence, but they're also trying to win me over. If you say that you are the only Kryptonian in this universe, it actually makes sense. Li Chengfeng nodded. Especially when you're divided into so many camps, if someone can successfully impress you, then you will firmly occupy the top spot among countless organizations. It's ridiculous. I don't even want to get involved with the American government controlled by my brother. Why do you think I will help them? Wonder Girl showed a cold smile. As the file-sized sister of the Luthor family, she has been through a lot and has a strong ability to resist temptation. If I have this time, I might as well read a few more cases. Okay, John Lee, stop moving. It's not that I want to move around. Aunt Lena, it's your method that's too outrageous. Li John's humiliating voice came from the bathroom. Are you bathing a child? You're clearly bathing a dog. Ahem, what difference does that make? Just bear with it. I'll finish washing you in no time. Didn't I say from the beginning that I can wash it myself? Barry Allen and Li Chengfeng looked at each other. What a commotion. Ding-ling-ling-ling. The Supergirl's phone rang again. Li Chengfeng sighed, picked up the phone, and was about to refuse formally and hang up. But the voice from the other end made him give up the idea. Hello, Wonder Girl, Kayla Zor-El. Maybe I should call you Lena Luthor? You may not know of our existence, but we know everything about you. So, do you want to know the truth about this world? This voice is clearly Sky. However, Li Chengfeng did not alert the enemy immediately. This is a parallel universe after all, so having a doppelganger is the most normal thing. But the problem now is that this is the first person to reveal the identity of Wonder Girl, Lena Luthor. I know who you are, and you don't have to play tricks on me. If you really want to get in touch with Wonder Girl, then call me again in 5 minutes. Li Chengfeng said this and hung up the phone. At this time, The Supergirl had already walked out of the bathroom, carrying the cleanly John. If I ever have someone wash me again, I'll be that one. Humph, kid, this may be the closest moment in your life to a rich and beautiful woman. Be content. Why should I be satisfied with this? What's in your mouth, Dad Will? Is it delicious? Don't you want to give me some? Lee John has a brat personality. He comes and goes quickly. He immediately came up to Barry Allen and started tasting the delicacies from the parallel world. The supernatural girl sat opposite Lee Chengfeng. Lee John is actually quite good. I regret letting you get there first. The power girl shook her head. Originally, I had no intention of finding a man to have children, but now, because of Lee John, I have become interested in children. There is no regret medicine in the world. Besides, your current mentality is just like playing with someone else's pet cat. You only see the cute side. Lee Chengfeng said with a smile, when you see that you need to clean up his poop and feed him and even have to get a minor illness that costs thousands of dollars from time to time, you really won't want to keep him. That's true. Did you get another call just now? Oh, that's what I was going to say. Lee Chengfeng was startled and continued. Are you sure that you have never associated your identity as Wonder Girl with Lena Luthor? Definitely not. Wonder Girl is Kayla, not Lena Luthor. But the last call directly pointed out your real name. Lee Chengfeng spread his hands. I told her to call me again in 5 minutes. Knowing my true identity. The Wonder Girl suddenly looked a little confused. I should have never revealed my true identity. But she could also be a powerful hacker. After all, she sounds like one of the 2 best hackers I have. You mean a doppelganger from a parallel universe? Most likely. After Lee Chengfeng finished speaking, he stopped talking to Wonder Girl. The only sounds in the room were Lee John's nagging and Barry Allen's chewing. As soon as 5 minutes were up, the landline phone rang again on time. Lee Chengfeng reached out and answered the phone. Now, can we talk? We can definitely talk about it. But as an ally of Wonder Girl, I have to question your purpose. Don't tell me that you revealed Wonder Girl's true identity just to show off your abilities. You're right. Sky's voice was a little hoarse, but as long as Wonder Girl is willing to cooperate with us, then we will definitely continue to keep the secret. The time, the place, and is your name Sky or Daisy Johnson? How do you know? Never mind. Let's meet tonight on the rooftop of Wayne Building. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. The girl with supernatural powers looked at Lee Chengfeng with some confusion. Aren't we going to deal with the remnants of the Vought company? That's right, but do you have any clues now? Lee Chengfeng curled his lips. The main body of Water Company has been torn into pieces by you. But at the same time, it has also been broken into pieces and fled in all directions. If we want to track it down, we can't just rely on your brother's intelligence network as the president, right? Having more avenues will give us more ways to solve the problem. The supernatural girl looked at Lee Chengfeng, who was calm and composed, and nodded. To be honest, although my brain is more useful than that of ordinary people, I have always felt a little inferior about mental activities. After all, I grew up in the Luthor family, where there are many smart people. As a Kryptonian, where is your super brain and super wisdom? My super wisdom tells me that I should just knock down all the organizations that employ superheroes one by one. It's good to tell you. Don't tell it again in the future. Marvel F.B.I. First mission Persuading Harley Quinn. Previous chapter. TOC. Next chapter. Chapter 4:18 Lee Chengfeng. You want to snatch my son from me? That night, on the rooftop of Wayne Building, Lee Chengfeng and his group of 4 had been waiting here for a long time. But they seemed to have arrived a little early, so much so that Lee John had already started spitting down from the roof out of boredom. Hey, Lee John, you are dirty. Barry Allen rubbed Lee John's head twice. It's just that this place is high enough. Otherwise, how many people walking on the ground would suffer? Father Wu, are you crazy? Lee John rolled his eyes. This is Gotham. What kind of good person has nothing to do in the middle of the night and wanders around the streets of Gotham? Here, anyone who dares to show his head at night is either a hero or a criminal. Hey, what you said makes sense. Barry Allen, a good young man who never talks tough, was instantly convinced by Lee John. The Wonder Girl next to her did not change into her uniform with a large skylight on the chest, but wore another suit. The tight-fitting suit makes the terrifying body curves even tighter. Blonde, handsome and sexy. Tell me, sister, how many female CEOs have you won over with this suit? What do you care about me? The power girl rolled her eyes, then asked worriedly, Are they really coming? Are they going to change their minds at the last minute and stand me up? They said tonight, but they didn't say what time tonight. Li Chengfeng leaned against the rooftop, feeling the cool breeze. Besides, judging from their tone, they must be determined to get you. The most important thing is that there is no reason not to come. Just make a phone call and play a trick on the only Kryptonian in the universe. Then Buchunchun is just an old man hanging himself? Having said that, the Wonder Girl's ears moved, and the previous wave was immediately swept away. Someone is coming. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and then looked up. I saw Kazuke's hovering in the air. The warehouse door opened, and several figures jumped directly onto the roof. The leader, and the only one who revealed his true face, was Sky from this universe. Or Daisy Johnson. It seems that you still keep your promise. Li Chengfeng walked forward and looked at the woman who looked exactly like Sky, except for her temperament. What should I call you? You can call me Jimbo Girl, or you can call me by my name, Daisy Johnson. Daisy Johnson said, staring at Li Chengfeng. You are the one who answered the phone. Why can't we find out any information about you? Don't worry about that. Just know that I'm in cahoots with her. Li Chengfeng pointed to a powerful girl standing aside, who exuded the aura of a domineering female president. What do you want from me? Wonder Girl stepped forward. She was tall and looked down at Daisy Johnson. If you can't satisfy me, then I don't mind using you as a training ground before I clean up the remnants of Vought Company. Wow, please don't get excited. You've already exposed her biggest secret, and you still want her not to get excited? Li Chengfeng replied in a mean way. That's a bit too much. We only resorted to this strategy to increase the possibility of cooperation. Daisy Johnson shook her head. We are a secret team of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even your brother, President Lex Luthor, doesn't know about our existence. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Secret team? The Wonder Girl frowned, and then she focused her attention on the Velvet Man behind Daisy Johnson. It turned out that the masks of the people in the other team all contained lead, so she couldn't see through them. When Li Chengfeng saw the Wonder Girl frowning, he knew that the people in front of him must know the specific abilities of the Kryptonians. Maybe they even had kryptonite in their hands. But the Kryptonian ability that could defend against Wonder Girl has no effect on him. Li Chengfeng just snapped his fingers, and the faces of the four people behind Daisy Johnson were exposed to the air. It's just a small application of TIE particles. He really likes using it more and more now. What happened? The four people wanted to cover their faces, but found that they couldn't even move. TSK. Let me see. Who makes up your S.H.I.E.L.D. team? Batman? But you're not Bruce Wayne. Iron Man? But you're not Tony Stark either. And then there's a Captain America who's not named Steve Rogers, and a giant guy who's green but has nothing to do with the Hulk? Your team wouldn't happen to be called something like Young Avengers? Several people were originally a little panicked because the masks covering their faces suddenly disappeared, and now they looked at Li Chengfeng with a look of horror on their faces. Daisy Johnson also turned her head, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. But in this world, Daisy Johnson has obviously already become a mature and stable S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who can stand on her own. She did not panic, but stretched out her hand and introduced them to Li Chengfeng and the magical girl. Please forgive our rudeness. As a secret department, we exist confidentially, and it has become a habit for us to conceal our true identity. These people are all members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret team, and their public identities are indeed the Young Avengers. Iron Boy, Patriot, Hulk Jr., and Batman. When it comes to Batman, the young man spoke first. I'm not Bruce Wayne, but I'm the one who should inherit the mantle of Batman. My name is Damian Wayne. Damian, Li Chengfeng looked at this familiar face with interest and said with a smile, Tell me, is it possible that in another world line, you are a naughty kid, and you follow me around every day and call me Uncle Li? Looking at Li Chengfeng's smile, Damian Wayne somehow felt an inexplicable feeling going from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. I always feel like someone is taking advantage of me. All right, sir, Please stop teasing my team members. Daisy Johnson was relieved to see that Li Chengfeng and the Wonder Girl had no objection to their identities, and then said seriously, "In fact, our goal is the same as yours. We also want to completely solve the problem of Water Company. So we contacted the Wonder Girl who disappeared on the day of destroying Water Company's headquarters and then appeared again. Since we have the same goal, just give me your information and I will take care of them all," said the powerful girl. No one present questioned his ability, but except for Li Chengfeng, everyone frowned slightly and looked at the powerful girl with fear. "But we have a condition. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very interested in the final work and hopes to take over COF." Before Daisy Johnson could finish her words, she felt as if her internal organs were being violently grasped by a pair of invisible hands, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The young Avengers member behind her saw this and was about to ask, but found that the man who had a nonchalant look on his face just now had stopped smiling. Those eyes were rarely filled with anger. Are you planning to snatch my son away from me?" "Actually, I've always had a question." Peter Parker, who was sitting in the cafeteria of the FBI Academy, said to Jessica Jones beside him, "Have any of us ever really seen Agent Li Chengfeng get angry? It seems not." Jessica Jones put a spoonful of fried rice in her mouth and said while chewing, "Even at the beginning, when he came to take me back to the FBI Academy for class, he was just a little anxious. He even had the leisure to chat with me. It's just a small matter. It definitely won't make my Uncle Lee angry." Damian Wayne's voice rang in their ears. With his personality, as long as it doesn't endanger the lives of people around him, he will not get angry. He will even say a few dirty words about those insignificant things. Peter Parker turned around and saw Polaris Lorna, Dane, and Aqualad sitting down with Damian Wayne. "Wow, how did you get together recently?" Peter Parker looked at Damian Wayne with some curiosity. "I remember when I first met you at the wedding of the century. You were still a cool guy who kept strangers away. How come you have become so amiable and approachable now? Could it be that the FBI Academy has changed you so much? Even more than the brainwashing training of the Assassin's League. What's more, you are the grandson of Ra's al Ghul, who taught you hand in hand. Could it be that teenagers can't escape from interacting with their peers? To be honest, if you become superheroes in the future when facing those villains, you won't rush up to destroy them all while shouting about friendship and bond, right? Peter Parker, if there was a dialogue box when you were talking, it would have killed us all by now." Damian Wayne's mouth twitched. "No wonder Uncle Lee told me to interrupt you in time. I miscalculated. Wow, you're such a mean kid." Peter Parker wanted to say something else, but Jessica Jones reached out and pinched his mouth. "I think what they said is right. I just felt my brain boiling." Peter Parker's interest in chatting was immediately suppressed. "But let me emphasize first that I don't have a very good relationship with them. It's just that Wayne Group has been cooperating more with Krakow and Atlantis recently. So, the three of us, the children of our partners are also one of the tools used to maintain the relationship. Our relationship shouldn't be that dark, right? As the oldest person present, see young hero Gas had some experience. Isn't it just that our three parents are too busy, so we just get together? Although you are telling the truth, it always makes people feel a little embarrassed when you say it like this." Polaris sighed, then lowered his head and showed off his northeastern spicy hot pot, white duck egg. The best thing the dean did recently was to hire those chefs from the canteen at the Krakow construction site at a high salary. Of course not. The canteen chef who takes the portal to and from get off work every day is definitely the best paid in the world. "Hey guys, can you please get back to the topic? Who bent first?" Jessica Jones glanced at Peter Parker. "Okay, it seems to be me." Little Spider-Man admitted his eccentric behavior very straightforwardly. "Back on track. Have any of you seen it? That. I should ask the BSAA special team that carried out the mission with my uncle last time." As an elementary school student from the League of Assassins, Damian Wayne cannot do the work of the League of Assassins in the FBI Academy, but intelligence work is the most basic skill for him. Besides, who is his father? Bats. According to the statement of my Aunt Ha, the former psychiatrist at the FBI Academy and the #1 mental patient of the STAR team, in the last Silent Hill incident, the opponent was suspected to be a god who had sneaked in from another universe, and under some kind of reality distortion, he killed my Aunt Wong 100,000 times. 100,000 times. Yes. Damian Wayne shrugged. And then you see, such a cruel god. There's not even a little movement, and the town of Silent Hill has once again become a tourist attraction. So, Agent Lee tore apart God with his bare hands. For Uncle Lee now, this is normal, Damian Wayne muttered. After all, he is the man who can make my father give up formulating practical and effective countermeasures. Parallel Universe Number 1, Wayne Building Rooftop. Your father's temper, is it really that bad? Although my dad likes to complain about bonds and friendship, he is actually the one who values feelings the most. Lee John bared his teeth at the power girl with a knowing smile. If anyone causes the slightest harm to the important people around him, then the enemy will be a truly ruthless god. That is to say, he is not completely angry yet. Wonder Girl nodded thoughtfully. After all, he still saved their lives. Do I look like the kind of long out-yin who kills people when he doesn't agree with me? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. And you guys, why are you pretending? The wounds on your bodies are just superficial, not even broken bones. Li Chengfeng tilted his head and looked at the young Avengers who had basically all turned into blood gourds. The anger that had just risen in his heart was completely gone. Don't ask for other people's children in the future, kids. Although the wounds all over their bodies were transmitting severe pain to their brains, they felt inexplicably relieved. You said you were so fierce. Who has nothing to do and would bring bad luck to you? Daisy Johnson wiped the blood off her face, coughed twice, and slowly stood up from the ground. Well, we were just asking tentatively. With a kind and powerful person like you protecting and guiding him, I believe that in the end, Lee John will definitely be a good young man with both good character and good academic performance. That expression could definitely be described as flattering. Your face is quite similar to my charm when I was young. Li Chengfeng patted Daisy Johnson's shoulder. I think you may have a better future than the sky I know. Thank you for your compliment. Daisy Johnson nodded cautiously. Look, today's incident. First, tell us all the information you have about the water company. Yes. I will tell you everything I know. Daisy Johnson nodded and wiped the blood from her face again. We found that the boss behind Vought Corporation is not actually an ordinary human being. We have never been able to obtain each other's true identity, only a strange title. Conqueror Kong. Kong the Conqueror? When Li Chengfeng heard this name, he subconsciously looked at the Iron Boy who was in relatively better condition among the group of blood gourds. Having something like the Iron Man battlesuit can at least help block some extra damage. But at this moment, after hearing the name Conqueror Kong, Iron Boy subconsciously frowned. And in terms of body language, there's also a sense of retreat and avoidance. Although it was only for a moment, it was still discovered by Li Chengfeng who had been watching him. Judging from this reaction, the so-called Kong the Conqueror of this universe must be the same person as the current Iron Boy. I can only say that the character of Kong the Conqueror is actually very contradictory. After achieving success, he went back to the past and told his younger self that he would conquer countless timelines. Then, because he didn't want to be associated with him, the young him stole a set of armor from the future Kong the Conqueror and escaped to the present timeline. As a result, the current timeline is very likely the era when Kong the Conqueror completely rises. From being a low-profile biological weapons company at the beginning, Vought Corporation has become the only organization in the world with the ability to independently produce superhero abilities. After all it takes is taking drugs. Even if it is a mutant, if it wants to gain vitality, the only way left is to have children, besides looking for people all over the world. Originally, everyone thought that Conqueror Kong had already won the battle, but they didn't expect that Water Company would be beaten from top to bottom by Wonder Girl, who beat them all through and killed 7 of them. That group of superheroes who seemed righteous on the surface but were basically inhumane in private were almost all killed by Wonder Girl. She is not the soft-hearted Clark Kent. Although she was still young when she left Krypton, she had already begun training with the Kryptonian army. Killing people is not a big psychological burden for Wonder Girl. especially when facing evil people. This is also the reason why the entire superhero community is a little bit repulsive to her, but they don't dare to repulse her too much. They really can't beat this Kryptonian superhero sister. It's hard to be an outlier. Being a powerful outlier might not be that difficult. We only know this guy called Conqueror Kong as a code name. We have no idea whether he is a man or a woman, tall or short, beautiful or ugly. We are not even 100% sure whether this so-called Conqueror Kong really exists. You don't have to doubt this. The name Kong the Conqueror is a well-known name even in the entire multi-universe. He must exist. As he spoke, Li Chengfeng's eyes fell on the Iron Boy. As a time traveler, he is definitely very good at hiding himself. What? Kong the Conqueror is a time traveler. Don't tell me that this most basic setting doesn't exist in your universe. Li Chengfeng said to Daisy Johnson helplessly. He should be a person from the 31st century AD and the ruler of the entire Milky Way in the future. And the most important thing is that he is the descendant of Mr. Fantastic and a direct descendant. In other words, as long as the genetic sequences of known humans are screened worldwide, this so-called Conqueror Kong can be found. Mr. Lee, isn't this too much of a fuss? Daisy Johnson asked with some concern. This is a test for the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. It is indeed a test. If S.H.I.E.L.D. does not even have this kind of production capacity, there's no need to track down Kong the Conqueror. You will definitely be killed by him. Li Chengfeng nodded seriously. After all, he is one of Reed Richards' most outstanding descendants. I understand. Daisy Johnson sighed, and then said to Li Chengfeng, do you have time to go with me to meet the S.H.I.E.L.D. director of this universe? I can go and meet him, but are you sure that if I show up in front of him, he won't be scared and do something like eliminate or capture me? Mr. Lee, you're worrying too much. Daisy Johnson shook her head seriously and said, our director is not a fool. Is this your base? We can't help it. In a previous world event, S.H.I.E.L.D. was forced to disclose its encrypted data, and then nominally it was completely disbanded. Daisy Johnson shrugged. So we are now the Young Avengers under the banner of Stark Industries, but we are also S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret warriors. But you're not so poor as to live in an abandoned mental hospital, are you? What's wrong with that? Daisy Johnson said in confusion. The space here is big and spacious enough, and normal people would never want to explore here. As for those young people who come here to seek excitement, we usually scare them well and let them spread the word about the supernatural phenomena in this place when they go back. And it almost promoted a tourist attraction. Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched as he pointed to the long queue outside the mental hospital not far away. Definitely not. We're just a very successful haunted house secret room to the outside world. Daisy pointed at the little Hulk who was beaten into autism behind her. He is a super ability person who is not sure whether he is a mutant or an alien. He can change his appearance, size, and body structure at will. He is our golden NPC. Lena, I was wrong just now. Li Chengfeng turned his head expressionlessly and said to the Wonder Girl, you guys in the universe are really stupid. Outside the door of the former site of a mental hospital, now in the most famous haunted house secret rooms in America, Li Chengfeng walked in with a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It didn't attract anyone's attention at all. Everyone thought it was an NPC coming to work. It has its own plasma makeup. It is truly the leader in the industry. So dedicated. No matter what Li Chengfeng and the others thought, the tourists were looking forward to it very much. After turning left and right in the rather large mental hospital, I finally stopped outside a warehouse. When I opened the door, I saw 3 or 4 people sitting at their desks, arranging the schedule for today's haunted house secret room. Passing these people, Daisy Johnson turned the head of the Sphinx behind them. An elevator is shown. Please go down from here. The director's office is on the 18th floor. 18 floors underground. You Americans really open my eyes. It's so cool. Li Chengfeng is now in the elevator, watching the floors gradually change, feeling a sense of unreality. Am I heading to the 18th level of hell now? Although I'm not quite sure what you mean, generally speaking, isn't this the style of an ordinary secret organization? Barry Allen was a little confused and shrugged. A secret base underground can indeed provide an extraordinary sense of security. Safe? Then if you encounter a super ability person whose ability is related to rocks or land, what's the difference between this and a coffin? After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he smacked his lips twice. Okay, I admit that what I said was a bit of an exaggeration. But I have to say, we did encounter a mutant with the ability to manipulate soil. Daisy Johnson said with a smile. In the end, it was blocked by the reinforced concrete outside. But I have to say that it was indeed the most dangerous episode. As he spoke, the elevator door slowly opened. So, welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. This underground base is indeed a different world. After all, no one would have thought that there would be an entire hangar so deep underground. So who gave you the idea to put a helipad on the 18th underground floor? It's definitely our dear director. Daisy Johnson's mouth twitched, although it's really useless. Agent Daisy Johnson, next time you complain about me, could you please keep your voice down? A deep voice sounded, and a Nordic man in a black windbreaker walked out from not far away. Director, this isn't a complaint, this is a suggestion. Daisy Johnson shrugged casually. Don't forget, I was strongly against this unnecessary expenditure. Thank you so much. The Nordic man stepped forward and held out his hand to Li Chengfeng. I'm S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, Victor Von Doom. Nice to meet you, stranger. Excuse me, could you please repeat your name? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched as he looked at the handsome middle-aged man's face. After all, for me, this name really can't be combined with the face of the leader of an American official organization. Li Chengfeng now has a desire, which is to take a few photos and then send them to the Dr. Doom he knows. I never thought that a Latvian like me would take on this position. It's fate. The Doom in front of him did not have the temperament of a dictator. He was as gentle as the old uncle selling milk next door. But Li Chengfeng blinked his eyes. He could still feel the power of several kinds of magic from this Doom. Although even Li Chengfeng couldn't be sure how powerful he was before he used these magics himself. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely much better than that black braised egg guy. Looking at other people's leaders, Li Chengfeng felt confused. If it weren't for the fact that Hailuden and Little Crazy were like father and daughter, he would have definitely sent Hailuden to live out his retirement long ago. But isn't the way a stranger calls me that a bit too strange? Li Chengfeng said with a smile. You could just call me by my name, Li Chengfeng. Well, Li Chengfeng. As Victor Von Doom, I'm actually not interested in the so-called parallel universe. Director Doom stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture, then walked in front to lead the way. But as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I have to ask again, what exactly are you doing in this universe? Are you really here just for the final work? My son's name is Li John. Don't mention the name of his final work anymore. Li Chengfeng said with a smile as he walked away. I have no interest in your universe. And to put it bluntly, if I really want to do something to you, you won't be able to resist at all. After saying that, Li Chengfeng snapped his fingers, and a ball of light emitting destructive energy appeared in the air. There was no warning of its appearance, but the energy detectors ringing wildly throughout the base proved that it was real. But the next moment, with Li Chengfeng's casual wave of his hand, the ball of light disappeared again, as if it had never existed. Chief Doom, the spellcaster, felt his back soaked in cold sweat at that moment. Although he had imagined that the one who came through the parallel universe must be a terrifyingly powerful person, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. The energy level just detected is comparable to that of a fixed star. Thinking of this, Director Doom wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then made a few obscure gestures, asking the agents who had formed a circle around him in secret to disperse and do what they had to do. He knew that even if they attacked in droves, they would probably be unable to do anything to this god that existed in the human world. Please come over here, Mr. Li Chengfeng from the parallel universe. What? Are you completely relieved of my identity? Or do you think the encirclement just now can't capture me and is completely useless, so you withdrew it? Li Chengfeng faced Director Doom's surprised eyes and pointed at his face. Don't be afraid. In my universe, I also do this business. If I see such a being, my first choice will definitely be to find a way to directly and humanely destroy the other party. Li Chengfeng's words made Director Dumb completely understand that his every move just now was all within Li Chengfeng's expectations. Since we are in the same industry, you must understand our difficulties. Director Doom pushed open a door and walked in. Whatever you want to do, please finish it as soon as possible and leave. That depends on you, Chief Doom. Li Chengfeng naturally didn't care how quickly Chief Doom changed his expression. The more you cooperate, the faster I will definitely finish it. The conversation between Li Chengfeng and Director Doom made Li John and Barry Allen couldn't help but ask, are they talking about serious matters? I guess so. Although the matter is a serious matter, it is hard to say whether the person is a serious person. You two are silent. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at the father and son who had been pretending to be dumb and watching the fun all the way, and then continued to say to Director Doom, after all, this is something that your universe created. I am here to clean up your mess with good intentions. Well, all right. Director Doom shook his head. Next, we will give you all the information about Vought Corporation and Conqueror Con. I need help from someone else. You mean Daisy Johnson? No problem. No, not Daisy, but another guy called Iron Boy. Li Chengfeng looked at Director Doom's slightly surprised expression and smiled. I'm sure he will give us a big surprise. Sir, why are you looking at me like that? Iron Boy held his head mecha and sat in front of everyone. Although his expression looked natural, his slightly nervous face betrayed his inner thoughts. Almost all the people present were excellent elite agents, and they could tell at a glance that this usually cynical steel boy was definitely up to something. Why are you being looked at like this? Don't you know it yourself? Li Chengfeng sat in the middle of the room calmly. Why don't you tell your colleagues your true identity? Dear Nathaniel Richards, a.k.a. Iron Boy, or the future Conqueror Kong. Li Chengfeng's words made all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present stand up in surprise. Li John, Barry, and Wonder Girl have long been accustomed to Li Chengfeng's never-ending shocking remarks. Although none of them were so shocked that they couldn't stand, they all showed some surprise on their faces. When Li Chengfeng specifically asked to meet Iron Boy, they guessed that this person must have some connection with the so-called Conqueror Kong. But who would have thought that this was me? The Conqueror Kong we have been tracking down for so long is actually you. No, Daisy, let me explain. I don't want to listen. The most shocking person, definitely, is Daisy Johnson, the direct leader of the Secret Warriors. His most trusted subordinate, friend, and even a person he had a bit of an ambiguous relationship with, turned out to be Kong the Conqueror himself? Agent Daisy, you're a little obsessed. Li Chengfeng shook his head, then stood up, walked to the side of Iron Boy, patted his shoulder, and said, I just said that he is the future Conqueror Kong, but now he is just Iron Boy. This is a bit confusing. But the Iron Boy looked at Li Chengfeng gratefully, and then began to explain. Okay, I have to admit, my name is not Tony Stark. After all, who would use a name that's so close to Big Stark? My real name, as Mr. Lee said, is Nathaniel Richards, the Iron Boy. And before I became Iron Boy, I was just an ordinary time traveler. One day, a me from the future traveled to my timeline, and then he told me that he would become Kong the Conqueror and become the overlord of the entire galaxy. But I saw his pride, ruthlessness, and evil. I would never agree that my future self would be such a be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. So I stole this mecha from my future self, and then traveled back to 5 years ago, when I first met you. Iron Boy finally told everything about himself. In fact, as the person who hides the truth, he is the one under the most pressure. When he finished his last sentence, his whole body relaxed. He raised his head, looked at his S.H.I.E.L.D. colleagues who were completely shocked, and said with a smile, Although I have never admitted my true identity, other than that, I have definitely not concealed anything from you. I know only a little more about Kong the Conqueror than you do. But aren't you the Conqueror Kong? Daisy has gradually calmed down. He may be Nathaniel Richards, but who knows how much he has been through and how he has changed compared to me now. Iron Boy said with a wry smile, I only know that compared to him, I am like a simple and helpless child. Everyone was shocked, but if you think about it carefully, Apart from the fact that they could be considered the same person physically, their inner selves are almost completely different, even opposite. Li Chengfeng could naturally understand. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not going to kill you. Why are you smiling so bitterly? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. The point is, you two are biologically one person, which means I need your genes. After saying that, he reached out his hand, met the puzzled look of the Iron Boy, and pulled a bunch of hair from the back of his head. Such a sudden attack, made Iron Boy gasp. But then, something even more surprising happened. Li Chengfeng was seen holding a handful of hair in his hand. Then his eyes rolled back, and he began to chant a spell. Although he inherited Sithorn's status and could use black magic at will, in order to make black magic work to its best effect, he still had to use spells. When Li Chengfeng began to chant the spell, a hexagram array composed of various intricate patterns began to light up around him. I didn't expect Mr. Li Chengfeng to be a spellcaster. Director Dooms said with emotion, no wonder I felt like I was completely seen through the moment I saw him. His control over magic is far better than mine. That's because you wasted too much time on agent work. Li Chengfeng turned his head sharply and said, no matter how talented a spellcaster is, he still needs to practice hard. Definitely accept me. Li Chengfeng's words seemed a bit pretentious, but he couldn't refute it. Li, are you done with the spell? The power girl looked at Li Chengfeng curiously. Can we find Conqueror Kong in this way? No, Li Chengfeng said as he threw the hair in his hand into the air, and then all the hair spontaneously combusted without fire. Soon, he will come here and fall into the trap. Oh, why did he come to you? Because I just used black magic to completely lock the owner of this lock of hair on this timeline from the genetic level to the soul level. In other words, before I come into contact with this black magic, I'm sorry, Nathaniel Richards can't be a time traveler for the time being. Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I leave this timeline? On the top floor of a building, a man in green clothes and a strange helmet slammed a wine glass at another person's feet. It seems that someone has influenced your shared abilities through your younger self. Another man stepped out of the darkness, not minding Kong the Conqueror's wrath at all. He was wearing the uniform of the Fantastic Four, but he had a strangely shaped helmet on his head, like an alien head. If Li Chengfeng was present, he would definitely be able to see it at a glance. This is the damn skull opening. The famous beast-level figure. You make it sound easy, but if there is such a person, how can we complete our plan? Calm down, as my descendant. You shouldn't have such an IQ. Kalund put down the wine glass in his hand and chuckled. Since you can't leave this timeline, then why not let other conquerors Kong come to this timeline? I say we should just rush in and cut this guy Nathaniel Richards into pieces, and then we can all go back to our own homes and our own mothers. The powerful girl rolled up her sleeves and looked at Li Chengfeng. At this moment, they were standing under the Fantastic Four's building. He raised his head and looked at the building, which was even taller than Stark Industries. Li Chengfeng frowned. He could sense a strange aura from here. For him, although this is Manhattan in a parallel world, it is very different from his impression. This should have been the most prosperous area in New York, but now it seems a little desolate. There were hardly any passers-by on the street, and the few remaining passers-by, no matter from their dress or temperament, did not look like good people. Reed Richards, the largest capitalist and politician in Manhattan, has an intelligence far exceeding that of most humans and a ruthlessness that is almost unshakable. And his most horrific act was to open Tony Stark's head and take out a gem of wisdom from it. To be honest, that was probably the most horrifying thing I have ever seen in my life. Daisy sighed and looked at the tall building with great fear. If it wasn't for the mission, if Li Chengfeng's black magic hadn't found the trace of Nathaniel Richards, also known as Kong the Conqueror, in this building, she would never come near here. No way. What? Performing a craniotomy on someone? And it was Tony Stark who was being craniotomized. Barry Allen was stunned for a moment. Then he shuddered all over. Oh my goodness, I must listen carefully to this matter. I will tell Tony Stark directly when I go back. You know, the two of them are now colleagues in the Avengers of Justice. You are more or less eager to create chaos in the world. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Can you give me back the innocent and kind Barry Allen, who obviously has insufficient IQ? Lack of IQ? You are definitely framing me, Barry Allen said righteously. You can say that I don't have a high EQ, but if I don't have an IQ, how did I become the youngest witness expert in the FBI? 5 Dad, don't you understand yet? Lee John sighed. He sighed more and more recently. He began to feel that he had aged a lot. Dad thinks you shouldn't like hell jokes so much. Lee Chengfeng persuades people to be good. This is the real joke from hell. Barry Allen, Lee John, and Lee Chengfeng were not nervous at all, and they even showed the same expression at the same time. Laugh at. It seemed as if he was mocking his opponent's weakness and boredom. You're FBI? Is this how FBI agents operate? Daisy Johnson looked at them and wiped the white sweat from her forehead. If I were your leader, I would definitely be the first one to fire you. Definitely no. It's just that the way we do things is special. Lee Chengfeng shrugged. And unfortunately, my boss happens to be one of my father-in-laws, so my position is probably still very stable. Father-in-law. And one more? Daisy Johnson suddenly looked at Lee Chengfeng with the eyes of a scumbag. Is it true? You guys are playing so tricks. And John Lee has 5 dads. I know this part, but it's particularly disgusting when you say it. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy Johnson has a clear understanding of the details of the final work. It sounds like something unbearable happened to you 5 men. In this case, it's not us who have problems, but those who deliberately use our genes to clone. I'm definitely not saying that your existence is a problem. All right, Dad, stop explaining. Lee John sighed. It's faded, the feelings have faded. No, on the contrary, my feelings for you are simply extremely deep. Otherwise, I would not have brought you here, but let you stay in Wayne Manor, letting Alfred prepare nutritious meals for you while teaching you how to gradually take over the Wayne family's business. I think you're a little blind. Even though I have my second father's genes, you don't want me to inherit the family business, right? We still have Damien. What are you thinking? Lee Chengfeng patted Lee John's head. It's obvious that Damien wants to inherit the Assassin's League. After all, Grandpa and Mom have been building up the power for so many years. It can't be left to Damien Dark or Malcolm Merlin, right? Okay, I'll try. Although I don't like what Alfred taught me. I have to say that having such a butler is the greatest blessing for the Wayne family in hundreds of years. So has the energy shield outside the building been lifted now? It has been lifted, but there are a lot of people inside. Anyway, this is your job, Dad. If you have to clean up the mess, then you have to clean it up thoroughly. Lee John chuckled and continued to stand beside Daisy Johnson and act stupid. Aunt Daisy, you have such a great figure. Are you interested in being my mother? What does a kid know? Daisy Johnson glanced at Lee Chengfeng. I'm sorry, even though your dad is handsome, I don't like this type of high-level ingredients. No, I was just joking. I didn't expect you to actually answer. Lee John scratched his head, looked at Daisy Johnson, and thought of Sky in his own universe. Even if they are allomorphs, there are still differences in IQ. Okay, I have destroyed the energy source of the energy shield from distance. Now, it's time to enjoy the battle. After Lee Chengfeng finished speaking, he stepped into the building. This is not a good time, Chief. Susan, there's no better time than now. Director Doom said with a smile as he looked at the invisible woman in front of him. This is a powerful person who came from another universe. We can't use our common sense to figure him out. But you also know that Reed is now a complete lunatic. Invisible woman Susan sighed. In a sense, no one wants to play chess with a lunatic. Because even I have to stay away from him now. Otherwise, I will become a piece of experimental material in his hands. Invisible woman Susan frowned. Don't forget, this is why I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Then don't forget what this person just showed you. There was a hint of admiration in Doom's eyes. That is enough to be called a miracle. When Lee Chengfeng walked into the Fantastic Four headquarters, he was immediately shocked. I have seen the Invisible Woman before in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. This means that the Fantastic Four in this universe are actually dead in name only. At least his wife, Susan, did not choose to continue to go along with him. Dear visitor, please don't go any further. Several AI armored soldiers who were obviously modified from Tony Stark's mecha stood in front of them, stretched out their hands, and made a gesture to stop them. Otherwise, this machine will directly wipe you out. 10. 10? 10 what? 10 minutes? Or an hour? 9. F asterisk asterisk KU. How dare this broken mecha that came out of nowhere stand in front of me? Li Chengfeng raised his head slightly, looking unhappy. And the most outrageous thing is, you actually want to wipe me out. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, no one noticed that Li Chengfeng lightly snapped his fingers, and then all the AI armored soldiers turned into dust. Only some of the more precious metals are left. Oh, you're willing to use vibranium to build the cores of these AI mechas. Li Chengfeng reached out and took the energy cores. It seems that in this universe, Black Panther isn't a good guy either. Mr. Fantastic can have so much vibranium, there must be some kind of deal between the two of them. Black Panther? Are you talking about the superpower that rules the entire African continent? Daisy Johnson's words confused Li Chengfeng. The best thing they do in the world is to sell inferior vibranium to the whole world. But these energy cores are obviously made of original vibranium. It is indeed very precious. Rich people and smart people cooperate to target other people in this world. You are really amazing. Li Chengfeng smiled and shook his head. I came to the right place today. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands and pressed an energy core directly into a vibranium cake. But the energy inside is definitely not the palladium metal that Tony Stark wears, or the clean energy that was later developed. Li Chengfeng frowned and said, it's a bit like divine power. Divine power? Not to mention Daisy Johnson. Even the divine power girl looked at Li Chengfeng. Are you really not joking now? The so-called divine power is actually stored in a group of AI mechas. From the current situation, that's right. Li Chengfeng nodded, but I think we can still investigate Reed Richards' specific purpose. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands and continued moving forward. In fact, the combat effectiveness of these AI robots is already at a terrifying level. At least beating Wade Wilson won't be a problem. How big is the distance between a genius and a madman? The saying that being half a step ahead is a genius, and being 10 steps ahead is a madman, is simply nonsense. Reed Richards straightened his weird helmet. I am more than 10 steps ahead. Am I a madman? If nothing unexpected happens, you are a big lunatic. Nathaniel Richards frowned. If I can barely be considered a small lunatic, then you are definitely a big lunatic that the entire universe avoids. Okay, you want to talk about madmen and geniuses? But as long as you are still obsessed with this kind of thing, no matter how genius you are, you can only be a madman. Facing the big liar Reed Richards, Kong the Conqueror, who has not yet fully become the overlord of the galaxy, is somewhat young. It is hard to say how much of this is due to IQ suppression and how much is due to bloodline suppression. In short, you just sit tight and wait for this man who suddenly appears out of nowhere to reveal his flaws. After all, no one is perfect. Reed Richards raised a perverted arc at the corner of his mouth. But my curiosity about him is no less than his final work. So, do we need to ask the Conquerors to take action? Just as Nathaniel Richards and Reed Richards, a pair of grandfather and grandson who were separated by an unknown age, were talking, the titanium alloy door in front of them had completely disappeared. Reed Richards, Nathaniel Richards, you two are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. A somewhat arrogant voice sounded beside my ear. Whether it was Conqueror Kong or Craniocrat, they all looked at Li Chengfeng in shock. How did this man get here? Isn't there a so-called conservative council blocking the way outside? How could they get in so easily? Easy. Li Chengfeng shrugged. It is indeed easy for me. Do you know why? Because you are too weak. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he even walked forward and stretched out his hand towards Kailand. But nothing was done. Instead, he gently knocked on the strangely styled helmet. Look, as a family, you can't even keep your own wife. Even though you think you are extremely talented and have no emotions or love, You shouldn't have built and secretly promoted the development of Vought Company in this world. So your target has always been me? What else? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Kong the Conqueror? A villain who has just started out and hasn't experienced much. Can he be so meticulous that he can make the whole world go around in circles? As he spoke, the power in Li Chengfeng's body, which had expanded to an unprecedented level, suddenly poured out and directly enveloped Kai Kwanda and Conqueror Kong. What is this thing? Conqueror Kong initially wanted to escape, but was immediately suppressed by this terrifying and powerful force. He couldn't help but be shocked. He used all kinds of future technologies, and time travel had a subtle effect on his body. It has a high resistance to various abnormalities. On the other hand, Kalund, who was standing aside, looked at Li Chengfeng's figure as if he had been possessed by a demon. Could it be that you don't belong to this time and space? You can actually mobilize the power of the dimension directly. Look, even though you call yourself a genius, genius is just the threshold to meeting me. Li Chengfeng smiled and raised his hand. The next moment, the entire Fantastic Four headquarters instantly disappeared into the void. Everyone landed on the ground safely. Where the Fantastic Four's headquarters used to be, only Kong the Conqueror was left. The Power Girl pointed at the group of corpses on the ground and said, "Look, I told you, just rush in and it'll be over." Kalund had never thought about what would happen if he was approached by a reckless and unreasonable man. He has an almost pathological confidence in his intelligence and strategies. In his eyes, everything in the world is consumables in his laboratory, including his wife, Invisible Woman Susan. But now he looked at Li Chengfeng's hands, tightly pinching his neck, and he was a little dazed. Your own ability is useless. The energy weapons created are also useless. Kong the Conqueror's army, summoned from other timelines, was even more useless. The man in front of me seemed to be the spokesperson for the word invincible. Even the Wonder Girl couldn't give him such a terrifying sense of oppression. He's not a Kryptonian after all. The kryptonite on his wrist was about to explode, but it couldn't reduce the man's strength by even a little bit. You don't know me? The man spoke while Kalund was still thinking quickly. I thought you knew me, Li Chengfeng. Then I might be even more curious. If you don't know me, how did you get my genes? What gene? Why are you playing dumb? Li Chengfeng looked at Kalund speechlessly. Definitely is what you call the final posthumous work, my good son Li John. What? You're that Li Chengfeng? Kalund's eyes were filled with disbelief. Aren't you just an ordinary elite agent from the FBI's Republic headquarters in another universe? After this sentence was uttered, it was Li Chengfeng's turn to be surprised. No, Kalund actually obtained genes from him so early, even when he hadn't traveled through time yet. In other words, this damn thing had actually mastered the method of traveling to a parallel universe a long time ago. I think you're right. I am indeed an elite agent of the FBI. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. It's just that I may not be that ordinary. Li Chengfeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to crush to death the most brutal isomorph of multi-universe troublemaker MR. Fantastic. Instead, after completely crushing the opponent's hands and feet, he handed them over to Daisy Johnson. This is the guy you're most eager to catch. By the way, has the compound number 5 he created been circulated in this universe? It's not widely circulated, but there is a constant supply of it on the black market. I guess this is how they get rid of their relationship. Since you already know about it, it means that you have been targeting them for a long time, but you didn't take action because you didn't know the source. But now it's different. The offense and defense have reversed. Yes, the offense and defense have been reversed. Daisy Johnson nodded and let out a long breath. Next, I should report to the president with the director. Then, I wish you, under the leadership of that bald man, can bring your Earth to a brand new future. Li Chengfeng said with a smile, then extended his right hand to Daisy Johnson. Daisy was stunned for a moment, then reached out to shake hands with Li Chengfeng, but Li Chengfeng dodged her hand and patted it lightly on the back of her hand. Who wants to shake your hand? I want you to test the method of compound number 5. I have to kill those guys who are on drugs, but can't control their power. Oh, Daisy Johnson pursed her lips. She was now a little doubtful about her own charm. When he met him before, this man looked at him with a little warmth in his eyes. Just like that, they watched this group of people from another universe fly into the sky, while the man named Barry Allen muttered, "No conscience," while getting into the mecha and turning into yellow and blue lightning. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent following Daisy Johnson looked in the direction Barry Allen left and whispered, "Agent Daisy, the ability of this last person seems a bit like the person we met before. Are you talking about the speedster we encountered earlier?" Yes, that's the speedster. But when that speedster used his ability, something around him lit up like red lightning, right? Okay, forget about the lightning. Daisy Johnson shook her head. Let's take all the paralyzed Kangs back first. Puffed. Paralytic Kong, what a good joke. Jack Napier, if you have time to tell jokes, you might as well drive our car over here and send a message to the NYPD to ask them to continue martial law. They're the so-called masterminds, right? An extremely smart and cruel multi-universe genius, and, or more precisely, a group of time travelers with extraordinary abilities. This matter can be considered quite small. Li Chengfeng was certain that this was definitely the work of the grandfather-grandson troublemaker pair, Kai Kwanda and Conqueror Kong, who had just started working together. It's a pity that he was defeated by the most unkind person just when he started to act unkindly. How does that sentence go? Every evildoer will receive his due punishment. Then let's go to the black market now. Wonder Girl shook her head excitedly. I have participated in various luxury collection auctions at home since I was a child, but I have never been to the black market. Let's just say, if you, a local, don't know where the black market is, how can I, a foreigner, know? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Although I don't know where the black market is exactly, but it's definitely not out in the open. Wonder Girl shrugged. Then can I just use my X-ray vision and super hearing to look for it? Li Chengfeng was stunned. Yes, the woman in front of me is the Wonder Girl of this universe, the female Supergirl. She really wanted to find the black market trading point. It was like a piece of cake. The reason why Li Chengfeng always subconsciously forgets this matter is mainly because the other party's name is Lena Luthor. He really couldn't connect the word Luthor with Kryptonians. Well, I have to say it. Your brother treats you well? Why do you want to live away from this universe? Lex is really good to me. He takes care of me like his own sister. Ever since he knew about my ability, he has been helping me hide my true identity. Until my parents passed away, they thought I was a cute girl with a little extra strength. Wonder Girl smiled. But, as Lex's sister, I know it best. He never liked people with super abilities, even though I was his sister. He wants to lead ordinary humans to reshape the world. Then, just like he has been helping me, let me help him to defeat the most powerful super ability user in the world. Hey, we made a lot of money this time. We bought compound number 5 for $50,000, but in the end we were able to raise it to nearly $1 million. Man, although making money is exciting, shouldn't we just go hide for a while? We have money anyway. What you said does make sense. Compound number 5 is now synonymous with both good smell and bad smell. If someone uses this to punish us, we will definitely not be able to withstand it. In the black market, 2 men wearing masks covering their faces were excitedly dividing the loot in a corner. Just when they decided to go somewhere to live for a while and avoid the limelight, a shadow loomed over their heads. From the perspective, this woman is floating in midair. Hey, gentlemen, I'm quite interested in what you just talked about. As he spoke, he swooped down, grabbed the 2 men by their clothes, and lifted them into the air. The 2 people did not scream, nor did they feel dizzy from being suddenly taken to the altitude. Instead, they looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. It was Wonder Girl who took us to the sky. Brother, this figure, this ability? Yes, this is Wonder Girl. Oh my God, Wonder Girl, I'm your fan, a super fan. Please sign my forehead later. Li Chengfeng looked at the funny vendors that the superpower girl had captured from the black market and shook his head helplessly. This universe does have this tendency. After all, superheroes are all affiliated with major capitals, and the capitals create hype and marketing among each other. So they simply build superheroes into beings that have the functions of celebrities in the entertainment industry. This may be one of the reasons why Wonder Girl, also known as Lena Luthor, wants to leave. Even though she hates this, it doesn't stop her from being the superhero with the most fans on the entire planet. No one else. Innately powerful and beautiful, crude and simple, but effective. In fact, there is no shortage of all kinds of marketing that are deeply rooted in people's hearts in this world. But when the figure of Wonder Girl crosses the sky, they will eventually take second place. After all, admiration for the strong is one of the common characteristics of human beings. Whether to sign or not, I don't know. But if you don't tell us all the information, I will let your idol open his hands in midair. Li Chengfeng's words were like a hammer that temporarily shattered the fan filters of the two people. They looked at the powerful girl timidly, and then looked at Li Chengfeng, who was also floating in the air. He swallowed with a gulp and nodded repeatedly at the two of them. Okay, as long as you don't kill us, I'll tell you everything you want to know. You're selling compound number 5. Where exactly is the source of this stuff? The Power Girl lifted the two people a little higher. Why hasn't it been sold out in the black market for so long? This is definitely the water company. The vendor nodded quickly. Definitely, it's not the water company that was destroyed by you. But after the disintegration of the water company's industry, the last thing left was a chemical plant. This chemical plant was a star enterprise in Florida, so someone took it over in the end. The vendor's words made Li Chengfeng and the supernatural girl look at each other. Oh no, I originally thought that the compound number 5 circulating on the black market was the inventory of water company at that time. But I didn't expect that there is actually a factory that is constantly manufacturing it. Thank you very much for your help. Li Chengfeng smiled as he took the two vendors from the Power Girl's hands and placed them on the rooftop of a skyscraper. By the way, I also broke the door lock leading to the rooftop. My advice is to call the NYPD and turn yourself in. Tell them you're being held on the rooftop. Otherwise, choose between starving to death or being sunburned. Compound number 5 is not a good thing. The person who sells this thing is definitely not a good person. In Florida, you cannot live, but you cannot live without life. Li Chengfeng sighed and looked at the huge amounts of factory from afar. What a damn wise saying. Being able to protect a factory that can produce super ability drugs has once again raised the value of this sentence. This factory, apart from being large, is actually not very conspicuous. But the further you go, the more you discover that this place is different. There are actually a large number of armed guards patrolling here. And no matter how you look at it, that futuristic gun doesn't look like an ordinary mass-produced standard weapon. It's really a big deal by the Crane and the Time Travelers. Even ordinary guards can get such luxurious equipment. The local shield is almost dying of jealousy. Okay, let's make it quick. The Wonder Girl pinched her fingers, then rushed in like a cannonball. I also want to go back and meet Lawyer Walters in advance. I heard she is a very professional lawyer. You are more eager to leave here than I am, a person from another universe. Li Chengfeng muttered something in a low voice, but he was sure that the powerful girl heard it. Then, Li Chengfeng looked at Barry Allen and Li John standing beside him. The one who is in charge of the children should go in together. Am I not even worthy of a name now? Barry Allen pointed at his nose and said, I am at least a speedster. Oh yes, the speedsters are awesome. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Did you see what a mess that time traveler named Conqueror Kong made here? Remember, don't even think about changing the past or the future, because you never know where you'll take reality. You can't afford the responsibility of changing the entire universe. Li Chengfeng took the opportunity to give Barry Allen an ideological education on time travel. He is so good to this kid, he must not create a flashpoint or something like that. If he does, Li Chengfeng will break both of his legs no matter what. Li John, who was bored at the side, suddenly twitched his nose as if he smelled something. Suddenly, a blush appeared on the little face. No, Li John, what's wrong with your face? Dad, there must be something delicious in here. Li John smiled silly for the first time. It smells so good. Taste? Smell. Li Chengfeng sniffed, but could only smell a strange odor from a chemical plant that was difficult to describe. Although it can't be said to smell bad, it is definitely far from being fragrant. But on second thought, what is produced here is compound number 5. And John Lee is the biggest beneficiary of compound number 5. So, is this a genetic desire for compound number 5? I thought it was a factory, but it looks like this. It's your boy's cafeteria. Although Li John had begun to show a strange, drunken state, Li Chengfeng still did not let him act independently. Because this is Water Company's last-ditch effort to make a comeback, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to walk in so brazenly. Although John Lee's physical fitness has gradually improved over time, overall, he is still far behind the mature Homelander. The most important thing is the defensive power. In fact, both his flight speed and physical strength are already close to maturity, but his defensive ability is still far from being mature. Compared with the state he can achieve in the future, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has high offense and paper defense. So Li Chengfeng grabbed Li John's head and carried him on his shoulders. Then he nodded to Barry Allen. The Wonder Girl has been in there for a while and hasn't come out yet. I guess she has discovered something. Understood. I'll go in and take a look now. Barry Allen nodded. Then the visor fell off, and yellow and blue speed force lightning appeared around him, and he left the place in the next instant. Li Chengfeng looked at Barry Allen, who disappeared on the spot, and then followed him in slowly. As he walked, he completed the green light transformation. Soon, the barrier formed by the green light will envelop the entire compound number 5 factory. TSK, TSK. With me here this time, there will be no chance of anyone escaping. So, Lena Luthor, you better clean up your own *** this time. If I really keep such a demon in my heart, I won't be able to feel at ease even if I go to another universe. Li Chengfeng did not go directly to where Wonder Girl and Barry Allen were, but instead took a thorough tour of the entire compound number 5 factory. It turns out that this is assembly line production, and it's the kind of assembly line that doesn't even require a single living person. The speed and precision are so fast that it is obvious that this is a technological product brought from the future by Conqueror Kong. To be honest, according to Li Chengfeng's idea, this thing is a bit of a waste of resources to make compound number 5. From this we can see that, although Kong the Conqueror was a bit arrogant, his ancestor, the Deer Knives Out, was still quite sensible and did not rely on this technology to create something that was too out of date. After all, what he wants is to conquer the world, not to let the whole world start a new round of technological revolution ahead of time. During this period, Li John slowly recovered. As someone who had integrated compound number 5 before birth, and whose artificial womb was even filled with compound number 5 to serve as amniotic fluid, it could be said that John Lee was compound number 5 transformed into a spirit. Although Li John was drunk by the strong smell of compound number 5 just now, he was able to move freely after getting used to it. Li Chengfeng could even feel that Li John's body was growing faster in this space filled with the smell of compound number 5. At the same time, his strength also increased in the same proportion. Just smelling it can have this effect? Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and once again refreshed his understanding of Li John. After all, Li John can no longer be regarded as a zoo from the original work. Looking at the original work, Homelander's main problem is still psychological. He can only bully those who are weaker. When he meets someone who is equally powerful as him, he will start to retreat, become timid, and eventually fail. Li John doesn't have this problem. But think about it, there are 5 gene providers. Each one is braver than the other. Li Chengfeng plus Batman plus Green Lantern plus Green Arrow plus Lightning. If this can create a coward who is unreliable in everything, then Li Chengfeng can just go and kill himself. Dad, these are still unfinished products, but can I start eating? Don't be impatient, John. Before you enjoy these delicacies, we still have to watch a big show of superhero. Li Chengfeng held Li John's hand and walked towards the direction where the faint sound of fighting came from. Just as he thought, the area around the Supergirl was extremely lively. This is the largest open space outside the main control room. A man in dark green clothes was seen holding a shield tightly in his hand and rushing towards the Wonder Girl. This guy, who looks like a perverted version of Captain America, is, of course, the Dear Soldier Boy. But judging from his experience, he seems more like an unlucky version of Captain America plus Baji. It's just that originally his physical fitness was better than Homelander's, and later, because of various human body modification experiments by the Russians, he gained abilities similar to Mutant Shockwave. But unfortunately, it can only be fired from the chest, and the power is much weaker. At most, it is at the level of a thermobaric bomb, and is even far inferior to, and some more radiation. If it is detonated at maximum power, it should cause a small nuclear explosion. But for Wonder Girl, it was a spill. However, Soldier Boy wasn't the only one attacking Wonder Girl. Queen Maeve, Black, Deep Sea, Invisible Man, and Stormfront all rushed towards Wonder Girl. After seeing how they fight, Li Chengfeng almost laughed out loud. This is definitely a poor level of cooperation. Except for Soldier Boy and Stormfront, who were indeed experienced in the battlefield, they still had some methods. As for the other four people, they were completely holding each other back. This is not to say that their fighting skills are not good enough. In fact, Queen Maeve and Schwantz's hand-to-hand combat skills are not inferior to the Soldier Boy. But unfortunately, this is the legendary 1 + 1 is less than 2. Honestly, are they really superheroes? Barry Allen's voice came from the side. At his feet, there was a black man spitting blood. If you ask me, they're just a group of jokers wearing costumes to please others. Except that these jokers have really obtained the corresponding abilities. Wow, what did you do to him? Li Chengfeng curiously approached the black man. Judging from his attire, he should be the locomotive of the 7-member group. Is this his heart speeding up to the point of exploding? You mean him? Barry frowned. As soon as I showed up, this guy ran around me twice and said a lot of trash. His speed is not bad, but it's just good. Even Pietro's speed is much faster than his. But he seems to have mutated a little due to an overdose of drugs. His heart is like a cheetah, which can make him burst out at a faster speed, but he can't run for long. And then what? He ran himself to death. Oh, I was a little annoyed by him, so after I caught him, I pressed his chest and resonated with him quickly enough. Barry shrugged helplessly. Then his heart completely overloaded. Li Chengfeng opened his mouth, but no sound came out. But there was an obvious look of relief on his face. It was comforting to see Barry Allen, who was brought out by myself. He has a kind heart and ruthless methods. While maintaining his inherent kindness and humanity, he is also an outstanding elite FBI agent who can kill threatening enemies without hesitation. Instead of being like Little Flash in the original work, there is no other way except to send them to prison. From Barry's eyes, Li Chengfeng could feel that his heart was absolutely stable. A Barry like this would never do something like lightning. His heart is much stronger than that of Xiao Shan in the original work. Okay, did you feel any discomfort when you killed him? Kill him? When did I kill him? Barry Allen curled his lips. This shameless expression was very similar to Li Chengfeng's. I just need to subdue this Superman with strange powers and make him lose his combat effectiveness before launching this kind of attack. If he dies because of the attack that makes him lose his combat effectiveness, then he can only blame his bad luck. Barry Allen really has no burden. Before he entered here, he had already quickly found the information of these people inside the factory. It is obvious that in order to control the so-called Super 7, Vought Company has recorded every dirty trick they have done, both openly and secretly. For example, our ****, regardless of gender or species, and massacre, regardless of motive. The locomotive has taken a lot of lives, but most of them were caused by its ability losing control and accidentally hitting Deadman. So Barry didn't directly use the fist blade on Savitar's mecha to cut him in the head, which was already a face-saving move for him. I hope that in his next life, he can either be an ordinary person or a real superhero. I just went inside the factory and checked all their information. Every one of these people should be taken out and shot in less than 5 minutes. Well, this is to be expected. Li Chengfeng shrugged. This is the path that Kai Kwanda took, polluting the entire superhero group, making them degenerate to the same track as him, and then defeating them with his rich experience. But that girl named Maeve is okay. Barry Allen curled his lips and pointed at the woman who was obviously slacking off and had already shown signs of retreat in her eyes. She didn't take the initiative to commit a crime. Although she cooperated with Vought's disgusting marketing efforts, she still held on to the last bit of her bottom line. Li Chengfeng nodded. Among the entire Super 7, apart from the positive character Starlight, Queen Maeve was the only half-good person. However, the conversation between the two did not affect the battle situation on the other side. The Wonder Girl was not at a disadvantage when fighting against 6 people alone, and she even suppressed the 6 people. And, judging from her expression, it didn't seem like it was that difficult. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Wonder Girl sighed, slightly. When I destroyed Vought Corporation, your so-called Super 7 wasn't there. Instead, it was that blood debt pays with blood? Well, your naming skills are just like your company name. It's really lame. Woman, you'd better not let anyone else hear you. To be honest, I'm very interested in you. Although I've always only been interested in older women. You know, women are like fine wine. The older they get, the mellower they become. The soldier boy's arrogance completely ignored the situation. As soon as he finished saying this, he was punched in the chest by the powerful girl. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he gasped like a bellows. Hiss. Cough, cough, cough. You're really strong. Have you had enough of that, Benjamin? Why don't you hurry up and kill this alien B*********? It's disgusting enough that there are so many people of color in the world other than white people, and now there are so many alien races. Stormfront controlled lightning to attack the Wonder Girl while angrily scolding the soldier boy who was blown away. Hurry up and aim your damn disgusting chest cannon at this B*******. Hit her hard. Ha ha. That's what you said. Then you'll just have to wish you good luck. The soldier boy stood up, smiled, and puffed out his chest. The surging and violent energy gathered in his chest. The next moment, laugh. A beam of red-hot light shot out from behind the soldier boy and went straight to his kidney. However, this thermal line of sight was relatively small, and its power was not as great as expected. It only made the soldier boy's skin a little red. The soldier boy was startled and turned around, only to see a little boy who looked about 3 years old, with a gradually fading red light in his eyes. Heat vision? That's it. The soldier boy sneered. You are the final work, right? After we kill this B********ch from outer space, we will take you back to Vought Corporation. Say goodbye to your poor yellow father. Upon hearing this, the girl with superpowers was stunned for a moment. Then she clapped her hands suddenly, knocking everyone away. Then she stopped in midair, looking down from above, her eyes full of pity. Well, you guys take care of yourself. She had witnessed someone's rage scene not long ago. Are the aliens scared? I told you that no matter what race they are, as long as the force is high enough, they will be afraid. The soldier boy laughed triumphantly and just turned to look at Li Chengfeng when a hot line of sight suddenly flashed across the air. Compared with Li Zhan's hot eyes, Li Chengfeng's are much thicker and hotter. Before he could even utter the word fear, the seemingly indestructible head had completely turned into nothing. After losing his head, the energy in the dead soldier boy's body instantly went out of control. But in front of Li Chengfeng, this little bit of energy, it's not enough to fill his teeth. Then the dimensional energy was released, assimilating all the energy in front of it and directly eliminating the explosion into invisible. All this happened in just 3 seconds. And their most powerful soldier boy had lost his good head and couldn't even use the post-death explosion. The remaining members of the Super 7 raised their heads and looked at Li Chengfeng, the man who had just been mocked by the soldier boy as the poor yellow dad, and was now staring at them without blinking. Wow, he. Brother, don't look at us like that. We were actually forced to do this. Shanhai waved his hands hurriedly and explained loudly. These 2 strong guys who can fly forced us to do this. My dear sir, Deep Sea is right. Stormfront forced a gentle and charming smile. Soldier Boy wants to rule the world. I was just forced to participate. Before being confident, then being respectful, it makes one laugh when thinking about it. Li Chengfeng shook his head helplessly. The next moment, the light of orange light flashed by. The beautiful face of Storm Front still smiles. It just spun upwards into the sky and then fell into the dust. The head and body were separated. In fact, Li Chengfeng has never been very fond of the so-called superhero. But that's all. He has never denied or belittled the existence of superheroes, nor has he denied their significance. It's just that the group of humanoid creatures in front of him really made him a little allergic. Although he doesn't expect every superhero to be as perfect as Clark Kent from Kansas, they should at least have more integrity than him. Li Chengfeng, right? And these drug addicts, superheroes? Some of the super criminals in his universe were more stylish than them. Li Chengfeng rarely kills people so decisively. Joker is one. Then there are the giants of Jotunheim and the dark elves who invaded Asgard. And then there is the pioneer civilization. But even Joker didn't make Li Chengfeng so disgusted. Your voices make me uncomfortable. Your actions disgust me. So can I trouble you to go to hell together? Li Chengfeng's voice was much deeper than usual. There was murderous intent in his words. And everyone stood there, staring at Li Chengfeng in a daze. Their hearts are now constantly screaming. Aren't they the strongest superheroes packaged by Water Corporation? The soldier boy was directly hit by a ray shot out from his eyes, and his entire head was turned into ashes. And Stormfront, isn't she already over 100 years old? Even the soldier boy couldn't defeat her quickly. So how come she was beheaded so easily? Everyone's heart was filled with confusion and fear. In their worldview, apart from the alien Wonder Girl, there should be no one stronger than them. But now, someone is putting a butcher knife to their necks and telling them that it is easy to kill these heroes. Could it be you are the legendary Black Row Patrol, a group that specializes in hunting down superheroes? Shenhai said, tremblingly, I've heard that your methods are very cruel, but also very funny. Shut up, you idiot who doesn't even spare different species. Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes. Is it so difficult to accept death calmly? Nonsense. You are talking nonsense. How can anyone calmly accept death at the moment? The remaining members of the Super Seven kept shouting in their hearts, but no one dared to speak out. But there was an outlier among them. There was no fear in Queen Maeve's expression, only a desire for death. The look he gave to other teammates was also filled with contempt and hatred. Li Chengfeng was somewhat surprised by such an obvious self-destructive tendency. He originally thought that Queen Maeve had become a complete nihilist simply because of the conflict between her ideals and reality. It turns out that Queen Maeve in this universe seems to be even more desperate. But only in this way can it really match the information that Barry Allen saw. Queen Maeve and the other members of the Super Seven are indeed not the same kind of people. Barry, take Maeve away. Yes, agently. Although Barry Allen and Li Chengfeng have become close friends for a long time. When following Li Chengfeng to perform missions, he still puts himself in the position of a subordinate. Where are the others? The others should meet their fate. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Although he could use the power of TIE particles to directly kill these garbage. But this is a bit too cheap for them. Some people are meant to die by the sword. After a few ups and downs, Li Chengfeng swung the orange lightsaber behind the Super Seven, shaking off the dirty blood on it. At this point, only Maeve was left alive among the Super Seven. However, the moment Li Chengfeng took action, she was taken aside by Barry Allen with a confused look on her face. Then he watched Li Chengfeng tear the remaining people into pieces. Wow, Dad is really a little angry this time. You know, normally, he definitely doesn't want to kill anyone in front of me. Li John smacked his lips twice, then looked up at Maeve. Auntie, why do I always feel like you might be my acquaintance? You must be wrong. Maeve forced herself to smile, but it was difficult. Judging from your ability, you should be the final work. I was the one who took you out of the laboratory at that time. Oh. Then I really have to thank you. Li John shrugged. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met my dad and other dads. But after saying this, Li John always felt something was wrong. Muttering softly, why do I always feel like this aunt and I had a relationship? But I'm clearly still a child. Are you so interested in older women? Barry Allen looked at Li John with an expression that was hard to describe. F***K? Is it because of my genes? No, 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 Dad. Can you just relax? Lee John patted Barry Allen's hips speechlessly. Is it just that you like older women? You are coveting the younger widow. Young widow. You'd better not say that in front of Caitlin. I'm afraid that even if you have a super ability, you'll be hung on the fan at the third gear for a whole day. Is this person so cruel? Lee John scratched his face in embarrassment. I thought only Ada's mother would do this. No, what on earth have you been through? Have you ever been beaten like this before? Yes. Lee John was rather shameless. I was hung up and beaten together with my dad. Lee John was making up stories about his father when he heard a familiar voice behind him. John Lee, if you keep talking nonsense, I will immediately send you to Alfred for education. Li Chengfeng looked at Lee John and couldn't help but sigh. Everything is easy to talk about, but isn't this mouth inherited too much? It's okay to make fun of others, but why do you make fun of your own father? In order to increase credibility, he even went so far as to include himself in the story. It's simply insane. You just killed them all. Queen Maeve looked at the scene in front of her and finally felt a little scared, but then she felt a surge of satisfaction. These scums are finally all dead. You really hate them. If you had to work with a group of people who trample on your ideals, you would hate them more than I do. Queen Maeve shook her head. Then why did you save my life? No reason, just because you didn't do anything wrong. Li Chengfeng shrugged. I'm not the kind of unreasonable diode. After saying that, Li Chengfeng looked around and then said to Li John, who was eager to try, Okay, I know you can't hold it anymore. It's time to eat. Remember, don't leave any behind. Dad, are you sure you want me to drink all of Compound 5 here? Otherwise, you were the one asking for a drink, okay? But this is too much. Li John pointed at the huge amounts of containers in front of him, speechlessly. It's so big, it looks like a man-made lake. You can't blame others for this. Who made them so greedy that they wanted to mass-produce Compound number 5? Li Chengfeng was a little helpless and patted Li John on the head. Okay, stop talking and get started. Alas, I'm still young, but my unscrupulous father has already taken me out to work. My life is so hard. Li John grumbled as he flew up. But this stuff smells really tempting. At least it smells much better than Ada's mother's nutritious meals. I think you should talk less about nutritious meals. Li Chengfeng shook his head with lingering fear. I don't want to eat vitamin tablets and stir-fried vegetables anymore. Ada Wong is definitely a woman among women, a female among females, almost perfect. Why is it almost? The cooking skills are hard to describe. Ida doesn't have any problems with the skills. She's quite proficient in frying, stir-frying, and deep-frying cooking techniques from all over the world. It's a problem in the understanding of cooking, just like what Li Chengfeng just said. Which kind of person adds vitamin tablets to cooking? For nutrition, people will do anything. Li Chengfeng sighed. Everyone has some shortcomings, and he's gotten used to it. But can John Lee really absorb all of this amount of Compound number 5? Even if he is the final work? The Power Girl looked at the small figure with some concern. How about I help and drink some? Don't do that. Li Chengfeng quickly reached out to stop Wonder Girl. Lena Luthor, I think you should be honest. Who knows if Compound number 5, which was created by Crane and Kong the Conqueror, will damage or change the genes of Kryptonians. Whether it weakens your ability or makes it disappear is not what I want to see, and he may not drink at all. Before Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he saw through the huge amounts of transparent container that Li John jumped directly into the blue transparent liquid. And then, a change occurred immediately. The originally calm Compound number 5 seemed to suddenly come to life and began to surge continuously. It even emitted a faint blue glow. At the same time, the amount of Compound number 5 in the huge container began to decrease visibly. Li John simply closed his eyes and let himself sink to the bottom. Li Chengfeng knew that he had a feeling of being home. After all, I grew up in Compound number 5. He is using his skin to absorb Compound number 5. Queen Maeve looked at Li John in shock. And he can absorb so much, so quickly. It's unheard of. How did you get the ability in the first place? Some people get their abilities through injections. Such people usually have more common abilities, and there will be people with the same abilities. For example, Many people have such high-speed abilities as locomotive, but locomotive is the fastest one. Queen Maeve shook her head and continued. As for the other type, they are like us. They were affected by compound number 5 in some way during their embryonic or infant stage, and the abilities they are born with are usually stronger. Prototypes like Soldier Boy and Stormfront definitely don't count. Li Chengfeng nodded. He had basically figured out what Kaikwanda and Conqueror Khan were trying to do with compound number 5. They wanted to replicate Kryptonian. Otherwise, why would John Lee, the final work they called perfect, have the same type of power as the Kryptonians? It seems you are being targeted. Li Chengfeng looked at the girl with superpowers. Some people really tried every possible way to get your power. Wonder Girl nodded seriously, and it was obvious that she had thought of this as well. This was one of the reasons why she wanted to leave even more. But don't worry, when you get to our place, you will definitely not be targeted just because you are a Kryptonian. We have quite a few Kryptonians there. Li Chengfeng said with a smile. Although the universe is different, your name also has Al in it, and you will become a loving family. Can you imagine that the Kent and Luther families become one family? The Wonder Girl looked at Li Chengfeng with some amusement. I was in your universe, but I learned about the Luther family there in detail. But the facts prove that there is no difference between that Lex Luthor and the Crane of this universe. Yes, Lex Luthor has no hair no matter which universe he is in. Really, the speed at which Li John absorbs compound number 5 varies. It took about 1/10 of the time to absorb the first 4/5. However, the absorption rate of the remaining 1/5 dropped sharply. In other words, it is close to the critical point of Li John's energy absorption. But he did not stop absorbing, which means he was autonomously expanding his own limit. In a sense, only Li John, who is of the same origin as compound number 5, can do this. The more he absorbed, the stronger he became, and he was not affected by compound number 5. In fact, from this point of view, the production of compound number 5 was just for John Lee. As for other super ability users, they're just byproducts. Time passed bit by bit, and Li John finally absorbed the last trace of compound number 5. Now, apart from the small amount of compound number 5 still circulating on the black market, this thing can be said to be completely out of print. How does it feel? Burp. I'm okay, but I'm a little bloated. Li John burped, broke open the container, and walked out. Barry Allen looked on with a strange expression. Lee, do you think John Lee is a lot taller? I saw it a long time ago. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. He had grown rapidly from a baby in 3 days. Now that he has absorbed so much compound number 5, it is normal for him to grow again. The reason why Li Chengfeng said this was because Li John, who originally looked like a 3-year-old child, was now no different in size from an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child. Clothes that once fitted me now looked tight. Li Chengfeng moved his fingers slightly, and Li John's clothes became fit again after being modified by type particles. Apart from growing up, how do you feel? Dad, do you feel anything special after you have a full meal? I feel dizzy and want to sleep after eating. Me too. After Li John finished speaking, he fell straight to the ground. His head hit the ground with a thud and bounced several times quite elastically. Lee, why didn't you catch him? I'm a little confused. What about you? You have super speed. I thought you were going to catch Li John. Wonder Girl looked at the two irresponsible fathers and rolled her eyes. John Lee is so lucky to have a group of you as his fathers.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.